What has he to do with this? Ichinder, may heaven bless him, believes the war is taking too much from the empire. When we fought the Thurl, we learned that some borders are too far away for the empire to control. The light of heaven sees that no border is as large or far as the one we found on Midkemia. He now wishes to take part in the game of the council. It may be the greatest game ever played in the history of Tsurunoani. The light of heaven is ready to order the warlord to make peace, even to remove him from power if needed. But he will not do this unless he knows that King Roderick will agree to peace. He must go to the High Council with peace already agreed. If he does not, he risks too much. An emperor has been killed only once in the empire's history, Great One. That time, the High Council welcomed the killer and made him emperor. He was the son of the man he killed. His father had tried to put taxes on the temples. That was the last time an emperor joined in the game of the council. We can be a hard people, Great One, even to ourselves. No emperor has ever tried to do what Ichinder wants to do now. Many will think he is giving up the honor of the empire, something unthinkable. But if he can bring peace to the council, then it will show that the gods bless his plan. No one will dare to challenge him.
You risk much, Lord of the Shinzawai.
I love my nation and the empire, Great One. I would die for her in battle if needed. I risked my life many times when I was young, in the war with the Thurl. Now I would risk my life, my sons, and the honor of my house, family, and clan to bring peace to the empire. The emperor would do the same. We are patient people. This plan has taken years to prepare. The Blue Will Party has long worked secretly with the Party for Peace. We withdrew from the war in the third year to weaken the warlord and to prepare Kasumi for his journey. We spent over a year visiting important lords in both parties to make sure everyone would help in the game of the council before you and Lori were brought here to teach him. We are Tsurani, and the light of heaven waited until there was a ready messenger before allowing any talk of peace. We made Kasumi that messenger. We gave him the best chance to reach your old king safely. It must be this way. If others outside our group learn of this and it fails, many people, including me, would die. It is the price of losing the game. If you take Lori away, Kasumi will have little chance to reach your old king. The peace plan will have to wait until another good guide can be found. That could take 1 or 2 more years. The situation is now very serious. The Blue Will Party is again part of the alliance for war after years of talks with the War Party. Thousands of men are being sent to fight so that Kasumi can cross the kingdom lines into your homeland. The time is almost ready. You must think about what another year of war would mean. If your old homeland falls, the warlord will be too strong for us to stop.
Milamber thought for a moment, then said to Kasumi, "How soon?"
Very soon, Great One, Kasumi answered. In only a few weeks. The warlord has spies everywhere and suspects something. He does not trust the Blue Wheel's sudden change in the council, but he cannot refuse their help. He wants a big victory. He plans a great attack in spring against Lords Boric and Brookle, the kingdom's main forces. It will happen just before the Imperial Festival. He wants to speak of his victory at the Imperial Games for his own glory.
Komatsu said, "It is like the end move in Sha, Great One. A great victory will give the warlord the power he needs to control the High Council. But we take this chance for our final move. The front lines will be confused as the army prepares for battle. Kasumi and Lori will have the best chance to cross the lines then. If King Roderick agrees to peace, the light of heaven can go before the High Council with the news. All the warlord's power will fall. It is like Sha. We risk our last piece so that our emperor may win the game."
Milamber was quiet for a time. "I think you have made a brave plan, Lord of the Shinzawai. I will keep my promise to say nothing. Lori may stay here." He looked at Lori. "May the gods of our fathers protect you and give you success. I hope this war will end soon." He stood up. "If you do not mind, I will go now. I want to take my wife and child home."
Kasumi stood and bowed.
"I should like to say one thing more, Great One," the man said.
Milamber nodded for him to go on.
"Years ago, when you asked to take Katala as your wife, I told you the request would be refused. I also said there was a reason. It was our plan that you would one day return to your own world. I hope you understand that now. We are a strong people, Great One, but we are not cruel."
It became clear when the plan was shown, Milamber answered. He looked at Laurie. For what I am now, this is my home. But a part of me is still the same inside, and for that reason I envy you your return. You will be remembered well, my old friend.
Milamber then left the room. Outside the great house, he found Catella waiting in the garden. She was watching their son play. She came to him, and they hugged each other with joy after so long apart. After a quiet moment he said, "Come, my love, let us take our son home." Longbow stood alone in the forest and wept quietly. Near the edge of the elven woods, the huntmaster of Cry-D stood over 3 dead elves. Their bodies lay still on the ground, their arms and legs twisted, their fair faces covered with blood. Martin knew how much death meant to the elves. For them, one family might have only 1 or 2 children in 100 years. One of the faces he knew well, it was Algavin, Galane's friend since childhood, still very young by elven years. Footsteps came from behind. Martin wiped his tears and tried to look calm again. He heard Garrett's voice say, "There's another group down the trail, Huntmaster." The Tsurani moved through this part of the forest like a bad wind.
Martin nodded and said nothing. He started walking, and Garrett followed him. Though young, Garrett was Longbow's best tracker. They moved fast and light along the trail toward Elvender. After many hours, they crossed the river west of a Tsurani camp. When they were safely inside the elven forest, a voice called from the trees. "Well met, Martin Longbow."
Martin and Garrett stopped. 3 elves stepped out of the trees as if appearing from the air. Galane and 2 others came close to them. Martin nodded toward the river, and Galane nodded back. That was enough between them to show they both knew about Algavin's death and the others. Garrett watched but did not understand these silent ways of elves.
"Tomas? Colleen?" Martin asked. "In council with the Queen. Do you bring news?" Galine asked. "Messages from Prince Arutha. Are you going to the council?" Galine smiled a little, the kind of smile elves gave when something was said with quiet humor. "It is our duty to guard this path for now. We cannot go yet. We will join them as soon as the dwarves cross the river. They should arrive soon."
Martin understood the message. He said goodbye and continued toward Elvander. As he neared the clearing around the great elven city in the trees, he wondered why Galane and the other young elves were not called to council. They had always been with Thomas since he came to live in Elvander. Martin had not visited since the siege of Cry-D. In the years after, he had talked often with the natal rangers who carried messages between the Duke, Elvander, and Cry-D. He had spent long hours talking with Long Leon and Grimsworth of Natal about their journeys.
While they were quiet among strangers, the rangers spoke more freely with Longbow. They felt close to him because he understood their ways. He was the only man who was not one of them but could enter Elvander without being called. The 2 rangers from Natal had said that many things were changing in the Elf Queen's court. Martin felt uneasy about it. As they ran lightly through the forest toward Elvander, Garrett asked,
"Huntmaster, will they send someone to bring back those who died?"
Martin stopped and held his bow. "Garrett, that is not what they do," he said. "They let the forest take care of the dead. They believe their spirits now live in the Blessed Isles." He waited a moment, then added, "Among my trackers, you are one of the best I have ever known."
Garrett's face turned red when he heard that.
Longbow said, "I am not trying to flatter you. I say it because it is true. You may be the one to take my place if anything happens to me."
Garrett looked carefully at him now.
Martin went on, "If I die, I hope that someone will keep the friendship between Elvander and our people strong."
Garrett nodded. "I think I understand," he said.
"You must," Martin said softly. "It would be sad if elves and humans stopped knowing each other." He paused. "There are some things you should learn about their beliefs. Do you remember how some priests say they can bring people back to life if they have just died?"
Garrett said, "I have heard that story, but I have not met anyone who has seen it. No one I know believes it. Father Tully says it is possible, and he is serious about such things."
Martin looked down at the ground. "There was once a great priest," he said. "I do not know his order. He lost his way with the gods and became more like a man of the world. He took off his fine clothes and gold and wore the simple robe of a traveling monk. He walked through wild lands, searching for peace. One day, he came to Elvender. There he found an elf who had died by accident only a few minutes before. The priest tried to bring him back to life, because he had the power to heal and wanted to help. But the elf's wife stopped him. She said, "This is our way. He has gone to a better place. If you bring him back, it will be against his will and will bring us sorrow. We do not speak his name again, because he might hear us and try to return, which would hurt both him and us." Martin looked up again. "No elf has ever been brought back from death," he said. "Some people say humans cannot revive elves. Others claim elves have no true souls. That is not true. They just know more clearly where they belong."
Garrett thought quietly for a moment. "That is a strange story, Huntmaster," he said. "Why did you tell it to me?"
"The death of those elves," Martin answered. "And your question about them. I wanted you to see how different elves are from us. You must learn their ways. You will spend much time among them."
Garrett asked, "Do you believe the story of the dead elf is true?"
The newly fallen elf had once been the elf king, Queen Aglarana's husband. I was only a boy then, 30 years ago, but I remember it well. I was on a hunting trip when it happened. I met others in the forest that day. We said nothing, and Martin picked up his weapon again. He kept walking. They reached the edge of Ilvander. Martin stopped because Garrett stood staring at the tall trees in wonder. The afternoon sun made long shadows in the forest, but the high branches shone with their own soft light. Martin took Garrett's arm and gently led the amazed tracker forward to the Queen's court. When they reached the council place, Martin entered and saluted the Queen. Aglarana smiled when she saw him.
"Welcome, Martin Longbow," she said. "It has been a long time since you came here."
Martin introduced Garrett. Garrett bowed awkwardly to the Queen. Then another figure stepped forward from the shadows. Martin had grown up near elves and could usually hide his feelings. But the sight of Thomas shocked him deeply. He almost spoke in surprise but stopped himself. He heard Garrett take a sharp breath. They had heard about changes in Thomas, but nothing had prepared them for what they saw. The man before them was tall and strange. His eyes looked different, almost not human. The happy boy Martin once knew was gone. There was no smile he remembered from the days when Thomas followed him in the woods, asking for stories, or played games with Garrett.
Tomas stepped forward without warmth. "What news from Cryde?" he asked.
Martin rested his hand on his bow.
"Prince Arutha sends his greetings," he said to the Queen. "He also sends his love and wishes you good health." Then he turned to Tomas. "Arutha has this news," he said. "Black Guy, Duke of Batara, now rules in Kronder. So there will be no help for the far coast. The prince believes the enemy from another world is planning a large attack soon, but he does not know where it will strike. It may be against Cryde, Elvender, or the Duke's army. The southern enemy bases are not getting new soldiers through the dwarven tunnels, but they are still strong. My trackers saw some signs of movement to the north, but nothing large. Arutha thinks the main attack will come against his father and Lord Brookle's army." Then he added, "And I bring news that Arutha's squire has died."
He did not speak the name, as was the elves' way. Thomas's eyes showed a hint of feeling at hearing Roland's death, but he only said, "In war, men die." Colleen saw that this talk between Longbow and Thomas was personal. No one else in the court had known Roland well, though Colleen remembered him from a dinner long ago in Cryde. Martin felt sad about Thomas's cold reaction to the death of his old friend.
Martin then spoke again. "It makes sense," he said. "If the army in the west is broken, the enemy will then attack other lands. They could take the free cities and Cryde quickly. Within 2 years they might control all the old Keshian lands. Then they could march toward Yavin and even reach the gates of Kronder."
Tomas looked at Colleen as if to speak. The Queen and Tomas exchanged a silent look, and Tomas stepped back to stand in the circle again.
Colleen said, "If the enemy is not preparing their forces west of the mountains, the dwarves will join us soon. We have seen small fights across the river, but no big attack yet. I think Arutha is right. If the Dukes call for help, we should try to support them."
Tomas turned to Colleen angrily. "Leave Elvender unprotected," he said. His face showed strong anger. Martin was surprised by how fierce Tomas's anger was.
Colleen stayed calm, but his eyes were hard. He said quietly, I am war leader of Elvender. I will not leave our forests open to attack. But if the enemy attacks the dukes in great numbers, they will not have enough soldiers left near our river to hurt us. They have not come against us since we fought them with the sorcerer's help and the black-robed priests died. But if the battle against Lords Boric and Bruckle is close, our help might make a difference.
Tomas stood very still. Then he said in a cold voice, the dwarfs follow Dalgan, and Dalgan follows me. They will not come to battle unless I call them. He turned and left the council circle without another word. Martin watched him walk away.
His skin felt strange. He could feel the power inside Thomas for the first time. It was strong and not only human. He did not understand it, but he knew it was dangerous. Thomas was someone to fear. Martin looked at Aglarana and saw her face change.
She stood up and said, I should speak with Thomas. He has been very upset lately.
She left the room. Martin felt sure about one thing. He had seen a fight between the Queen's son and the Queen's lover. He also saw pain inside Aglarana herself. She looked like someone who could not escape her fate.
When the Queen was gone, Colleen said, You came at a good time, Martin. We need your advice.
He told Garrett to go and eat something. When Garrett left, Martin looked at Colleen and then at the other elves in the council. Tather stood at his usual place beside the Queen's throne. Martin knew many of the others. They were old elves and trusted advisors. Some were powerful magic users. Martin sat down and waited for Colleen to speak. Colleen was quiet for a while. Martin watched him and saw that he was worried. He had always respected the elf prince. When he was young, Martin had thought Colleen was the perfect elf. Now he still respected him very much.
Colleen said, Martin, you are the only one who knew Tomas before he changed. What can you tell us about these changes?
Martin thought about his answer. I have seen these changes slowly over many years. Today they are clearer than before. He has changed a lot, but I do not know what it means. He was a good boy. He sometimes liked to explore and got into trouble, but not too often. He cared for people and showed his feelings. He could get angry if a friend was hurt. He was kind and dreamed big dreams. He was like many other boys.
Colleen asked, And now?
Martin looked worried. He is something I cannot understand, he said.
Tather said, Your words make sense to us, Martin. We also cannot understand him anymore.
Colleen spoke in a soft voice.
Of men, you know our history better than anyone, said Tather.
You know how we hate the time when we were slaves to the Valheru. You know we turned away from their dark ways. We fear the return of their power. We also fear the coming of these strangers and their black robes. You have seen Thomas. You understand what we must think about.
Martin nodded. Yes, he said. You must decide if he lives.
Many young elves follow him without question, Tather said. They do not have the wisdom to fight the Valheru power that grows inside him. The dwarfs too follow him, but they do not share our old fear of the Valheru. They trust him because he has kept them alive for 8 years. He has saved many of them again and again.
Tather looked serious.
Thomas has helped us against the invaders. But we must ask ourselves if this man, who is part Valheru, wants to be our master. If he does, we must stop him.
Martin felt cold inside. He remembered the boys he had known in Cryde, Garrett, Tomas, and Pug. He had liked them very much. He had cried quietly when Pug was taken by the tyranny. He never knew if Pug was dead or a prisoner. Now he felt sorrow for Tomas. Whatever happened, Tomas would never be the same again. Martin looked at Colleen. Can nothing be done? He asked.
Colleen looked to Tather to answer. The old spellweaver looked around the circle at the others. They all gave silent agreement. Then he said to Martin,
We will do our best to end this well. But if the Valheru power becomes strong again, we cannot fight it. We are afraid. We do not hate Thomas. But if a wolf becomes dangerous, even if you feel sorry for it, you must kill it.
Martin looked out toward the lights of Elvender. Night was coming. Those lights had always made him feel safe. Now he felt only sadness and cold worry. When will you decide? He asked.
Tatha said, you know our ways. We will decide when the time comes.
Martin stood slowly. Then listen to me, he said. Do not act against him too soon. Wait until you are sure he follows the dark path. Do not let old fears guide you too strongly. I have learned that the elves who live now are strong and wise. They are not like the ones who were freed long ago by the Valharu. Hold your hand until the very end. Something good may still come from this. Or at least something not fully bad.
Tatha nodded. Your advice is given well, he said. We accept it.
Martin looked very tired. I will do what I can, he said softly. Once I could reach Tomas. Maybe I still can.
I will go and think about this. Then I will find him and speak with him. None of the elves near the Queen's court said anything as he left. They knew his heart was as troubled as theirs. The throbbing in his head grew stronger. It was not true pain, but it made him very uncomfortable. Thomas sat in the cool glade near a quiet pool. He fought with his thoughts. Since coming to live in Elvander, his dreams had changed. They became dark and unclear, only showing half-remembered names and pictures. They frightened him less now, but the dull ache in his head grew worse. When he fought in battle, he forgot the pain. But when the fight was over and he stayed away from Elvander too long, the throbbing returned. He heard light footsteps behind him. Without turning, he said,
I want to be alone.
Aglarana said softly, the pain, Thomas.
A strange feeling touched him, and he tilted his head as if he was listening to something far away. Then he answered quickly, yes. I will come back to our room soon. Go now and wait for me there.
Aglarana stepped back. Her proud face showed sadness because of his cold words. She turned and walked away. As she moved through the forest, her heart was full of pain. Since giving herself to Thomas and following her own wish, she had lost her power to command him. She also could no longer resist him. He was now her master, and she felt shame. It was not the happy union she had hoped for. It gave her no joy. Yet she could not fight the strong need to be near him, to belong to him. That need took away her strength. Thomas was strong, alive, and sometimes hard. She tried to think again. Not cruel, just too different from all others. No one could be compared to him. He did not ignore her feelings, but he seemed not to understand that she had them. As she came close to Elvander, the soft fairy lights shone on the tears that ran down her face.
Tomas only half knew that she had gone. Under the dull ache in his head, a faint voice called to him. He listened hard. He knew that voice.
Tomas.
Yes.
Ashen Sugar stood upon a dry land full of cracks. There was no water, only bad-smelling pools. He spoke aloud to someone he could not see. It has been a long time since we talked. They try to keep us apart. You are often forgotten. Cold bad air came from the north. It smelled of death. The world around still carried the memory of an old madness. Only small signs of new life could be felt. No matter. We are together again. What is this place? This is the desolation of the Chaos Wars, said Ashen Sugar. It is the land that Draken Corin destroyed. It was once full of green life. Now few living things stay here. Most have gone to the warmer lands in the south. Who are you? Ashen Sugar laughed. I am what you are becoming. We are one. You have said that many times. I had forgotten. Ashen Sugar called, and the dragon Shuruga came flying over the gray land. Black clouds rolled across the sky. The great dragon landed, and Ashen Sugar climbed onto his back. He looked once at the place where only ashes showed that Draken Corin had ever lived. Then he said, Come, let us see what has happened. Shuruga rose into the sky. They flew high above the empty land. Ashen Sugar said nothing as he rode. He felt the wind on his face. They flew while time seemed to stop. They saw the end of one world and the start of another. High in the blue sky they soared, free from the horror of the Chaos Wars. It was a time to feel sorrow.
I think not. There is a lesson, but I cannot understand it. I feel that you know it.
Ashen Sugar closed his eyes as pain came again. Yes, I remember, he said.
Tomas?
Thomas opened his eyes quickly. He saw Galen standing not far away, near the edge of the clearing.
Do you want me to come back later? Galen asked.
Thomas stood up slowly from where he had been sitting and dreaming. His voice sounded rough and tired.
No, tell me what it is.
Dalgan's group of dwarves has come to the outer forest, Galen said. They are waiting for you near the small river. When they crossed the river, they found an outworld camp. The dwarves fought and took prisoners. Galen smiled happily. They finally caught some prisoners, he said.
Thomas's face changed. First there was joy, then anger. Galen watched him and felt strange emotions. Thomas looked far away and spoke quietly, as if he was listening to something far off.
Go to the dwarves, he said. I will come soon.
Galen nodded and left. Thomas stayed alone and listened. He heard a voice that slowly became louder.
Have I made a mistake? It asked.
The large hall was empty now, and the voice echoed inside it. The servants had gone away. Ashen Sugar sat on his throne, thinking deeply. He spoke to the shadows.
Have I made a mistake? He asked again.
A quiet voice answered him.
Now you feel doubt.
This strange calm feeling inside me, what does it mean? Ashen Sugar asked.
It means that death is near, the voice said.
Ashen Sugar closed his eyes. I thought so, he said softly. Few of my kind live after battle. It was rare. I am the last one. Still, I wish I could fly with Shuruga one more time.
He is gone, the voice said. He died long ago.
But I flew him this morning, he said.
It was a dream. This is also a dream.
Am I mad then? He asked.
You are only a memory, came the answer.
This is only a dream.
Then I will do what was planned, he said. I accept what must happen. Another will come after me.
It has already happened, the voice said. I am the one who came. I took your sword and wore your cloak. Your fight is now mine. I will protect this world from those who would steal from it.
Then I am ready to die, he said quietly.
He opened his eyes and looked around his great hall covered in old dust. Then he closed them again for the last time. The ruler of the eagle's reaches spoke his final spell. His fading power, still greater than any other except the new gods, moved from his body and filled his armor. Soft smoke rose from the place where his body lay. Soon only his golden armor, white cloth, shield, and sword of gold and white remained.
I am Ashen Sugar. I am Tomas.
Tomas opened his eyes and saw the glade around him. He felt confused for a moment. Then a strong feeling grew inside him. New energy flowed through his body. In his mind, he heard a clear voice.
I am Ashen Sugar, the Valharu. I will destroy anyone who tries to harm my world.
With fierce purpose, he left the glade to find where the dwarves had taken his enemies.
It is good to see you again, friend Longbow, said Dalgan as he smoked his pipe.
They had not met since a day many years ago when the dwarfs passed through a forest east of Cryde on their way to Ilvander. Martin, Colleen, and a few elves came to look at the dwarfs' prisoners. The captives were still tied, waiting together in one corner of the clearing. They glared at the dwarfs who had caught them.
Galen stepped into the clearing. Thomas is coming soon, he said.
Martin looked at Dalgan. How did you do it, Dalgan? He asked. After all these years, how did you manage to take so many captives and an entire group?
Behind the 8 bound warriors stood a frightened group of Tsarani slaves. They were not tied, but they stayed close together. They looked unsure of what would happen to them. Dalgan waved his hand in a calm way. Usually we make raids across the river, the man said.
But prisoners make it hard to move quickly because they are often knocked out or fight us. This time we had no choice because we needed to cross the river Cryde. In other years, we went across at night, but now the enemy is everywhere along the river. We found this group in a quiet place, he went on. They had only 8 guards for the slaves. They were fixing an earthen wall, which I think was taken by the elves not long ago. We moved around them quietly. Some of the men climbed into trees, though they did not like it. We jumped down and took the 3 guards outside the camp before they could call for help. The other 5 were sleeping, lazy fools. We went into the camp and hit them with our hammers, then tied them up. The slaves were too afraid to cry out. When we saw no one around had heard us, we decided to take them with us. It seemed wrong to leave them behind. Maybe we could learn something useful from them.
Dolgan tried to look calm, but pride showed in his eyes. Martin smiled and spoke to Colleen.
I hope we can learn what will happen next, he said. If the enemy is really planning to attack, we must know where. I have learned a few words of their language, but not enough to understand them. Only Father Tully and Charles, my Tsarani tracker, can talk to them well. Maybe we should take them to Cryde.
Colleen said, we can learn their language if we have time. But they will not help us if we move them. They will try to call others to stop us.
Martin nodded. He knew Colleen was right. Then a sound made him turn. Thomas walked quickly into the clearing. Dolgan started to greet him, but stopped. Something in Thomas's face made him silent. There was madness in the young man's eyes. Dolgan had seen a little of it before, but now it was strong. Thomas looked at the prisoners. He pulled out his sword and pointed at them. He spoke strange words that Martin and the dwarfs did not understand. The elves heard and were shaken. Some of the older elves fell to their knees. The younger ones moved back in fear. Only Colleen stayed still, though he looked pale. Then he turned slowly to Martin, his face white with fear.
He said softly, the Valheru is here among us.
Thomas did not look at anyone else. He walked to the first Tsarani prisoner. The bound man looked up, both afraid and angry. Thomas lifted his golden sword. It came down fast, and the man fell lifeless. The others cried out in fear. The slaves hid their faces. Thomas turned to the next prisoner and did the same. Martin forced himself to look away. He felt deep fear, but the elves looked even more afraid. Colleen was clearly fighting inside himself. He tried to stop the urge to obey Thomas, who had spoken in the old language of the Valheru. The younger elves did not understand what power those words carried, but fear filled them too. Thomas turned from the dead and looked at Martin. His eyes were cold and strong. The young boy from Cryde was gone. Now something strange and powerful stood there. Thomas lifted his arm. Martin froze, ready to move if he must. Any human could be a victim. Even the dwarfs stepped back when they felt the danger coming from Thomas. Then a small light of understanding came into Thomas's eyes.
He said in a cold voice, Martin, go now. If you stay, you will die.
Martin felt more fear than ever in his life, but he found his courage. He shouted, I will not stand and watch you kill men who cannot fight.
The strange voice came again, deep and powerful. These people have come into my world, Martin. No one may take what belongs to me. Do you want to come into my world too?
Thomas moved faster than anyone could see. 2 Tsarani soldiers fell dead. Martin ran forward quickly and pushed Thomas away from the prisoners. They fell to the ground together. Martin grabbed Thomas's wrist that held the golden sword. Martin was strong enough to carry a heavy deer for miles, but Thomas was much stronger. Thomas lifted Martin easily and stood up again. Martin jumped at him once more, but Thomas was ready.
He caught Martin's tunic and said, no one may stop me.
Then he threw Martin across the clearing as if he weighed almost nothing. Martin flew through the air, trying to stop his fall. He hit the ground hard. Everyone could hear him lose his breath when he landed. Dolgan ran to help him, because the elves still stood frozen in shock. The dwarven chief poured water on Martin's face and shook him until he woke. Martin could hear screams from the Tsarani slaves. They were crying as they watched soldiers die. He tried to see clearly, but his eyes could not focus. The world moved and changed around him. When he could finally see, he gasped in fear. Thomas killed the last Serani fighter and walked toward the slaves. They stood still, too scared to move. They looked at Thomas with wide, frightened eyes, like deer seeing a sudden light in the dark. Martin cried out when Thomas struck down the first poor slave. The man was thin and weak. Martin tried to stand, his head spinning. Dolgan helped him rise to his feet.
Tomas lifted his sword. Another man fell. He raised the golden blade again. He looked at the person in front of him. It was a young boy, maybe 12 years old. The boy's eyes were big with fear. He waited for the strike that would end his life. Time seemed to stop for Tomas. The moment stayed in his mind. He looked carefully at the boy's dark hair and large brown eyes. The boy bent down and shook his head. He whispered one short word again and again. In the weak light of the forest clearing, Tomas saw something strange. It looked like an old ghost. It reminded him of a friend he had forgotten long ago. A memory from his childhood suddenly came back to him. He looked at the boy and said softly, "Pug?" Pain filled his head. Another voice shouted inside him. It called the name, Pug.
Kill him, one voice cried angrily. No, another voice screamed.
Tomas stayed still. Everyone in the clearing could see him shaking. He fought some battle inside himself. His sword was still raised. He waited, unable to move.
One voice said, "They are the enemy. Kill them." The other said, "He is only a boy."
He is the enemy. A boy? Thomas's face showed deep pain. His teeth pressed together, and his body became very tense. Sweat ran down his face from under his helmet. His eyes were wide. Martin slowly stood up. Every move hurt because he had been badly beaten. Thomas's hand began to move down. It shook as he fought inside himself. The boy could not move. He only watched the sword. A loud voice spoke inside Thomas. It was full of anger and desire to fight. It said, "I am Ashen Sugar. I am Valheru." But a quiet voice also spoke. It said softly, "I am Thomas." The angry voice came again and again like waves. Each time it covered the calm voice, then went back. Every time it returned, it was weaker. The calm voice stayed strong inside him. Something broke inside Thomas's mind. He felt the power of lost ages shake him. He moved within a strange dark place and looked for a small light. He knew that light could help him escape. Dark waters pushed him back and forth. He fought to keep his head above them. A cold and horrible wind screamed above him. He tried to swim toward the small light again. The waves pulled him away, but this time they were not so strong. Once more he tried to reach the light. Then came a strong and terrible force that hit him completely. He thought, "I am Ashen Sugar." Something inside him broke, like a dry branch breaking under heavy snow. It was like ice breaking when spring arrives. The sea of darkness became calm. He stood again on high ground, on one rock. He thought, "I am Thomas." Far away, the small light grew bigger and came toward him fast. "I am Thomas."
Tomas.
He opened his eyes and saw he was back in the forest clearing. In front of him, a young boy was on the ground, ready to die. Thomas turned his head and saw Martin holding a bow and arrow. Martin aimed carefully with the string pulled tight to his cheek.
The huntmaster of Crides said, "Put down your sword, or I will kill you right now."
Thomas looked around the clearing. He saw dwarfs holding weapons, and some older elves too. Colleen was shaking but had his sword out and was moving slowly toward Thomas. Martin watched Thomas closely. He did not fear him, but he respected his great power and speed. He waited. He saw the madness in Thomas's eyes, but then it was gone. Thomas's eyes looked clear again. The golden sword fell from his hand. Tears filled his pale eyes. He dropped to his knees.
He gave a long, sad cry and said, "Oh, Martin, what have I become?"
Martin lowered his bow. He watched as Tomas held his arms around himself. Tadhar and the other spellweavers walked into the clearing. They came to Tomas and looked around at everyone standing there.
So terrible were Thomas's cries that the elves began to cry too. They could feel his pain and sadness.
Tatha went to Martin Longbow. We felt our magic break a short time ago. We came at once. We feared the Valheru had returned, and it seems we were right.
Martin asked, Now?
Yes, the Valheru is gone, and the boy has taken his place. But he now carries the sorrow of many ages. He feels the pain and guilt for the joy of killing. He feels what mortals feel again. We will see if he can live with it. This pain may destroy him.
Martin left the old elf and walked to Thomas. In the low light he saw what others had not yet seen. Thomas had changed. His strange look was gone. His proud eyes no longer shone. He looked human again. Still, something about him was not fully human. His ears were like an elf's. His eyes were pale. The great Lord of Power was gone. The old Valheru was gone. Now only Thomas remained, weak and sick with sorrow for what he had done. Martin touched his shoulder. Thomas looked up with eyes red from crying. He looked at Martin for a moment, then closed his eyes to escape the world around him. The elves and dwarfs stood and watched. The Tsarani slaves were silent. They did not understand, but they knew something wonderful had happened. They knew they were safe. For a long time they watched Martin Longbow holding Thomas, who cried in terrible pain.
Aglarana sat on her bed, brushing her long red gold hair. She waited for Thomas. She was not sure if she wanted him to come or not. Then she heard a shout outside. She stood up and pulled her robe around her. She went out and stood on a high platform. She saw elves and dwarfs walking toward the center of Elvander. Martin Longbow was with them, and some humans were there too. Their clothes showed they came from another land. Aglarana gasped and put her hands to her mouth. In the center of the group walked Thomas. Beside him was a young boy looking with wide eyes at the beauty of Elvander. Aglarana could not move. She was afraid it was only a dream born from hope.
Time passed quickly as she waited. Then Thomas stood in front of her. He left the boy and walked toward her. Martin took the boy's hand and led him away. The others followed him, leaving Thomas and the elf queen alone.
Tomas lifted his hand and touched her face gently. He looked at her with love, as he had the first time he saw her in Cryde. Then he slowly put his arms around her. He held her without speaking. She could feel the warmth of his love. After a while he whispered, "For every sad moment I gave you, my lady, I hope the gods will let me give you a year of happiness. I am yours again."
The elf queen said nothing. She only held him close. Her sadness was gone. Chapter 28. Emissary. The soldiers stood in long, quiet lines. They waited to walk through the rift into Midkemia. Officers moved along the rows, making sure everyone stayed calm and followed orders. Laurie wore the mask and robe of a red priest. He was surprised by how well the officers controlled their men. He thought the Tsarani way of following orders without question was very strange. Laurie and Kasumi walked quickly along the line. They moved toward the group waiting behind the one that was about to enter the rift. Laurie bent down so he would not look too tall. Just as they hoped, most of the soldiers did not look at the fake priest as he passed. When they reached the front, Kasumi joined the others. His younger brother was now a strike leader. He said nothing about his commander being late or about the priest beside him. After a long wait, the signal came. They stepped forward into the bright shimmer of the rift. Light flashed around them. They felt dizzy for a moment. Then they stepped out into soft Midkemian rain. Mist and light rain fell gently. The Tsarani soldiers, used to hot weather, pulled their cloaks around themselves. A staging officer talked briefly with Kasumi. Then the troops were ordered to march northeast and set up camp. Kasumi and Hokanu were told to meet the subcommander in the warlord's tent. The warlord was still in Kentasani, the holy city, preparing for the Imperial Games. The subcommander would explain their duties until he came back. They moved quickly to the front and started building the camp. When the command tent was ready, Laurie went inside with the Shinzawai brothers. They opened bundles with Midkemian clothes and weapons.
Kasumi said, "When we return from the meeting, we will eat. Tonight we will lead a patrol and try to move through the lines." Kasumi looked at his brother. "After we leave, Hakanu, you must hide what happened for as long as you can. When fighting starts, you can say we were lost to the enemy.
Hakuna nodded. We should go now, he said.
Kasumi looked at Lori.
Stay inside. We do not want any danger. You are the tallest priest I have ever seen.
Lori nodded. He sat on some cushions and waited.
The patrol moved quietly through the trees. The rain had stopped, but the air was colder now. Lori tried not to shake from the cold. He had lived many years in the hot lands of Kailuan, so the cold felt worse now. He thought about the new soldiers from Tsuranyuani. He wondered how they would feel when the first snow came. Maybe they would act calm, even if they were cold. Tsurani soldiers did not show their feelings about small problems like snow. They chose the North Pass. It was the largest way through the front and easier for them to pass unseen. They reached the top of the pass, and a guard let them go through. When they left the valley, they turned a little to the east. Past the hills and light woods was the road from Lama to Zun. After Lori and Kasumi left the patrol and reached the road, they would go to Zun. There they would buy horses and ride south. If they were lucky, they could reach Kronda in 2 weeks. They would change horses and then travel to Salada. From there they could take a ship to Rillanen. They ran at a steady pace that covered many miles. Lori ran beside Kasumi and could not believe how strong the soldiers were. They did not look tired, but Lori was. Hokanu gave a signal for the patrol to stop near a wide flat place by the woods.
Here we turn back to our patrol area, he said. We should not see any Tsurani soldiers now. Let us hope we do not meet kingdom soldiers either.
He raised his hand again, and they moved out. Lori and Kasumi were given backpacks and new clothes. They changed clothes quickly. Then they followed the road the patrol had taken. They stayed close, ready to use the patrol as cover if kingdom soldiers were near. They entered a small valley. The patrol had stopped because something was wrong ahead. The last man in the group lifted his hand to say be quiet. Lori and the others moved forward to see. Lori looked around, trying to find a way to escape if there was danger.
I thought I heard something, he said. But it has been quiet for a few minutes.
Then move forward, he said. We will wait here until you cross the open ground. Then we will follow.
He pointed to a wide flat place between them and a line of trees on the other side. The patrol began to cross the open land. When they reached the middle, the clouds moved, and the moonlight shone down.
Damn, they might as well carry lights now.
Suddenly the trees moved with noise and shouts. The ground shook. Riders came fast from the trees. They wore heavy metal armor and helmets. They pointed long lances at the surprised Tsurani soldiers. The Tsurani tried to form a line to fight, but it was too late. The riders hit them at full speed. Horses screamed. Men shouted. Many Tsurani fell. The riders passed through them, then turned at the end of the valley where Lori and Kasumi hid. They turned their horses again and charged once more. Less than half of the Tsurani were still alive. They ran to the west side of the valley where trees and a slope made it harder for the riders to charge. Lori touched Kasumi's arm and pointed to the right. He could see Kasumi wanted badly to go help his men, but he forced himself to stay quiet. Suddenly Kasumi started to run. He stayed low and moved close to the trees. Lori followed him and soon saw a small path going east. He took Kasumi's sleeve and pointed to the path. They turned away from the sound of battle and went down the path together. The next day, 2 travelers walked on the road to Zun. They both wore shirts, trousers, and cloaks that looked like wool. If someone looked closely, they would see the clothes were made from another material, not real wool. Their belts and boots were made from animal hide colored to look like leather. Their style of dress was from Midkemia, and they each carried a sword. One man looked like a minstrel because he had a lute on his back. The other looked like a soldier for hire. A normal person would never guess who they really were or know that they carried gems worth a fortune in their packs. A group of light cavalry rode past them going north.
Lori said, "Things have changed since I was last here. Those men in the forest were Royal Krondorian Lancers. The soldiers who just passed wore the colors of Quester's View. It looks like all the Western armies are coming together here. Something is happening. Maybe they know about your warlord's plan to attack."
Kasumi said, I do not know. But it does not look like things are calm anymore. So many troops here make me think my warlord may not win easily.
He was quiet for a while as they walked down the road. Then he said softly, I hope Hokanu reached the trees safely. It was the first time he spoke about his brother. Laurie did not know what to say. 2 days later, Laurie, a minstrel from Tyrsog, and Kenneth, a mercenary from the Vale of Dreams, sat inside the Green Cat Inn in Zun. They were very hungry and ate well, after 2 days of dry soldier food made from grain and fruit. Laurie had spent more than an hour talking with a dishonest gem trader. He tried to get a good price for some small stones. In the end, he sold them for 1/3 of what they were really worth.
He said, if he thinks the stones are stolen, he will not ask many questions.
Kasumi asked, why did you not sell all the gems?
Laurie said, your father gave us enough to live well for the rest of our lives. No trader in Zun has enough gold to pay for all of them. We will sell a few as we travel. They are easier to carry than gold.
When they finished eating, they paid and left the inn. Kasumi could hardly stop looking at all the metal he saw everywhere. In his world, such metal would be worth a fortune. Even the cost of 1 silver meal here could feed a Tsurani family for a year. They walked quickly along a busy street and headed toward the south gate. Near that place, they heard about a good horse trader who would sell animals and tack for a fair price. They found him quickly. He was a thin man with a sharp nose, named Brim. Laurie spent almost an hour talking and arguing with him about the price of 2 strong horses. When they left, Brim said they were cruel to take food from his poor, hungry children.
Laurie only smiled as they rode away.
When they passed through the gate to the road that led to Elith, Kasumi spoke.
Your land is very strange in many ways, she said. But when you argued with that merchant, it reminded me of home. Our traders speak more politely and never shout, but they do the same thing. Every one of them talks about his starving children.
Laurie laughed and pushed his horse forward. Soon they could no longer see the city behind them.
South of Quester's View, they met more troops on the road. This time they were soldiers of the kingdom and some helpers walking beside them, while their officers rode on horses. Laurie and Kasumi stopped to take off the tack and let their horses eat grass while the soldiers passed. Kasumi watched them with interest. The soldiers in red uniforms marched in straight lines. The helpers looked rougher, but they still moved with order. The wagons also moved well, and the drivers kept good distance between them. When the line passed, Kasumi said,
These soldiers are the best I have seen in your world, Laurie. The red ones look like real warriors. They march well. Even the others move like men who have fought before.
Laurie nodded. I know that flag, he said. They come from Shamata, in the Vale of Dreams. They have fought Kesha's soldiers many times, and they are very experienced. The others are mercenaries from the Vale. They are tough men and not gentle at all.
He began to put the saddles back on the horses.
They are a strong force, he said. Your countrymen will find them hard to fight.
When the horses were ready, Laurie and Kasumi got back on and continued their way. After some time, the road turned around the hills of Quester's View, and they could see the bitter sea. Laurie stopped and looked toward the water.
What is it? Kasumi asked.
Laurie lifted his hand to block the sun. Ships, he said. A whole fleet sailing north. He sat for a while watching. At last Kasumi could also see small white dots far on the blue sea.
Where are they going? Kasumi asked.
To Elith, Laurie said. Elith is the only big place north of here. They must be taking supplies for the war.
They kept riding. Both felt a strong need to hurry. Everything they saw showed that the war was getting worse. If they delayed too long, their mission might fail. 14 days later, they reached the northern gate of Kronda. As they passed through, several guards in black and gold looked at them with suspicion. When they were far enough away so the guards could not hear, Laurie said, "Those are not the prince's soldiers."
The flag of Bastira is flying over Kronda.
They rode slowly for a moment.
Kasumi asked, What does that mean?
I don't know, Laurie said. But I think I know where we can find out.
They went through streets with warehouses and shops on each side. They could hear sounds from the docks, but this area was mostly quiet.
Strange, Laurie said. This part of the city is usually very busy now.
Kasumi looked around. He did not know what he expected to see. To him, Midkemian cities looked small and dirty compared to cities in the Empire. Still, something felt wrong here. Zun and Elith had been full of people at midday, soldiers, traders, and townsfolk, though both were smaller than Kronda. Now the big city felt empty and tense. Kasumi started to feel uneasy. They entered an older part of the city. This place looked worse than the warehouse district. The streets were narrow. Tall buildings stood very close together. Dark shadows filled the corners even at noon. A few traders and women walked by quickly and quietly. Everyone looked careful and afraid. Laurie led Kasumi to a gate. Behind it, they could see the top of a 3-story building. Laurie leaned from his saddle and pulled the bell rope. No one came. He pulled again. After a moment, a small window in the door opened. 2 eyes looked out. A voice asked, "What do you want?"
Laurie spoke firmly. Lucas, is that you? Why can't travelers come inside anymore?
The eyes opened wider. Then the window closed and the gate creaked open. A tall, thin man stepped out and pushed the gate wider.
"Laurie, you rascal," he said. "It's been 6 years.
They rode in. Laurie was surprised at how poor the place looked. There was an old stable to one side. Across from the gate hung a faded sign showing a parrot with many colors and open wings. They heard the gate shut behind them.
Lucas, the tall man with gray hair, said, "You need to take care of your horses yourselves. I'm here alone. I must get back to the common room before my guests take everything. Come inside after that. We can talk there."
He walked away, and Laurie and Kasumi were left with their horses. They took off the saddles.
Laurie said quietly, "I don't understand what's happening here. The Rainbow Parrot was not special, but it used to be one of the best taverns in this poor part of the city." He patted his horse. "If there is any place where we can learn the truth about Kronda, it's here."
And one thing I have learned from many years of traveling in the kingdom is this. When the gate guards watch travelers too closely, it is better to stay somewhere they do not often go. In the poor quarter, you can be attacked easily, but guards almost never come there. And if they do come, the man who tried to attack you may even hide you until they leave.
"And then he will try again," Laurie said with a laugh.
"You learn fast," she added.
When the horses were cared for, the 2 travelers carried their saddles and bags into the inn. Inside, they saw a dark room with little light. A long bar stood along the back wall. A big fireplace was on the left. On the right was a stairway going up. Only a few tables were taken, and the rest were empty. The people in the room looked at the new guests for a moment, then went back to their drinks and quiet talk. Laurie and Kasumi walked to the bar. Lucas was there, cleaning some wine cups with a dirty cloth. They dropped their packs by their feet.
Laurie said, "Do you have any Keshian wine?"
Lucas said, "A little, but it costs much. There has been almost no trade with Kesh since the trouble began."
Laurie looked at him, thinking.
"Then 2 ales," she said.
Lucas poured 2 big mugs of ale and said, "It is good to see you, Laurie. I have missed your soft voice."
Laurie smiled. "That is not what you said last time. I remember you said my voice was like a cat making noise before a fight."
They both laughed.
Lucas said, "Times are hard now. I feel kinder toward old friends. There are not many left."
He looked at Kasumi with meaning.
Laurie said, "This is Kenneth, my good friend, Lucas."
Lucas looked at the man for a moment, then smiled. "Laurie's word means much to me. Welcome," he said.
He held out his hand. Kasumi shook it, as people do in the kingdom.
"I thank you for your welcome," Kasumi said.
Lucas frowned a little when he heard Kasumi's accent.
"An outlander?" he asked.
"From the Vale of Dreams," said Kasumi.
"The kingdom side," added Laurie.
Lucas looked carefully at the fighter. After a short while, he lifted his shoulders.
"It does not matter to me," he said, "but be careful. These are suspicious times, and people do not trust strangers. Choose your words with care. People say that Kesha's soldiers are ready to move north again, and you are almost Keshian yourself.
Kasumi wanted to answer, but Lori spoke first.
Is there going to be trouble with Kesh? He asked.
Lucas shook his head. I do not know, he said. There are more stories in the market than a beggar has sores. His voice became quiet. 2 weeks ago, traders came with news. They said the empire of Great Kesh is fighting again far to the south. They are trying to take back their old lands in the Confederacy. He smiled a little. So things should stay calm here for a while. They learned long ago that fighting 2 wars at the same time is foolish. They lost Bosania before and still could not win against the Confederacy.
Lori said, we have traveled a long way and heard little news. Why is Bastira's flag flying over Kronda?
Lucas quickly looked around the room. The people drinking seemed not to notice them, but Lucas raised a hand to stop them from talking.
I will show you a room, he said loudly.
Lori and Kasumi were surprised but said nothing. They picked up their things and followed Lucas upstairs. He led them into a small room with 2 beds and a small table. When he closed the door, he said quietly, I trust you, Lori, so I will not ask questions.
But things have changed a lot since you were here last time. Even in the poor quarter, the Viceroy has many spies. Batira controls the city completely. It is dangerous to speak before checking who is listening. Lucas sat on one of the beds. Lori and Kasumi sat across from him. Then Lucas went on speaking. When Batira came to Krondor, he brought the king's order that made him ruler of the city with full power. Prince Erland and his family are locked inside the palace. Guy calls it protective custody. After that, he ruled the city with a hard hand. Groups of soldiers went to the harbor and forced men to join Lord Jessup's fleet. Many women and children do not know what happened to their fathers or husbands. Now, anyone who speaks against the Viceroy or the king disappears. Guy has secret police everywhere, listening behind doors. He looked tired. Taxes go up every year to pay for the war, he said. Trade is dying except for selling goods to the army, and people get paid with useless papers instead of coins. Life is hard. The Viceroy does nothing to help. Food is short, and prices are high. Many farmers lost their land because they could not pay taxes. Their fields are empty because no one works them. Now those farmers come into the city, and there are too many people here.
Most of the young men have been taken into the army or the navy. Be careful so the guards do not catch you for any reason. Watch out for the press gangs too.
Still, Lucas said with a laugh, things were very busy here when Prince Arutha came to Krondor.
Borik's son? He came to the city, asked Lori.
Lucas's eyes looked happy.
Not anymore, he said. He laughed again. Last winter, the prince came sailing into Krondor. He must have crossed the Straits of Darkness in winter, or he could not have arrived then. He then told them quickly about how Arutha and Anita escaped.
Did they go back to Krydi? Lori asked.
Lucas nodded. A trader came from Kars a week ago with many stories. He said some Serani were causing trouble near Jonril, and the Prince of Krydi was ready to help if needed. So Arutha must be back home.
Lori said, Guy must have been very angry when he heard that.
Lucas stopped smiling. Yes, he was, Lori, he said. He put Prince Erland in the dungeon to make him agree to let Guy marry Anita. He kept him locked up even after Anita escaped. Guy thought she would return when she heard her father was in a cold cell, but she did not. Now people say Prince Erland is close to death from the chill. That is why the city feels uneasy. No one knows what will happen if Erland dies. People like him, and there may be trouble.
Lori looked at Lucas, asking something with his eyes. Lucas shook his head.
There will not be a rebellion, he said. We are too tired. But some of Guy's guards may not come when called. It will be hard to get supplies to the soldiers and the palace. And I would not want to be the Viceroy's tax collector in the poor quarter next time.
Lori thought for a moment. We are going east, he said. What are the roads like?
Lucas shook his head slowly. People still travel, he said. After Darkmoor, the road should be fine. We hear that things in the east are almost like before. Still, move carefully.
Kasumi asked, will we have trouble leaving the city?
Lucas answered, the north gate is best. It does not have many guards, as always. If you pay a small fee, the mockers can help you pass safely.
Mockers? Asked the fighter.
Lucas raised his eyebrows. You are from very far away, he said. They are the Guild of Thieves. They still control the poor quarter. Their leader, the upright man, still has power with traders and merchants near the docks. The warehouse area is their second home after the poor quarter. If you have trouble at the gate, they can help you leave.
We will remember that, Lucas, Laurie said. What about your family? I have not seen them.
Lucas looked sad and tired. My wife died of fever a year ago, he said quietly. My sons are both in the army. I have not heard from them for a year. The last news was that they were in the north with Lords Boric and Brookle. The city is full of soldiers from the war, he went on. You can see them everywhere. Many have lost arms or legs, or cannot see, but they still wear their old uniforms. It is a sad sight. He looked far away for a moment. I just hope my boys do not end up like that.
Laurie and Kasumi said nothing. Lucas stopped thinking and looked at them.
I must go downstairs now, he said. Supper will be ready in 4 hours. It will not be as good as before. Before leaving, the innkeeper said, if you need to speak with the mockers, tell me.
When he was gone, Kasumi spoke quietly. It is hard to love your country, Laurie, and still think war is beautiful.
Laurie nodded.
The warehouse was dark and smelled old. Only Laurie, Kasumi, and 2 new horses were inside. They had slept at the Rainbow Parrot the night before. They had paid a lot of money for new horses and had tried to leave the city. At the gates, Bastira's guards had stopped them. The guards did not want to let them leave peacefully. Laurie and Kasumi ran away, and a wild chase began through the streets. They had lost the guards in the poor quarter and returned to the Rainbow Parrot. Lucas had sent a message to the upright man. Now they waited for a thief to help them escape from the city. A sharp whistle broke the quiet. Laurie and Kasumi quickly pulled out their swords. A high laugh came from above, and a small person jumped down. It was too dark to see clearly, but Laurie thought the visitor had been hiding in the rafters. The person stepped closer. In the dim light, they saw he was a boy, not older than 13.
There's a party at Mother's, the boy said.
And everyone will have fun, Laurie answered.
You are the travelers, aren't you? The boy asked.
You are the guide? Kasumi asked with surprise.
The boy sounded proud. Yes, Jimmy the Hand is your guide. You won't find a better one in all of Kronder.
Laurie asked, what do we need to do?
First you must pay, Jimmy said. It costs 100 sovereigns each.
Laurie said nothing. He took out some little gems and gave them to the boy. Will these be enough? He asked.
The boy opened the warehouse door a little. Moonlight came through. He looked at the gems carefully and turned back to them.
These are good, he said. For another 100 you can have this.
He held out a small piece of paper. Laurie took it, but he could not read the words in the dark.
What is it? He asked.
Jimmy smiled. It is a royal paper. It allows you to travel on the King's Highway. Is it real? Laurie asked. Jimmy laughed. Of course. I stole it myself from a trader from Ludland this morning.
Done, said Laurie. The minstrel gave the boy another gem. When the gems were safe in the thief's pouch, he said, soon we will hear noise at the gate.
Some of the boys will act for the guards. When everyone is busy, we will go through.
He went back to the door and looked outside. He said nothing more. While they waited, Kasumi whispered, can we trust him?
Can we trust him?
No, Laurie answered softly. But we have no choice. If the upright man could earn more money by giving us to the guards, he might do it. But the mockers do not like the guards, and now they like them even less, Lucas said. So it is not very likely. Still, be careful.
Time passed very slowly. Then they heard shouting outside. Jimmy whistled sharply, and another whistle answered.
It's time, he said and ran out the door.
Lori and Kasumi took their horses and followed.
Stay close and move fast, Jimmy said as he walked ahead.
They turned around the corner and saw the north gate. A group of men were fighting. Many looked like sailors from the docks. The guards tried to stop them, but each time one pushed a man away. Another came from the shadows near the gate and joined the fight. Soon all the guards were busy controlling the brawl.
Now, Jimmy said. He ran from the building and the travelers followed.
They reached the wall next to the gatehouse. They stayed in the dark and moved quietly. The sound of the horses' steps was covered by the noise of the fight. When they were close to the gate, they saw one guard on the other side. They had not seen him before. Lori held Jimmy's shoulder.
We must stop him, he said.
Jimmy shook his head. No. If we use weapons, the guards will come here fast. Leave him to me. Jimmy ran to the guard.
The man lifted his spear and said, "Stop."
Jimmy kicked him hard in the leg above the boot. The guard cried out and looked at Jimmy angrily.
"Why, you little?"
Jimmy stuck out his tongue and started to run toward the docks. The guard chased him.
Lori and Kasumi went through the gate. Outside the city, they got on their horses quickly and rode away. As they rode away from Kronda, they still heard the noise of the fight behind them. They stopped for one day at Darkmoor, in a small inn in the town under the castle. They had spent 2 days in the hills and needed to let their horses rest before they traveled across the grasslands to Malak's Cross. The town was quiet and nothing special happened until the door of the inn opened. An old man in dirty brown clothes came inside. He was very thin and looked tired and weak from age. The innkeeper was cleaning cups when he looked up and said,
"What do you want?"
The old man spoke softly. "Please, sir, I would like a little food."
"Can you pay?" asked the innkeeper.
"I can use small spells to keep away rats if you have any, sir," said the man. "Maybe."
"Get out," shouted the innkeeper. "I have no food for beggars or magicians. If my milk goes bad, I will send my dogs after you."
The old man looked around the room. Lori touched Kasumi's arm. Kasumi looked surprised. He came from Tirani lands and was shocked to see a magician treated so badly. Lori's touch helped him become calm again. The old man turned slowly and left the inn. Lori stood up quickly and went to the innkeeper. He put some coins on the table and said,
Quick! Give me some cold meat, a loaf of bread, and a skin of wine.
The innkeeper looked surprised, but he saw the coins and did as Lori asked. When the food and wine were ready, Lori took them. He also grabbed a piece of cheese from a tray and ran outside. Kasumi looked very surprised, just like the innkeeper. Lori looked down the road and saw the old man walking with a stick in his hand. His back was straight as he walked. Lori ran to him and said,
Excuse me. I was in the inn a moment ago, and...
He held out the food and wine. He saw a change come to the old man's eyes as his pride slowly faded. "Why are you doing this, minstrel?" Lori asked.
I have a friend who is a magician, a special friend, he said. He helped me once, and now I want to repay him.
The magician accepted the answer and took the food. As the old man struggled with the heavy load, Lori quietly placed 2 gems into his empty belt pouch. There was enough there so the man would never go hungry again if he lived simply. "What is this magician's name?" the old man asked.
"Maybe I know him."
Milamba, Lori said.
The old man shook his head. "I have not heard that name. Where does he live?"
Lori looked to the west, where the sun was setting behind the hills. He spoke with strong feeling. Far from here, my friend. Very far from here.
The ship fought the waves as the crew worked to pull in the sails. Lori and Kasumi stood on the deck and watched the high towers of Rillanen as the ship came to the harbor.
"A wonderful city," said Kasumi, the former Tsurani officer. "It is not as big as the cities of my home, but it is so different. The tall stone towers and all the bright banners make it look like a city from a story.
Strange, said Laurie. Pug and I felt the same way when we first saw Jamar. I think it is because the cities are so different from each other.
They stood on the deck, feeling the cool wind and the warm sun. They both wore their best clothes, bought in Salada. They wanted to look proper at the royal court. They knew they would not see the king if they looked like poor travelers. The captain called for the last sails to be taken in. The ship moved beside the dock and stopped. Men on the quay caught the ropes and tied the ship fast. Soon Laurie and Kasumi walked down the gangway and entered the city. Rillanan, the great capital of the Kingdom of the Isles, was filled with color. Flags waved in the sunlight. But there was a tense feeling in the streets and markets. People spoke quietly, as if afraid that someone might hear them. Even the merchants sounded weak when they tried to sell their goods. It was almost noon. Without stopping for rooms, Laurie and Kasumi went straight to the palace. At the main gate, a guard officer in purple and gold stopped them. He asked what they wanted.
Laurie said, "We bring messages of great importance to the king. They are about the war."
The officer looked at them. They were well dressed and did not look like madmen or strange prophets, but they were not officials or soldiers either. So he made the usual choice of a man in his position. He decided to take them to someone with higher rank. A guard took them to the office of a helper to the royal chancellor. They waited there for 30 minutes before the man was ready to see them. When they entered his office, they saw the steward of the royal household. He was a small man with a round stomach and breathed with a soft wheeze.
"What business do you have here?" he asked. His voice showed that he did not think much of them.
"We bring news for the king about the war," Laurie said.
"Oh," the steward said with a short sniff. "Why are these messages not sent in the right military pouch?"
Kasumi looked impatient.
She said, "Let us speak with someone who can take us to the king."
The steward looked angry.
"I am Baron Grey," he said. "I am the one you must talk to. I could ask the guards to throw you out. The king cannot meet every person who only wants attention. You must convince me first, and you have not done that."
Kasumi stepped forward and took hold of the front of his tunic.
"I am Kasumi of the Shinzawai," he said. "My father is Komatsu, lord of the Shinzawai, and war leader of the Kanazawa clan. I will see your king."
Lord Grey's face turned pale. He tried to pull Kasumi's hand away and opened his mouth to speak. But he was too shocked and afraid to say anything. He only nodded again and again until Kasumi let him go. Brushing the front of his tunic, the man said, "The royal chancellor will hear of this at once."
He walked toward the door, and Laurie watched him carefully. Laurie thought the man might call the guards and treat them as dangerous strangers.
But Kasumi's calm manner made the man believe he was someone special.
A messenger left, and soon an older man came into the room. He said, "What is happening here?" "Your Grace," said the steward, "I think you should speak with these men and decide if His Majesty must see them." The older man looked at the visitors. "I am Duke Caldric, the Royal Chancellor," he said. "Why do you wish to see the king?"
Kasumi said, "I bring a message from the Emperor of Tsuranoani."
The king sat in a pavilion on a balcony above the harbor. Below the balcony, a river flowed past the palace. It had once been part of the palace's defense but now was only part of the city. Elegant bridges crossed the water, and people walked across them. King Roderick sat still and seemed to listen to Kasumi's words. He turned a golden ball in his hand while Kasumi gave the emperor's message of peace. When Kasumi finished speaking, the king said nothing for a long time. He seemed to think about what he had heard. Kasumi gave a group of papers to Duke Caldric and waited for the king's answer. After a moment Kasumi added, "Your Majesty, the Emperor's plans are written clearly here. You may read them later when you have time. I will wait for your reply." Still, the king was silent. The people around him looked uneasy. Kasumi was ready to speak again, but the king suddenly said, "It amuses me to watch my people moving around the city like tiny ants. I sometimes wonder what they think about, living their small, simple lives." He looked at the visitors and continued, "I could choose any one of them to die. From here, I could say to my guards, "Do you see that man in the blue hat? Cut off his head." They would obey me. That is because I am the king. Lori felt afraid. He realized the king had not listened to a single word Kasumi had said. Kasumi spoke softly in the Tsarani language. "If this mission fails, one of us must go home and tell my father." The king suddenly lifted his head. His eyes grew wide. He spoke in a shaking voice, "What is this?" Then he shouted, "I will not allow whispering." His face changed, full of anger and wildness. "You know they are always talking about me," the king said angrily. "They are not loyal. But I know who they are, and they will kneel before me. That man Keras did. I made him kneel before I had him hanged. I would have hanged his family too, but they ran away to Kesh." He looked closely at Kasumi. "You want to fool me with your strange story and your papers. Any fool can see your tricks. You are spies." Duke Caldric looked worried and tried to calm the king. The guards near them moved from foot to foot, feeling uneasy. The king pushed the duke away. His voice sounded wild. "You work for that traitor Boric. He and my uncle wanted to take my throne. But I stopped them. My uncle Erland is dead." He stopped, looking confused. "No, he is not dead. He is sick. That is why my good Duke Guy came from Bastira to rule Kronda until my uncle is well." His eyes cleared for a short moment. "I am not feeling well now. Please forgive me. I will talk to you again tomorrow." He stood up. After one step, he turned back to Lori and Kasumi. "What did you want to see me about?" "Oh yes, peace. Yes, peace is good. War is terrible. We must stop it. Then I can start building again. We must build again." A young page took the king by the arm and led him away.
The royal chancellor said, "Follow me and say nothing."
He hurried them through the palace. When they reached a room guarded by 2 soldiers, one soldier opened the door. Lori and Kasumi went inside. It was a bedroom with 2 large beds and a small table with chairs.
The chancellor said, "You came at a bad time. Our king is very sick, as you saw. I fear he will not live long. Maybe tomorrow he can understand your message better. Please stay here until we call for you. Food will be brought to you." He walked to the door and said, "Until tomorrow," before leaving.
A loud shout woke them in the night. Lori quickly got up and went to the window. He looked through the curtains and saw someone on the balcony below. It was King Roderick in his nightshirt, holding a sword and poking into the bushes. Lori opened the window as Kasumi came to stand beside him. They heard the king yelling, "Assassins! They are here!" Guards ran out and searched the bushes. Court pages went to bring the screaming king back to his room.
Kasumi said, "The gods have touched him. They must hate your country."
Lori said, "I do not think the gods did this, my friend. We need to find a way out of here. The king is too sick to make peace. We should go west and speak with Duke Boric."
Kasumi asked, "Can this duke stop the war?"
Lori picked up his tunic and said, "I hope so. If the lords can see the king act this way and do nothing, then we will have another war soon. Better to end one war before starting another."
They dressed quickly.
Lori said, "Let us hope we can find a ship in the morning. If the king closes the port, we cannot leave. Then we must swim."
As they gathered their things, the door opened. The royal chancellor came in. He stopped and saw them standing there with their clothes already on.
"Good," he said, closing the door quickly. "You are as clever as I hoped. The king has ordered that the spies be killed."
Lori looked shocked.
"He thinks we are spies."
Duke Caldric sat down in a chair by the table. He looked very tired.
"Who can know what the king thinks these days?" he said. "Some of us try to stop his worst ideas, but it gets harder every day. There is something wrong inside him. It is painful to see. Years ago, he was quick and wild, yes, but he had great dreams too. He could have made this land strong and great."
He looked down for a moment.
"Now, Many men at court use his fear for their own power. I think they will soon call me a traitor. Then I will die like the others.
Kasumi put on his sword belt. Why stay here, Your Grace? He asked. If this is true, why not come with us to Duke Boric?
The Duke looked at Kasumi. I am a noble of this land, he said. Roderick is my king. I must do what I can to keep him from hurting the kingdom, even if it costs my life. But I cannot fight my king or help those who do. I do not know what duty means in your world, but in mine, I must stay. He is my king.
Kasumi nodded. I understand, he said. If I were in your place, I would do the same. You are a brave man, Duke Caldric.
The Duke stood up slowly. I am only a very tired man, he said. The king takes strong drink only from my hand now. He fears poison from others. I gave him a drink to help him sleep. When he wakes, you should already be at sea. He might not remember you came, but someone will remind him soon. Do not stay here. Go straight to Lord Boric and tell him everything.
Laurie asked, Is Prince Erland really dead?
Yes, said the Duke. We heard the news 1 week ago. He was weak and sick, and the cold dungeon took his life. Now Boric is the heir to the throne. Roderick never married. He is too afraid of people. The future of the kingdom now depends on Boric. Tell him that.
They walked to the door. Before opening it, the Duke said, Tell Lord Boric that I will likely be dead when he comes to Rillanan. That is better, perhaps, because I would have to fight anyone who raises arms against the king's banner. Before Laurie or Kasumi could answer, he opened the door. 2 guards stood outside. The Duke ordered them to take Laurie and Kasumi to the docks. The Royal Swallow is anchored in the harbour. Give this to the captain.
He held out a piece of paper to Laurie. It is a royal warrant. It tells him to take you to Salada. He gave Laurie another paper. This one tells all the army commanders to help you during your travel.
They shook hands. Then the 2 messengers followed the guards down the hall. Laurie looked back at Caldric as they left. The old Duke stood bent and tired. His face showed worry, sadness, and fear. When Laurie lost sight of him, he thought that no amount of money could make him change places with that man. The horses were covered in sweat. The riders whipped them up the hill. They were almost at the end of their long journey to Lord Boric. It had started more than a month before, and now they could see the end. The Royal Swallow had carried them quickly to Salada. There, they went west at once. They had slept very little. They traded for new horses or took them from royal patrols when they could, using the royal warrant from Caldric. Laurie thought they had probably travelled faster than anyone had ever done before. Many times since leaving Zun, soldiers had stopped them. Each time they showed the Chancellor's warrant and were allowed to pass. Now they were close to the Duke's camp. The Turani warlord had started a large attack. The kingdom's army had held their ground for a week. Then they fell back when 10,000 new Turani soldiers came through their lines. The fighting had been hard for 3 days. Then the kingdom army had to run. When the battle ended, a great part of the front line was lost. The Turani had built a strong position near the North Pass. Now the elves and dwarfs, and the castles on the far coast, were cut off from the main army. They could not send or get any messages. The pigeons used for carrying messages had been killed when the old camp was taken. No one knew what was happening on the other battlefronts. The western armies were trying to gather again. It took Laurie and Kasumi a long time to find the main camp. When they rode to the command tent, they saw clear signs of a great loss. It was the worst defeat of the war for the kingdom. Everywhere they looked, men were wounded or sick. The ones not hurt looked hopeless. A guard checked their warrant and sent another soldier to lead them to the Duke's tent. They reached the big tent. A servant took their horses while the guard went inside. Soon a tall young man came out. He had a blonde beard and wore the tabard of Cry-D. Behind him came a short man with a grey beard, wearing a magician's robe, and another man, large, with a scar on his face. Laurie guessed these might be Pug's old friends. But then he turned his attention to the young officer who stopped before him.
I bring a message to Lord Boric.
The young man gave a sad smile. You can give me the message. I am Liam, his son.
Laurie said, I mean no disrespect, Highness. But I must speak to the Duke himself. Duke Caldric told me to give it to him in person.
When Liam heard Caldric's name, he looked at his companions. Then he moved the tent flap aside. Laurie and Kasumi went inside, and the others followed. A small fire burned in a metal pot. A large table stood nearby with many maps spread out on top. Liam led them to another part of the big tent. A curtain separated this place from the rest. He pulled the curtain back, and they saw a man lying on a small bed. The man was tall, with dark hair that had grey lines in it. His face looked pale and tired. His lips were almost blue. He breathed hard, and every breath made a rough sound. He wore clean bed clothes, but white bandages showed under his loose collar. Liam closed the curtain again when another man came into the tent. The new man was old, with almost white hair, but he still stood tall and strong. He spoke softly.
What is this? He asked.
Liam said, These men bring messages for father from Caldric.
The old man held out his hand. Give them to me, he said.
Laurie waited a moment.
Then the man said sharply, Come on, man, I am Bruchel. With Boric hurt, I command the armies of the West.
Laurie said, I have no letter, Your Grace. Duke Caldric asked me to bring my friend. This is Kasumi of the Shinzawai. He comes from the Emperor of Tsuranyuani with an offer of peace for the king.
Liam said, Will there be peace at last?
Laurie shook his head. No, he said sadly. The Duke told me to say this too. The king has gone mad, and the Duke of Bastira has killed Prince Erland. The Duke thinks only Lord Boric can save the kingdom.
Bruchel looked shocked by the news. He spoke quietly to Liam. Now we know the stories are true. Erland was Guy's prisoner. Erland dead. I can hardly believe it. After a short silence, he said, Liam, I know you are thinking of your father now. But you must also think about this. Your father is near death. You will soon be Duke of Crydee. And because Erland is dead, you are also next in line to be king. Bruchel sat down heavily on a stool near the map table. This is a big duty for you, Liam, he said. People in the West will look to you for guidance, as they once did with your father. If there was ever friendship between the two realms, it is almost gone now. Guy sits on the throne in Cronda, and everyone can see that Bastira wants to be king. A mad King Roderick cannot rule for long. He looked straight at Liam. You will soon have to choose what we in the West will do. Your choice may bring civil war.
29 Decision. The holy city looked very bright and happy. Colorful flags hung from tall buildings. People stood along the streets and threw flowers in front of the nobles. The nobles were carried on high chairs to the stadium. It was a day of great celebration. Who could feel sad on such a day? But one man did not feel happy. He came into the pattern room of the stadium. A soft sound of a chime showed that a great one of Tsuranyuani had arrived. Milamber stopped thinking about his worries for a moment as he left the room. He was near the main hall of the Grand Imperial Stadium. Many Tsurani nobles were there waiting for the games to start. They stepped aside to let Milamber walk through the archway to the magician seats. Glancing around at the group of black-robed magicians, he saw Shimoni and Hotchapipa waiting for him. They waved when he came closer. He walked between the sections for the magicians and the Imperial Party to join them. Down on the arena floor, small people from Tsuba, the land across the Sea of Blood, were fighting large insect-like creatures. These insects looked like Chojay but were not smart. The fighters used wooden swords, and the insects only gave light bites. The fight looked funny, not dangerous. The common people and small nobles laughed and enjoyed it. These shows helped pass the time while the important people arrived. In Tsuranyuani, being late was seen as polite for high-ranking people.
Shimoni said, You came late, Milamber. You missed a very good match.
Milamber said, I thought the Real fighting was not starting yet.
Hotchapipa was eating nuts cooked in sweet oil.
He said, "True, but our friend Shimoni loves these games."
Shimoni said, "Some young officers from noble families fought with training weapons. They stopped at first blood to show their skills and earn honor for their clans."
Hakapipa added, "And there was a lot of betting, too."
Shimoni ignored him and said, "The sons of the Oranauma and the Kida families fought. It was the best fight I have seen in years."
While Shimoni talked, Milamba looked around the arena. He saw the banners of the Kida, Minwanabi, Oksatukan, Zacatecas, Anasati, and other great families. He noticed the Shinzawai banner was missing and wondered why.
Hakapipa said, "You look very thoughtful, Milamba."
Milamba nodded. He said, "Before I left for the festival, I got news that the High Council talked about changing land taxes and ending debt slavery. The message came from the Lord of the Tuklamekla. At first, I did not know why he sent it. Then I saw he thanked me for the ideas behind the reforms. I was shocked."
Shimoni laughed. "If you were this slow when you were a student, you would still wear the white robe," he said.
Milamba looked confused.
Hakapipa said, "You always talk in the assembly about problems in our society. Now you are surprised that someone listened?"
Milamba said, "I spoke to magicians only. My words were not for people outside the assembly."
Hakapipa said, "That is strange. Someone in the assembly must have talked to a friend who was not a magician."
Shimoni asked, "How did the Hunzen clan end up putting your name on these reforms?"
Milamba looked uneasy. His friends were clearly enjoying his discomfort.
He said, "One of the young artists painting murals in my home is the son of the Tuklamekla. We talked about Sarani and kingdom ways and values, but only while speaking about art styles."
Hakapipa looked up to the sky as if asking for help. He said, "When I heard the Party for Progress, ruled by the Hunzen clan and the Tuklamekla family, said you were their inspiration, I could not believe it. Now I see your ideas are behind every new trouble in the empire." He looked at Milamba as if serious and said, "Tell me, is it true the Party for Progress will change its name to the Party of Milamba?"
Shimoni laughed, and Milamba gave Hakapipa a cold look.
Katala thinks it is funny when I get upset about things like this, Hocho, Milamba said.
"You may think it is funny too, but I want everyone to know that I did not plan for this to happen. I only gave some ideas and thoughts. What the Hunzen clan and the Party for Progress do with them is their choice, not mine." "You are a well-known man," Hakapipa said. "If you do not want this kind of thing to happen, you should say nothing at all."
Shimoni laughed, and Milamba also started to laugh.
"All right, Hocho," Milamba said. "I will take the blame. Still, I am not sure if the empire is ready for the changes I think are needed."
We have heard your ideas before, Milamba, Shimoni said, but today is not the right time to talk about them. Let us do what we came here to do. Many in the assembly do not like your talk. They think it is too political. I like your ideas because they are new and different, but remember, you are making enemies."
Trumpets and drums sounded. They showed that the Imperial Party was coming and stopped the talk. The Tsubar people and the insect-like beings were moved away from the arena by their handlers. When the field was empty, the workers came with rakes to make the sand smooth again. The trumpets sounded once more. Then the people who went first in the Imperial parade walked in. They wore white and carried long, curved trumpets made from the horns of a big animal. The horns curved around their shoulders and pointed up above their heads. Behind them came the drummers who played a steady beat. When they stood in front of the Imperial box, the warlord's honor guard entered. They wore armor and helmets made of light-colored Nidra hide. Gold lines shone brightly on their armor in the sunlight. Milamba heard Hakapipa whisper that it was a waste of such fine gold. When everyone was in place, a herald called out, "Almecho, warlord!" The crowd stood up and cheered loudly. With him came his group of followers, some dressed in black robes. They were the warlord's magicians, the ones the assembly called his pets. The main ones were two brothers named Elgahar and Ergaran. Then the herald shouted, "Ichinda! Emperor for the 91st time!" The crowd cheered even louder when the young emperor, called the Light of Heaven, appeared. He walked with priests from all 20 orders beside him. The people shouted and clapped for a long time. Milamber watched and thought if the love of the people would still protect the emperor if he ever had a fight with the warlord. The Tsarani people loved their old ways, but Milamber felt sure the warlord would not easily give up his power if the emperor told him to step down. That had never happened before in history. As the crowd became quiet, Shimoni said, "It seems, my friend Milamber, that the holy life is not good for the Light of Heaven." I do not blame him. It must be hard to sit all day with only priests and pretty girls who cannot talk about anything interesting. It must be very boring.
Milamber laughed. "I think most men would not agree," he said.
Shimoni smiled. "I often forget that you were not young when you began your training," he said. "And you have a wife too."
When he spoke of wives, Hochapipa looked uncomfortable.
He said quickly, "The warlord is going to speak."
Almeko stood and lifted his hands for silence. When everyone stopped talking, he said in a loud voice, "The gods are kind to Tsuranawani. I bring news of a great victory. Our warriors have defeated the strongest army of the people from the other world. Soon all their lands will belong to the Light of Heaven." He turned and bowed deeply to the emperor.
Milamber felt a sudden pain in his chest. He started to stand, but Hochapipa caught his arm and whispered, "You are Tsurani." Milamber took a deep breath and sat down again. "Thank you, Hocho," he said softly. "I almost forgot myself."
"Be quiet," said Hochapipa.
They looked again toward the warlord.
"And to show our love for the Light of Heaven," he said, "we give these games to him in honor."
Everyone in the stadium cheered loudly, then the warlord sat down.
Milamber spoke softly. "The emperor does not look very happy about this news," he said.
Hochapipa and Shimoni both looked at the emperor. He sat still with no change in his face. Hochapipa said, "He hides his feelings well, but I think you are right. Something about this makes him uneasy."
Milamber did not answer. He knew the reason. This victory would make peace harder and give the warlord more power than the emperor. Shimoni touched Milamber's shoulder.
"The games are starting," he said.
The big doors opened, and the fighters came into the arena. Milamber watched the emperor. He was young, maybe around 20 years old. He looked wise. He had a high forehead and red-brown hair that came down to his shoulders. He turned to speak to a priest beside him, and Milamber saw his clear green eyes shine in the sunlight. For a moment their eyes met. Milamber felt that the emperor knew who he was and what part he played in his plans. The emperor went on talking as if nothing had happened. No one else noticed the look between them.
Hochapipa said quietly, "This is a mercy fight. They will keep fighting until only one man is left standing.
He will be forgiven for what he did."
"What did they do?" Milamber asked.
Shimoni answered. "Small crimes. Things like stealing, begging without permission, lying, not paying taxes, and refusing to follow orders."
Milamber asked, "What about serious crimes?"
Shimoni said, "Murder, treason, speaking against the gods, or hitting your master. These crimes cannot be forgiven." He spoke louder so the crowd could hear. "People who did those things are put with war prisoners who will not serve as slaves. They must fight again and again until they die."
A group of soldiers left the fighting area and walked away, leaving the prisoners in the sand.
Hochapipa said, "They are common criminals. This will not be exciting to watch."
He was right. The prisoners looked very sad. They wore only small pieces of cloth. They had weapons and shields they did not know how to use. Many looked old and sick. They seemed lost and did not understand what was happening. At the end, 3 fighters were still in the arena. 2 of them were tired and still fighting each other. The third man moved slowly between them, trying to find a chance to win. He saw it after a few seconds. He used both a knife and a sword. He jumped forward and hit one man on the head, and that man fell to the ground.
Shimoni said, "That fool! Did he not see that the other man is stronger? He should have waited until one man was winning, then attacked him. Then the weaker one could keep fighting."
Milamber felt uneasy. Shimoni had been his teacher and was his close friend after Hochapipa. But even with all his learning, Shimoni wanted to see blood like a simple man from the streets. Milamber could never enjoy seeing people die as the Tsarani did.
He looked at Shimoni and said, "I think he was too busy fighting to think about good tactics."
Shimoni did not understand the joke. He was still watching the fighters. Milamber saw that Hochapipa was not watching the fight at all. Hochapipa was listening to people in the seats around him. He used these games to learn more about the politics of the council. Milamber thought Hochapipa's lack of care for the fighters was as strange as Shimoni's excitement. The fight ended soon. The man with the knife won. The crowd cheered loudly. They threw coins on the sand. That way the winner could leave with some money. As workers cleaned the arena, Shimoni spoke to a herald. He asked about the rest of the day's events. He turned back to his friends. He looked very happy with the news.
There are only a few matched pairs, then 2 special matches, a team of prisoners against a starving Herulf, and a match between some soldiers from Midkemia and captured Thural warriors. That should prove most interesting.
Milamber's face showed that he did not agree. He waited a moment, then asked, "Hocho, have you seen anyone from the Shinzawai family here?" He looked around the large stadium, trying to find the banners of the big houses of the empire.
Minwanabe, Anasati, Tanmargu, Zacatecas, Akama. Hocho shook his head. "No, Milamber. I do not see any of your old friends here. I did not expect them to come."
"Why?" Milamber asked.
"They have made the warlord angry," Hocho explained. "They failed to finish a task he gave them. I heard people say they are no longer trusted, even though their clan has joined the war again. The Kanazawai live in the past, and the Shinzawai are very old-fashioned."
The games went on through the afternoon. Each fight looked more skillful than the last. When the pairs were finished, everyone grew quiet. The crowd waited for the next match, which was very strange. 20 fighters came into the middle of the arena. They were big men, clearly from Midkemia. They carried ropes, nets with weights, spears, and long curved knives. They wore only small cloths around their waists. Their skin shone with oil in the late afternoon sun. They looked calm, but real soldiers could see they were tense and ready for battle. Then the large double doors on the far side opened. A huge 6-legged creature came slowly into the arena. It had long teeth and sharp claws. Its hard skin looked like armor. It was almost as big as an elephant. The Herulf stopped for a moment, blinked in the light, and then ran toward the men. The fighters quickly moved apart to confuse it. The creature focused on one unlucky man. In only a few steps it reached him, stepped on him, and ate him. The other men moved behind the creature and threw their nets. The big animal turned faster than anyone expected and attacked again. This time the men waited until the last second. They threw their nets and jumped away. The nets had small hooks that caught in the thick skin of the beast. It became trapped for a moment and started to tear the nets apart. The spearman ran forward to attack while the creature was busy. The Herulf looked confused because it did not know where the attack came from. The spears did not work. They could not go through the thick skin of the beast. One man saw it was useless to keep trying this way. He pulled another man and pointed to the back of the creature. They ran toward the tail. The tail moved from side to side with great force. It was as strong as a heavy hammer. The 2 men spoke quickly, then dropped their spears. The creature chose its target. It moved fast and caught a man in its mouth. It became still for a short moment while it swallowed him. The 2 men at the back jumped and climbed onto the tail. The Herulf did not feel them at first. Then it turned suddenly and threw one man into the air. The creature turned around and went to eat the man who had fallen. The other man held on tightly to the tail. While the creature ate, he climbed higher toward its back legs. He reached the place where the tail joined the body. He raised his knife and pushed it hard between 2 bones. It was a brave and dangerous act. The crowd in the stadium shouted loudly. The The knife went through the hard skin and into the spine. The creature roared in anger and began to spin around. It tried to throw off the man, but then its back legs fell down. The Herulf stood still for a moment, confused. The front legs pulled, but the back legs no longer moved. 2 times it tried to bite the man who hurt it, but it could not reach him. He pulled the knife out and crawled forward along its back. The other fighters ran in and out to keep the creature busy. 3 times he almost fell, but each time he managed to stay on the creature's back. When he reached the middle of the creature's body, he pushed his knife into its back. The middle leg stopped moving, and the man fell off the creature. The Herulf gave a loud cry of anger and pain, but it could not move anymore. The fighters stepped back and waited. 2 hard blows were enough, because a few minutes later the Herulf fell over in shock. It moved its front legs for a short time, then lay still. The crowd shouted with excitement because they had never seen fighters win against a Herulf without losing many men. This time only 3 had died. The fighters stood around, too tired to hold their weapons. The battle had taken less than 10 minutes, but it had used all their strength. They were wet with sweat and full of fear. They walked slowly and tiredly toward the gate, hardly noticing the crowd's cheering. Only the man who had used the knife showed any feeling. He was crying as he walked across the sand.
"Why is that man so sad?" asked Shimoni. "It was a great win."
Milamber spoke quietly.
"He is tired and afraid," he said. "He feels sick from it." Then he added softly, "And he is very far from home." He swallowed and looked angry but tried to stay calm. "He knows it means nothing," he said. "Again and again he will fight here. He will fight other creatures, other men, maybe even his friends from his country. One day he will die."
Hochapipa looked at Milamber, and Shimoni seemed puzzled.
Milamber said, "I could have been one of those fighters. They are men too. They had families and homes. They loved and laughed. Now they wait to die."
Hochapipa moved his hand and said, "Milamber, you always take things too seriously."
Milamber felt upset and angry after watching the fight, but he forced himself to stay calm. He decided he would not leave. He would beat Tsurani. The sand was cleaned, and the trumpet sounded again. This was the final fight of the afternoon. 12 proud warriors came out from one side of the arena. They wore leather clothing for battle, wristbands with metal studs, and colorful feather headdresses. They walked with strong steps into the arena. Milamber had never seen people like them before, but he knew their clothes from his vision on the tower. They were the children of the proud serpent riders, called the Thural. Each one looked serious and strong. From the other side, 12 warriors came out. They wore bright copies of Midkemian armor. Their real armor was too valuable and not colorful enough for the show, so Tsurani workers made fancy imitations. The Thural watched them with cold, proud faces. Among all the races of people, only the Thural had stayed free from the Empire. They were the best mountain fighters in all Keiluan. Their homes and farms high in the mountains were impossible to take. They had kept the Empire away for many years until peace was made. The Thural were tall because they had not mixed with the shorter people of Keiluan, whom they thought were weak. The trumpet sounded again. The crowd became quiet. These soldiers of the Thural Confederacy broke their treaty with the Empire. They made war on the Emperor's men. Their own people cast them out and named them outlaws. Now they must fight the captives from the world of Midkemia. All will fight until one man is left standing. The crowd cheered. The trumpets called again. The fighters took their places. The Midkemians bent low, ready to fight. The Thural stood tall, proud, and calm. One Thural walked forward and stopped before the nearest Midkemian. He spoke quickly in a hard voice and pointed around the arena. Milamber felt heat and anger grow inside him. He also felt shame for what he saw. He remembered that there were games in Midkemia, but those were not like this. In Kronda and other cities, fighters worked for money and only fought until one man was lightly hurt. A true fight to the death was very rare and only happened after other ways of solving a problem had failed. But what he saw now was different. It was people dying only to amuse others who were bored and rich. Milamber looked around and felt sick when he saw the happy faces in the crowd. The Thural warrior kept shouting. The Midkemians watched him. At first, they looked ready to fight. Then their bodies seemed to relax. The Thural pointed up at the crowd and spoke again. A tall Midkemian with wide shoulders stepped forward as if he wanted to speak. The Thural lifted his sword, ready to strike. Another Thural behind him said something in a calm voice. The first Thural lowered his sword a little. The Midkemian took off his helmet slowly. His face looked tired and thin, with wet black hair hanging down. He looked around the arena while the people whispered, upset by what was happening. Then he nodded once. He dropped his sword and shield. He said something to the other Midkemians. At once, they did the same. Soon all the weapons were lying on the ground. Milamber did not understand this.
This will end badly. The Thural will not fight their own kind, and now they will not fight the men from Midkemia either. I once saw 6 Thural refuse to fight each other after killing every enemy. When the guards tried to kill them, they fought back. Then archers on the walls had to shoot them. It was terrible. The crowd went wild, and the game's leader was torn apart. More than 100 people died.
Milamber felt some relief. At least Catala's people and his own would not have to kill each other. But then the crowd began to shout angrily. People booed at the fighters who refused to fight.
The warlord does not look pleased.
Milamber saw that the warlord looked very angry. The warlord's plan to show his power before the emperor was becoming a mess.
Almeko stood up slowly near the light of heaven and shouted, "Let the fighting begin!"
Large men ran into the arena with whips. They worked for the man who managed the games. They moved around the soldiers, who stood still, and began to strike them with the whips. Milamber felt sick when he saw this. He knew the pain of a whip from his time in the swamps. He felt every blow as if it touched him too. The crowd became unhappy. They did not want to watch men being punished. They started to yell and make angry noises. Some people threw trash and coins into the arena to show they did not like what was happening. One handler lost his patience. He walked to a Thural warrior and hit him on the face. The Thural suddenly jumped forward and pulled the whip away. He wrapped the whip around the handler's neck and began to choke him. The other handlers rushed to help their companion and struck the Thural again and again. The Thural started to shake and fell to his knees, but he did not let go. His armor turned red from all the blows. At last, the handler stopped moving. The Thural lost his strength and fell beside him. A Midkemian soldier moved next. He picked up a sword and quickly struck one of the handlers. Then all the Thural and Midkemian soldiers took weapons. In a short time, every handler was dead. After that, all the prisoners dropped their weapons on the ground at the same moment. Milamber tried to stay calm. He admired the men who had chosen death rather than fighting each other. Maybe some of them had once traveled with him on his old mission to find the rift machine. Outside, he looked cold and quiet like a Tsarani. Inside, he was full of anger.
Hakapipa whispered, "I think this is bad. Almeko wanted to look strong before the emperor, but now his plan has failed. He will not like that your old countryman refused to die for his show."
Milamber said, "This is not entertainment."
His voice was filled with anger. Hochapipa had never seen him look that way before.
Milamber stood halfway up and said, "And shame on all who enjoy such bloody sport."
Hochapipa caught his arm and pulled him back into his seat.
Milamber, control yourself, he said.
Milamber freed his arm and ignored him. They looked toward the imperial box. A guard captain was talking with the warlord. Milamber felt heat inside and wanted to use his magic to throw the warlord among the fighters below, just to see how he would fight for his own life.
Then Almeko's voice came loud and clear. "No, no, bowmen. Those animals will not die the death of warriors." He told one of his magicians to act. The man in black robes nodded and began to cast a spell.
Milamber felt the magic in the air. The crowd went quiet as the soldiers in the sand fell down, rolling and dizzy.
The warlord shouted again, "Now go and tie them. Build a platform and hang them for everyone to see."
For a moment, nobody spoke. Then people started shouting, "No, they are warriors. This is not honorable." Hochapipa closed his eyes and sighed. He spoke softly, almost to himself.
The warlord let his anger lead him again. Now we have a disaster. This will hurt him in the High Council and bring trouble to the Empire.
Like an angry animal, the warlord turned. Everyone near him became quiet. People farther away began to shout again. For the Tsarani, this was great shame. Only those without honor should be treated like this. The prisoners had stopped the crowd's game. They had shown they were still real fighters. Because of this, they should die with honor. Hochapipa looked at Milamba to speak. He stopped when he saw his friend's face. Milamba's anger was strong as the warlord's. Hochapipa felt afraid something bad was going to happen. He looked for Shimoni, but Shimoni was also staring at Milamba. Milamba's face looked hard and frightening.
Milamba, no, Hochapipa said quietly.
But Milamba had already started to move. He passed his shocked friend and said, "Take care of the emperor."
Milamba felt powerful feelings inside him. They had been hidden for many years. Now they came out like a storm. A clear thought came into his mind. I am not Tsarani, he told himself. I cannot join in this. For the first time since he became a magician, he felt calm inside. His two sides were now one. What he saw was shameful to both his peoples. He knew what he must do. There was no doubt in him anymore. Almost everyone in the crowd shouted, "The sword, the sword, the sword." They wanted the prisoners to die like warriors. The sound was heavy and strong, and Milamba felt his anger grow. He walked to a place between the magicians and the emperor's box. Below, soldiers and workers were rushing onto the arena floor. The Midkemian and Thural prisoners were being tied up like animals. The crowd's anger was turning wild. Some young officers looked ready to jump down with their swords. They wanted to fight for the prisoners' right to die with honor. They had fought these same men before in battle. They would fight them again in war, but they did not want to see brave men treated this way. Milamba felt dark anger and deep sadness inside him. His mind cried out in pain. He lifted his head, and his eyes turned upward. Then, like before in his life, he saw bright letters inside his mind. But now he was strong enough to act. He felt a fierce joy as power rose inside him. He lifted his right arm. Blue fire shot from his hand. The flame hit the sand near the warlord's guards. Men were thrown away like leaves in the wind. Workers carrying wood fell to their knees. People in the lower seat sat in silence, shocked by what they saw. The whole arena became still. Every eye turned to Milamba. People near him moved back in fear. His face was red with anger. His dark eyes looked around the arena.
He made a short hard motion with his hand and said, "No more."
No one moved except Hochapipa and Shimoni. They did not know what Milamba wanted. But after what he did, they obeyed him at once. They ran to the young emperor, who sat half shocked and half fascinated while watching the scene. They spoke quickly with Ichinda. Then, a moment later, the emperor's seat was empty.
Milamba turned his head when he heard a loud angry shout. "Who dares to do this?" someone cried.
It was the warlord, standing tall in his white armor. He looked like a furious god. His face showed the same anger that Milamba felt.
"I dare to do this," Milamba shouted. "This must stop. No more men will die for the amusement of others."
The warlord Omeko, ruler of the nations of Suranuani, shouted back, "By what right do you act like this?" The muscles in his neck stood out, and his body shook. Sweat ran down his face.
Milamba's voice was lower now. He spoke slowly, but his anger was clear. "I act by my own right," he said. Then he turned to a guard nearby. "Free the fighters on the floor. They are not slaves anymore."
The guard hesitated. Then his training told him to obey. "Your will, Great One," he said.
The warlord shouted, "You will not leave!" Everyone in the crowd gasped. No Great One had ever stood against a warlord before.
The guard stopped. Milamba spoke again through his anger. "My words are law. Go." The guard moved quickly. The warlord screamed again. "You are breaking the law. No one can free a slave." Milamber's anger rose. I can, he shouted. I stand outside your law.
The warlord stepped back as if hit by something unseen. He had never been defied like this before. No warlord in history had suffered such shame in front of the people. He was stunned and could not speak. Near the warlord, another magician jumped to his feet.
I call you a traitor and a false great one, he shouted. You want to break the warlord's power and bring trouble to the empire. Take back your words.
People around them quickly moved away. They did not want to be near the two magicians. Milamber looked at the warlord's favorite magician.
Do you wish to fight me with your magic? He asked.
The warlord looked at Milamber with hate in his eyes. He did not look away as he said, "Destroy him."
Milamber raised his arms and crossed his wrists. A soft golden light formed around him. The other magician threw a ball of blue fire, but it hit the gold light and did no harm. Milamber grew angry. He remembered 2 times before when great danger had made him use hidden power. Now he broke the last barrier inside himself. He understood his true strength. He was not only a black robe from one world. He was a master of the greater art, with the power of 2 worlds. The warlord's magician looked at him in fear. Milamber stood tall with shining eyes and shaking arms. He looked very strong and full of anger. Milamber clapped his hands over his head. Thunder rolled and shook the stadium. A stream of bright energy rose from his hands into the sky. It reached high, then spread like a roof across the stadium. The light was so bright that some people covered their eyes. Then the sky went dark, and the sun faded like a gray curtain covering it.
Milamber's voice was loud and clear. You have lived in cruelty for many years. Now you are judged. You are not innocent.
Some magicians disappeared from their seats. Many people ran away, but some stayed. They thought it was only another show. Others were too drunk or excited to understand the danger. Milamber moved his arm in a wide circle.
You who enjoy the pain of others, he said, now feel what it means to face destruction.
The crowd gasped. Milamber raised one hand high. Everything became silent. The wind stopped. When he spoke again, his voice was cold and strong. People felt fear in their hearts.
Tremble and despair, he said. I am power. A strange, high sound began. The air shook with magic. Wind. Milamber cried. A cold wind started to blow. It smelled bad and made people afraid. The wind grew stronger and colder. People cried as the cold touched their skin. Dark clouds formed above the stadium. The wind became so loud that no one could hear the screams anymore.
Nobles tried to run away, pushing and falling over each other. Some were knocked down or fell to the floor of the arena. Black clouds moved fast above, circling over Milamber's head. A strange light shone around him. He stood at the center of the storm, a dark and powerful figure. The wind screamed with great force. But Milamber's voice was louder.
Rain, he shouted.
Cold rain started to fall. The wind pushed it hard. Soon the rain grew stronger. It became heavy and fast. Then it turned into a big storm. Water hit the people below. It hurt them and made them fall. The strong rain felt unnatural and frightening. Some people ran to the tunnels. Others held each other in fear. The other magicians tried to stop the spell. They could not do it. They became too tired and fainted. No one had ever seen such strong magic before. Milamber showed everyone that he was a true master. He could control the power of nature itself. The magician who had fought Milamber fell back in his seat. He looked shocked. He blinked again and again, trying to understand what was happening. The warlord tried to stand against the storm. He wanted to stay on his feet. He did not want to show fear like the others. Milamber lowered one arm. Then he raised his hand again.
Fire, he shouted.
Everyone could hear his voice. The clouds started to burn. The sky filled with bright, terrible colors. Flames of many colors moved through the dark sky. Lightning cut across the clouds again and again. It looked as if the sky was giving a final warning to the world. People screamed in great fear. Then fire began to fall with the rain. Burning drops hit their arms, faces, and clothes. People cried out and tried to stop the fire. It burned their skin and would not go out. More magicians took their fainted friends and disappeared from the arena. Milamber stood alone in the magician section. The air smelled bad, full of smoke and fear. He crossed his arms and looked down.
Earth, he said.
Then a deep sound came from below. The ground under the stadium started to shake. It moved softly at first, then harder. The noise grew louder, like many big insects flying around the arena. The ground began to roll and jump. Milamber did not move. He stood calm, as if nothing touched him. The earth moved like water. People fell to the floor. The huge stadium shook from old power under the ground. Statues fell from their stands. The big gates broke apart and fell down. They crashed onto the sand and hurt people who could not move. Under the arena, wild animals became crazy from the shaking. They hit their cages until the doors broke. They ran out through the tunnels. They ran over the gates and into the open. They cried and roared under the fire from the sky. They were afraid and angry. They attacked the people lying on the sand. One man sat looking confused, touching the hot drops that fell from the air. Another man nearby was killed by a wild animal. The arena itself began to make a long sad sound. The old stones moved and scraped against each other as the ground kept shaking. Mortar from the old walls turned to dust in a moment. The great stadium broke apart. People cried for help, but the noise and wind took their voices away. The anger and power grew stronger, and the world looked ready to break. Milamber lifted his hands high above his head. He brought his palms together. A very loud sound of thunder came. Then everything stopped. The sky became clear and bright again. A soft wind came from the east. The ground was still and safe, and the fire was gone. It became very quiet. Then people who were hurt started to cry. Others who were afraid sobbed softly. The warlord stood there. His face was pale. Small burns marked his face and arms. He no longer looked strong or proud. He looked only afraid. His eyes were wide, and he tried to speak, but no sound came out. Milamber raised his hands again. The warlord stepped back and cried in fear. The magician clapped his hands, and at once he disappeared. The afternoon wind brought the smell of summer flowers. In the garden, Catala played a word game with William. She wanted both of them to learn the language of her husband's home. It was almost evening. They were far to the east of the holy city. The sun was going down, and long shadows filled the garden. Without the sound announcing Milamber's arrival, Catala was surprised when her husband appeared in the doorway. She stood up slowly because she felt something was wrong.
"Husband, what is it?" she asked.
William ran to his father.
Milamber said, "I will tell you everything later. We must take William and leave now."
William pulled on his father's black robe.
Papa, he cried.
Milamber lifted his son and hugged him tightly. "William, we are going on a journey to my homeland," he said. "You must be brave and not cry."
William pushed out his lower lip. He wanted to cry but tried to be strong. He nodded and held his tears.
"Netaha. Almarella." Milamber called.
Soon the two servants came into the garden. Netohar bowed. Almarella went quickly to Catala. Catala had wanted Almarella to come with them when Milamber brought his family from the Shinzawai estate. Almarella was like a sister to Catala and an aunt to William. She saw at once that something was wrong, and tears came to her eyes.
"You are leaving," she said softly.
Netohar looked at his master.
"Your orders, Great One," he asked.
Milamber said, "We are leaving. We must go. I am sorry."
Netohar accepted the news quietly, as Tirani usually did. But Almarella hugged Catala and cried.
Milamber said, "I want to make sure you both will be safe. I have already prepared some papers. When we are gone, you will find all my work in my study. On the top shelf, above my table, there is a parchment with a black seal. I am giving the estate to you, Netaha. Then he looked at Almarella. I know you and Netaha care for each other, he said. The same paper that gives Netaha the estate also gives you your freedom, Almarella. He will be a good husband for you.
Even the emperor cannot ignore a paper with a great one seal. So do not worry. Almarella looked shocked and happy at the same time. Her eyes showed thanks, but also sadness. She nodded slowly to show she understood. Milamber looked again at Netoha.
I am giving the lower pasture land to Xenothus the herdsman, he said. Take good care of everyone in this house, Netaha. In my study, you will find some papers with red wax seals. Burn them right away. Do not open them before they are burned. Send all my other works to Hakapipa of the assembly. Tell him they come with my deepest love and hope he finds them useful. He will know what to do.
Almarella hugged Catala again. Then she kissed William.
Netaha said, Hurry, girl. You are not the mistress of this house yet, and there is important work to do. The Hadanra started to bow, then stopped and said softly, Great One, I wish you well. He bowed deeply and went to the study. Milamber saw that his eyes were wet.
Almarella, crying, followed Netoha into the house. Catala turned to Milamber.
Now, she asked.
Now, he said. As they went to the pattern room, he said, There is one thing I must find before we try the rift.
He held his wife, with their son between them, and focused on another pattern. For a moment, they were covered in white mist. Then they were in another room. They ran through the door. Catala saw they were in the home of Lord Shinzawai. They quickly went to Komatsu's study and opened the door without knocking. Komatsu looked up, angry at first. Then his face changed when he saw who it was.
Great One, what is it? He asked as he stood up.
Milamber told him everything that had happened that day.
Catala turned pale as she listened.
Lord Shinzawai shook his head. You may have started something that will change the empire forever, Great One. I hope it is not its end. But it will take many years before we understand what it truly means.
Already the Party for Progress is trying to work with the Party for Peace. In a short time, you have changed many things in my land. Komatsu kept talking so Milamber could not speak.
This is not something that happened just now, he said. You were once my slave. You have learned much, but you are still not Tsurani. You must understand that the warlord cannot accept this defeat and keep his honor. He may take his own life, and his family, his clan, and his soldiers will all want revenge. Some may already have hired killers or magicians to hurt you. You must leave and go back to your homeland with your family.
William started to cry. He tried to be brave, but his mother was frightened, and he felt it too. Milamber turned away from Komatsu and spoke a spell. William fell asleep at once.
He will sleep until we are safe, Milamber said.
Catala nodded. She knew it was the right thing, but she did not like it.
I am not afraid of any magician, Komatsu, Milamber said. But I am afraid for the empire. I know now that I can never be truly Tsurani, no matter how much my teachers wanted it. Still, I serve the empire. When I saw what happened in the arena, I understood something I suspected for a long time. The empire must change or it will fall. The heart of this culture is weak. It cannot last, and soon it will break under its own weight. There are other things I have learned that I cannot speak about, but they tell me great change must come. I must leave now. If I stay, the assembly and the high council will fight each other, and the empire will break apart. I only leave because it is best for Tsurunuani. That is what my training tells me. But before I go, I must ask, have you heard from Lori and your son about the Emperor's offer of peace?
Komatsu shook his head. No, he said. They disappeared during a fight the first night. Hakanu's men looked for them after the battle but found nothing. We think they escaped safely. My younger son believes they reached a road behind the kingdom's lines. We have had no news since then. Many others in our group wait in fear for any word.
Milamber thought for a moment. Then the Emperor is still not ready to act, he said. I hoped it would be soon so we could leave during the truce, before more enemies come against me. Now, with the victory over Duke Boric's army, maybe we will have peace.
It is clear you are not Surani, Great One, Komatsu said. The warlord is disgraced because you destroyed the games he gave to honor the light of heaven. Now the war party will be in confusion.
Now the Kanazawa clan will leave the alliance for war again. Our friends in the Blue Wheel will work very hard to make the High Council ask for peace. The war party has no strong leader now. Even if the warlord does not take his own life, he will soon be removed. The war party needs a powerful head, and the Minwanabe family wants that power. For 3 generations they have tried to rule the empire. But other houses in the council will also try to take control. The war party will be confused and weak. We will have time to grow stronger while the council plays its political game. Komatsu looked at Milamber for a long moment.
As I said before, there are people who plan to kill you, he said. Go back to your homeworld now. Do not wait. If you leave quickly, you will likely be safe. Only a few will guess that you will go through the rift at once. Any other Great One would spend a week fixing his affairs first. He smiled at Milamber. Great One, you were like a fresh wind in an old room when you were here. I am sad to see you go, but you must leave now.
I hope one day we can meet again as friends, Lord of the Shinzawai, Milamber said. There is much that our people could learn from each other.
The Shinzawai Lord put his hand on Milamber's shoulder. I also hope for that day, Great One, he said. I will send prayers with you. And one more thing. If you meet my son Kasumi in your homeworld, tell him that his father thinks of him. Now go, and goodbye.
Goodbye, said Milamber.
He took his wife by the arm and hurried to the pattern room. When they reached it, a chime sounded. Milamber pushed his wife and son behind him. A short flash of white light appeared above the floor pattern, and Fumita appeared, looking surprised.
Milamber, he said, stepping forward.
Stop, Fumita, said Milamber.
The older magician stopped. I mean you no harm, he said. News of what happened has reached the assembly members who were not at the games. The assembly is in great trouble. Tepek and the other warlords' followers want your death. Hakapipa and Shimoni speak for you. Never has the assembly been so divided. In the High Council, the war party wants to end the assembly's freedom during war. The Party for Progress and the Party for Peace now work together with the Blue Will Party. The whole empire is in chaos. The older magician looked tired and weak as he spoke. He seemed much older than Milamber remembered. I think you were right about many things, Milamber, he said. We must change the empire if we do not want it to fall apart. But so many changes coming so fast. I do not know.
There was silence for a moment. Milamber said, everything I did was for the empire, Fumita. You must believe that.
The older magician nodded slowly. I believe you, Milamber, or at least I want to, he said. Then he stood straighter and looked at Milamber again.
Whatever happens, the assembly will have much to do after things calm down. Maybe we can guide the empire to a better way. But you must leave soon. No soldier will stop you, because only a few people outside the holy city know what you did. But the warlord servants may be looking for you now. You surprised our brothers at the games, and one alone could not fight you. But if they join together, your great power will not be enough. Then you would need to kill another magician, or they would kill you.
Yes, Fumita, I know. I will go now. I do not want to kill another magician, but I will do it if I must.
Fumita looked unhappy when he heard this. How will you reach the rift? You have not been to the staging area, right?
No, but I will go to the city of the plains. From there I can use a litter to travel.
It is too slow. The litter will need more than an hour to get to the staging area. He reached inside his robe and took out a small transfer device. He gave it to Milamber. The third setting will send you straight to the rift machine.
Milamber took it. Fumita, I plan to close the rift.
Fumita shook his head. Milamber, I do not think you can do that. Many magicians work together to make the Great Rift. The main spells were made only on the Kaluan side. The Midkemian machine only keeps the rift in one place.
I understand, Fumita. You will soon see. I have already sent my work to Hocho. My secret study was about rift energies. I may now know more about them than any other magician in the assembly. I know this will be a hard and risky move from the Midkemian side, Milamber said. But this war must stop.
Then go back to your home world and wait, Fumita said. I am sure the Emperor will act soon. The warlord could not have suffered a bigger defeat than the one you gave him in the arena. If the light of heaven asks for peace, then maybe we can solve the problem of the rift. Do not act too fast. Wait until you know how the king answers the peace offer.
Milamber looked at him.
So you also play the great game? He asked.
Fumita smiled. I am not the only magician who plays politics, Milamber. Hakapipa and I have been part of it from the beginning. Go now, and may the gods protect you. I hope your journey is safe and your life is long and happy on your home world.
Fumita walked past Milamber and his family. When he was out of sight, Milamber turned on the strange device. The soldier nearby jumped in surprise. A moment ago he had been sitting under a tree, resting in the warm light of the setting sun. Suddenly, a magician appeared before him with a woman and a child. While he was still getting up, they were already walking toward the rift machine a few hundred yards away. The machine had a wide platform with tall poles on each side. Between the poles there was a shining emptiness. An officer leading the soldiers near the machine saw them and quickly straightened.
Move the men back from the platform, Milamber said.
Yes, great one, the officer answered.
He shouted commands, and the soldiers stepped away. Milamber took Catala's hand and led her to the rift. They stepped forward. For a moment everything was confusing and strange. Then they found themselves in the middle of the Tsarani camp in the Valley of the Grey Towers. It was night. Campfires burned brightly around them. Some officers were shocked to see them appear so suddenly, but they moved aside.
Milamber asked, "Do you have horses?"
One of the officers nodded without saying a word. "Bring 2 horses now, with saddles," said Milamber.
"At once, great one," said the man and ran away.
Soon a soldier came with 2 horses. When the soldier came near, Milamber saw it was Hokanu. The young man looked around carefully as he gave the reins to Milamber.
"Great one," he said, "we just heard that something bad happened at the Imperial Games. We do not know the full story. I think your sudden visit here is connected to it. You must leave quickly, because these soldiers belong to the warlord. If they discover the truth, they may do something dangerous."
Milamber held William while Hokanu helped Catala onto a horse. Then he gave their son to her and climbed onto his own horse. "Hokanu, I saw your father," Milamber said. "Go to him. He needs you."
"I will go home to my father, great one," Hokanu answered. He stopped for a moment, then said, "If you meet my brother, please tell him I am alive. He does not know."
Milamber agreed and turned to Catala. He took hold of her horse's reins. "Hold the saddle horn, my love," he said. "I will carry William." They said nothing more and rode out of the camp. A few times the guards looked ready to stop them, but when they saw the black robe, they let them pass. They rode for many hours under the moonlight. Milamber heard soldiers shouting in the distance as he led his family away. Catala stayed strong like the warriors from her family. Milamber was amazed at her courage. She had never ridden a horse before, yet she did not complain. She was leaving her home and going to a dark, strange land where she knew no one. It must have been very frightening for her. Milamber saw that she was much stronger than he had known. After a long, hard ride, a voice came from the dark trees. Shadows moved ahead of them.
"Stop! Who rides in the night?" the voice called in the king's tongue.
The 3 riders stopped.
The man in front shouted with joy, "Pug of Cryde!"
Kulgan sat quietly. It was a meeting filled with both happiness and sadness.
Pug stood near Lord Borig's bed. He did not hide his sadness. The old duke looked up at him and gave a weak smile. Liam, Brukel, and Meacham waited a short distance away and spoke quietly. Catala tried to keep William busy while the duke and Pug talked. Borig's voice was soft and tired. He looked in pain as he tried to breathe.
I am glad you came back to us, Pug. I am also happy to see your wife and child, he said.
He coughed, and a little blood showed on his lips. Catala's eyes filled with tears. She felt touched by how much her husband cared for this man. Boric moved his hand toward Kulgan. The strong magician came to stand beside Pug.
Yes, Your Grace, Kulgan said softly.
Boric whispered something, and Kulgan turned to Meacham.
Please take Katala and the boy to our tent. Laurie and Kasumi are waiting there.
Katala looked at Pug, not sure if she should go. Pug nodded. Meacham lifted William in his arms. The boy looked at him with doubt but said nothing. When they left the tent, Boric tried to sit up. Kulgan helped him and put pillows behind his back. The Duke started to cough again, hard and long. He closed his eyes from the pain. When he could breathe again, he let out a slow sigh.
Pug, do you remember when I gave you a reward for saving Carline from the trolls?
Pug nodded and did not speak. His heart was full of emotion. Boric's voice grew weak again.
Do you remember I promised you another gift?
Pug nodded once more.
I wish Tully were here to give it to you himself, Boric said. But I will tell you now. I believe the kingdom makes a mistake when it treats magicians as poor and unimportant people. Kulgan's years of loyal service proved I was right. Now you return with great power, and I see that you are a true master. That is what I hoped for. I have dreamed of something. I kept gold for you, waiting for the day you became a master magician. With that gold, I want you and Kulgan, and other magicians, to build a school. It will be a place where people can come to learn and share knowledge. Tully will give you the papers and full instructions later. But now I must ask you this. Will you take this duty? Will you build a school for the study of magic and learning?
Pug nodded, and tears ran down his face. Kulgan stood still, unable to speak. He could hardly believe what he had heard. This had always been his dream, spoken many times to the Duke over cups of wine. Now the Duke was giving him the chance to make it real. Boric began to cough again. When the coughing stopped, he spoke in a faint voice.
I own an island in the middle of the Great Star Lake, near Shamata. When the war is finally over, go there and build your school. Maybe one day it will become the greatest place of learning in the kingdom.
The Duke coughed again, worse than before. The sound was heavy and painful. He breathed hard, almost unable to speak. He pointed for Liam to come closer. Then he pointed toward Pug and said, "Tell him." After that, he fell back onto his pillows. Liam swallowed and tried to hold back his tears. He looked at Pug and began to speak.
When you were taken by that Surani, Father wanted to make something to remember you, Liam said. He thought about how to honor you. You were brave 3 times. You saved Kulgan's life twice, and you also saved my sister. He said the only thing you did not have was a family name. No one knew who your parents were. So he made a paper and sent it to the royal archives. He wrote your name with our family, the Conduin family. He made you part of our house. Liam tried to smile. I only wish this was a happier time to tell you, he said softly.
Pug felt too full of emotion. He went down on his knees beside the Duke. He took the Duke's hand and kissed his ring. He could not speak.
Boric said quietly, I could not be more proud of you, even if you were my own son. He breathed with effort. Carry our name with honor.
Pug held the Duke's hand. It was weak now. Boric's eyes started to close. He tried to breathe. Pug let go of his hand. The Duke asked everyone to come close. Even old Brookle had red eyes as they waited for Boric's life to end.
Boric whispered to Brookle, You are witness, old friend. The Duke of Yarbon looked at Kulgan with surprise. What does he mean? He asked.
Kulgan said, he wants you to witness his last words. It is his right.
Boric looked at Kulgan. Take care of all my sons, old friend, he said weakly. Let the truth be known.
Liam looked at Kulgan. Why does he say, all my sons? What truth? he asked.
Kulgan looked at Boric.
Boric gave a small nod.
Kulgan's voice was quiet. Your father accepts his oldest son, Martin.
Liam's eyes opened wide. Martin, he said.
Boric suddenly moved his arm with strength. He caught Liam's sleeve and pulled him close. He whispered, Martin is your brother. I have wronged him, Liam. He is a good man, and I love him very much. He turned to Brukel and said one word, witness. Brukel nodded. Tears ran down his face and into his white moustache. He said, I, Brukel, Duke of Yarbon, give witness.
Boric's eyes became still. A deep sound came from his chest. Then he stopped moving. Liam fell to his knees and cried. The others also cried without holding back. For Pug, this was a moment of both sadness and honor. That night, Pug and his family stayed in a quiet tent that Meacham had found for them. The news of Boric's death made the whole camp silent and sad. Kulgan was happy to see his student safe, but his heart was heavy with loss. The day moved slowly. Everyone talked quietly and tried to feel close again, but there was not much joy. Sometimes one of them left the tent to be alone and think. They had shared stories about the 9 years apart, and now Pug spoke about how he escaped from the Empire. Catala watched William, who lay curled up on a bed with one arm around Fantas. The small dragon and the boy had looked at each other once and quickly became friends. Meacham sat by the cooking fire and watched the others carefully. Laurie and Kasumi sat on the floor in the Tsarani way while Pug finished his story. Kasumi was the first to speak.
Great One, how could you leave the Empire now and not before? He asked.
Kulgan lifted one eyebrow. He was still trying to understand how much his old student had changed. All this talk about the greater path and lesser path was hard for him. He also could not understand how the Tsarani spoke to Pug with such respect. He corrected himself in thought, the young man, not a boy anymore.
After I faced the warlord, said Pug, I saw that the best way to help the Empire was to leave it. If I stayed, I would only bring more trouble when the Empire needed peace. The war must end, and peace must begin, because the Empire is growing weak.
Yes, said Meacham, and the kingdom too. 9 years of war have tired us all.
Kasumi looked uncomfortable. He did not like how simply these people spoke to Pug. Great One, what if the Emperor cannot stop the new warlord? He asked. The council will choose another one soon.
I do not know, Kasumi, said Pug. If that happens, I must try to close the rift.
Kulgan took a long pull on his pipe and then blew out a thick cloud of smoke.
I still do not understand everything you said, Pug, he said. From what I hear, nothing can stop them from opening another rift.
There is nothing to stop them, said Pug. But rifts are not stable. No one can control where a rift goes. The one between this world and Kelawan happened by chance. When that one opened, others could follow it, as if the path between the two worlds pulled new rifts toward it like metal to a magnet. The Tsarani might try to make another rift, but each try will probably take them to another world. If they come here again, it will be by pure chance, maybe one in many thousands. If I close the rift, it may take many years for them to return, if they ever can.
Kulgan said, you said the warlord took his own life. Does that mean the fighting will stop for a time?
Kasumi answered, I am afraid not, friend Kulgan. I know the warlord sub-commander. He is from the Minwanabe family. They are very proud and powerful. It would help his clan greatly if he could bring news of a big victory when the High Council meets.
Most likely, he will attack with a large army in a few days. Kulgan shook his head.
Meacham, please ask Lord Liam to come here. He must hear this, he said.
The tall man stood up and left the tent. Kasumi looked serious.
I have learned a little about this world, he said. I agree with the Great One. Peace would help us both, but I do not think it will happen soon.
A few minutes later, the young duke came into the tent with Meacham. Kasumi told him again what he had said before.
Then we must get ready for the attack, Liam said.
Kasumi looked uneasy. My lord, please forgive me, he said. But if there is a battle, I cannot fight against my own people. May I have your permission to return to my army?
The Duke thought for a moment. Pug saw that his face looked tired from the heavy work of being a leader. He did not look young and cheerful anymore. He looked much like his father now.
I understand, the Duke said. I will let you go back through our lines, if you promise not to tell anyone what you have heard here.
Kasumi agreed and stood up to leave.
Pug also stood and said, Kasumi, I give you one last order as a magician of Tsurunuani. Go to your father. He needs you. One more soldier dying will not help your people.
Kasumi bowed his head. Your will, Great One, he said. He hugged Lori and left with Liam.
Kulgan said, You have told me many things that are hard to understand. I think we should rest now. I am very tired.
As the old magician stood up, Pug asked, There is one thing I want to know. What about Thomas?
Your old friend is well, Kulgan answered. He is with the elves in Elvander. He is now a famous warrior, just as he once dreamed.
Pug smiled. I am glad to know that, he said. Thank you.
Kulgan, Lori, and Meacham said good night and went away. Katala looked at Pug.
Husband, you are tired, she said. Come and rest.
Pug walked to the bed where she sat. You surprise me, he said. You have had a hard night, but you still worry about me.
She took his hand. When I am with you, everything feels right, she said softly, but you look as if you carry a heavy weight.
The weight of two worlds, my love, said Pug.
They were awakened by the sound of trumpets. When they got up, Lori suddenly ran into the tent. Light came from behind him as he pushed the tent flap aside. It showed they had slept late.
The king is coming, Lori called. He held out some clothes for Pug. Put these on.
Pug agreed. He knew it was better not to walk around camp in his black robe. Katala pulled her robe over her head. Lori turned away to give her privacy.
She went to William, who sat up looking scared. He quickly felt better, and started to pull Fantasa's tail. The small drake made a soft noise in protest.
Pug and Lori left the tent and walked to the commander's large tent. It stood on a small hill above the army's camp. At the far edge of the camp, they saw the royal group coming. They could hear the soldiers cheering as they saw the royal flag. The cheers grew louder as more soldiers joined. Many had never seen the king before. His visit made them feel stronger after their defeat by the Tsurani.
Lori and Pug stood to one side of the command tent. They were close enough to hear everything. Duke Brukel kept his eyes on the king. Liam saw Pug and Lori and nodded to show they could stay. 2 lines of the royal guard rode to the front of the tent. They moved aside to make space for the king. King Roderick rode a big black warhorse. The horse pawed at the ground as it stopped before the 2 dukes. The king wore a bright gold battle armor. The chest was covered with fancy designs. His helmet was gold, with a small crown around it. A long purple feather blew in the morning wind. After sitting for a moment, Roderick took off his helmet and gave it to a young page. He stayed on his horse and looked down at the 2 dukes with a strange smile.
Well, he asked, do you have no greeting for your king?
The dukes bowed.
Brukel said, Your Majesty, we were surprised. We did not know you were coming. Roderick laughed. The sound was sharp and a little wild. Of course you did not, he said. I sent no message. I wanted to surprise you. He turned his eyes to Liam. Who is this wearing the colors of Cry-D? He asked.
Liam, Your Majesty, Brukel answered. The Duke of Cry-D.
The king shouted, He is Duke only if I say he is Duke. Then his voice changed suddenly. I am sorry to hear your father has died, he said. He gave a small laugh. But he was a traitor, you know.
I was going to hang him. Liam became tense when Roderick said this. Brukel held Liam's arm. The king saw this and shouted. You want to attack your king? Traitor! You are like your father and the others. Guards, take him. He pointed at the young man. The royal guards got off their horses. The soldiers from the west moved to stop them.
Stop, Brukel said firmly.
The Western soldiers stopped. Brukel turned to Liam.
If you give the word, we will have civil war, he said quietly.
Liam said, I obey you, your majesty.
The Western soldiers complained softly. The king spoke in a cold voice. I will have to hang you. Take him to his tent and keep him there. The guards did as the king said. The king looked at Brukel. Are you loyal to me, Lord Brukel? Or will there be a new Duke in Yarbon like in Cry-D?
I am always loyal to the crown, your majesty, Brukel answered.
The king got off his horse. Yes, I believe you, he said. He laughed in a strange way. You knew my father respected you, did you not? He took the Duke's arm. They went into the command tent. Laurie touched Pug's shoulder.
We should stay in our tents, he said quietly. If one of the court men knows me, I may die like the Duke.
Pug nodded. Get Culgan and Meacham, he said. Tell them to meet us in my tent.
Laurie hurried away. Pug went back to his tent. Catala was feeding William. He was eating stew from the night before.
I think we are in trouble again, my love, Pug said. The king is here in the camp. He is more mad than I thought. We must leave soon. He has put Liam in prison.
Catala looked shocked. Where will we go? She asked.
I can take us to Cry-D, Pug said. We will go to Prince Arutha. I know Castle Cry-D very well. It will not be hard for me to take us there.
Laurie, Meacham, and Culgan came a few minutes later. Pug told them about his plan to escape. Culgan shook his head.
You take the boy and Catala, Pug, he said. But I must stay.
Meacham nodded. I will stay too, he said.
Pug looked surprised.
Why? He asked. Culgan answered. I served Liam's father, and now I serve Liam. If the king wants to kill Liam, there will be fighting. The Western armies will not just watch Liam die. The king only has his royal guard, and they will lose fast. Then there will be civil war. Batira will lead the Eastern armies. Liam will need my help.
Meacham added, the fight will not end soon. The Western soldiers are strong but tired. They have lost much of their will to fight. The Eastern armies are new, and Black Guy is the best general. Liam has no battle experience. The war will be long.
Pug listened and understood.
It may not go that far, he said. Brukel wants to follow Liam, but if he changes his mind, what then? Will Eilith, Tirsog, and the others support Liam if Yabin does not? Culgan sighed. Brukel will stay true, he said. He hates Batira, like Boric did, though for different reasons. He believes Guy is behind every problem in the West. The Duke of Yabin would gladly kill Roderick. But Liam might give up power rather than start a civil war and lose the West to the Tsurani. We will have to wait and see what happens. He looked at Pug. This is why you must go to Cry-D. If Liam dies, Arutha will be the next heir. When the killing starts, the king will not stop until Arutha is also dead. Martin and Carline could be hunted too. Maybe even Anita. Roderick will not let anyone from the West take the throne. The killing will not end until either Roderick or Arutha rules the kingdom. Culgan spoke more seriously. You are the strongest magician in the land, Pug. I know because of the things you told us. And I remember your promise as a boy. You can do things no one else can. Arutha will need your help. He will fight to punish his brother's death. Cry-D, Kars, and Tulan will all go to war when the Tsurani are gone. Brukel and the others will join them. Then the civil war will begin.
Meacham stepped out of the tent. He stopped and held the tent flap open for a moment.
I think the argument is over, he said. Look.
The others came beside him. They could not see what he pointed at. Only the Franklin had sharp eyes. Then they saw it too. Far to the southeast, a cloud of dust hung in the air. It stretched for miles across the land. It was a brown line under the blue sky.
The armies of the East, he said.
They stood near the command tent with a group of Lamutian soldiers. Laurie, Culgan, Pug, and Meacham were there with Earl Vandross of Larmut. Vandross had led the raid through the valley years ago when they first saw the rift. After his father died, he became an earl. Now he was one of the best commanders in the kingdom. A group of nobles rode up the hill toward the tent. The king and Bruchel waited for them. Each noble had a man riding beside him holding his banner.
Vandross called out the names of the armies. Rhodes, Timons, Sidara, Ran, Sibon, they are all here, he said. Then he looked at Culgan. I think there are not even 1,000 soldiers left between here and Rillanen, he said.
Laurie looked around. There is one banner missing, he said. Bastira.
Vandross turned his head. Saladar, Deep Taunton, Pointer's Head. No, you are right. The golden eagle on black is not here.
Meacham said, Black guy is clever. He already sits on the throne in Cronder. If Liam is killed and Roderick falls in battle, he could soon sit on the throne in Rillanan too.
Vandross looked at the group of nobles. Almost all the great lords are here, he said. If they go back to Cronder without the king, Guy will become king very soon. Many of these men follow him.
Pug pointed. Who is that under the banner of Saladar? He asked. That is not Lord Caris.
Vandross spat on the ground. That is Richard, he said. He was Baron of Dolph, but now he is Duke of Saladar. The king hanged Caris, and his family ran to Kesh. Now Richard rules the third strongest duchy in the east. He is one of Guy's close friends.
When the nobles stood before the king, Richard of Saladar spoke. He was a large red-faced man. My lord, he said, we are here. Where shall we make camp? Camp, said the king. We make no camp, my lord duke. We ride. He turned to Lord Bruchel. Gather the armies of the west, Bruchel, he said.
The duke gave a sign. Messengers ran through the camp shouting the order. Soon drums and trumpets sounded across the western camp. Vandross went to join his men. Soon only a few people were left close by. Culgan, Pug, and the others moved to one side, away from the king's eyes. The king looked at the nobles. For 9 years the western commander has been gentle, he said. Now I will lead the attack. We will drive the enemy from our land. He turned to Bruchel. In deference to your advancing years, my lord duke, I am giving command of the infantry to Duke Richard. You will stay here.
The old Duke of Yarbon looked hurt as he put on his armor. He said only, Your Majesty, and his voice was cold. Then he turned stiffly and went into the command tent.
The king's horse was brought to him. Roderick climbed onto it. A page gave him his crowned helmet, and the king placed it on his head. The infantry will follow as soon as possible. Now we ride. The king spurred his horse and rode down the hill. The royal guard and the noblemen followed behind him.
When the king was gone, Culgan looked at the others. Now we wait, he said.
The day felt very long. Every hour seemed to last forever. They sat together in Pug's tent, thinking about what might be happening to the west. The king's army had marched forward under his banner. The sound of drums and trumpets had followed them. More than 10,000 riders and 20,000 foot soldiers had gone to fight the Tsarani. Only a few men stayed in the camp. Most of them were wounded or working to keep things in order. After the noise of the last day, the silence outside felt strange and tense. William could not sit still. Catala took him outside to play. Fantas was happy for the quiet and stretched out to rest, free from William's games. Culgan sat quietly, smoking his pipe. Sometimes he and Pug talked about magic, but most of the time they stayed silent.
At last Laurie stood up. I cannot wait any longer, he said. We should go to Lord Liam and help him decide what to do when the king comes back.
Culgan lifted his hand and motioned him to sit again. Liam will not act, he said. He is his father's son, and he will not start a war between our own people.
Pug sat nearby, slowly turning a dagger in his hands.
With the armies of the east in camp, Liam knows what could happen if fighting starts. He knows that Tsarani would take the west, and Bastira would take the crown. He would rather die than let that happen.
It is the worst kind of foolishness, said Laurie.
No, said Culgan. It is not foolishness, minstrel. It is about honor. Liam, like his father before him, believes that noble men must serve the kingdom with their lives and, if needed, give their lives for it. With Boric and Erland dead, Liam is next in line for the throne. But Roderick has not named an heir, so the succession is unclear. Liam could not wear the crown if people thought he had stolen it. Arutha is different. He would take the throne if needed, though he would not want to. He would think about what to do later, not what people say.
Pug nodded. I think Culgan is right. I do not know the brothers as well as he does, but I think it would be better if they were born in the other order. Liam would make a good king, but Arutha would make a great king. Men would follow Liam to their deaths, but Arutha would use his quick mind to keep them alive.
A fair thought, said Culgan. If anyone can fix this trouble, it is Arutha. He has his father's courage and a mind as sharp as Bastira's. He could deal with court politics, even if he hates them. Culgan smiled. When they were boys, we called Arutha the little storm cloud. When he was angry, he gave dark looks and spoke little. Liam, however, got angry fast, fought fast, and forgot fast.
Suddenly, they heard shouting outside. They jumped up and ran out of the tent. A rider covered in blood, wearing the colors of Lamut, raced past them. They followed quickly and reached the command tent just as Lord Bruchel came out. The old Duke of Yarbon asked, "What news?"
"The Earl Vandross sends word. Victory!" shouted the rider.
They heard more riders coming.
We rode through the enemy like the wind, the rider said. Their east line is broken. We cut them off and then turned west to stop those who tried to help. Our infantry holds strong, and our cavalry pushes the Tsurani back into the North Pass. They run in fear. The day is ours.
Someone gave the rider a wineskin. He lifted it and let the wine pour over his face and into his mouth. It mixed with the blood on his chin and tabard. He threw the wineskin aside.
There is more news. Richard of Salador is dead. The Earl of Silden is also dead. And the king is wounded.
Lord Bruchel looked worried. "How badly?" he asked.
Very badly, I fear, said the rider, holding his frightened horse. His head was struck by a sword after his horse was killed. Many men died to protect him, for his royal colors made him an easy target. He is on his way now.
The rider pointed behind him. Pug and the others turned and saw riders approaching. At the front rode a royal guard holding the king. The king's face was covered with blood. He held the saddle horn with one hand, and his other arm hung weakly at his side. They stopped in front of the tent. Soldiers helped the king down from his horse. They started to carry him inside, but he spoke in a weak voice.
"No, do not take me away from the sun. Bring me a chair so I can sit."
As the chair was brought, some nobles arrived. The soldiers lowered the king into the chair. He leaned back, his head fell to the side. His face was covered in blood. Part of the white bone could be seen through the cut on his head. Culgan went close to Roderick.
"My king, may I help you?" he asked.
The king tried to see who was speaking. His eyes were unfocused for a moment, then he saw clearly.
"Who is that? The magician?" "Yes, Boric's magician. Please, I am in pain."
Culgan closed his eyes and tried to use his magic to help the king. He touched Roderick's shoulder. Everyone nearby saw the king's body relax.
"Thank you, magician," Roderick said softly. "I feel better."
Roderick turned his head a little.
"My Lord Bruchel, please bring Liam to me."
Liam was in his tent with guards. A soldier went to get him. Soon the young man came and knelt before the king.
"My lord, are you badly hurt?" he asked.
A priest of Dala came and looked at the wound with Culgan. He agreed it was very serious. He looked at Bruchel and slowly shook his head. They brought herbs and bandages to care for the king. Culgan let the priest continue and stepped back to stand with the others. Catala stood there holding William in her arms.
Culgan said quietly, "I fear the wound cannot be healed. His skull is broken, and something is leaking through the crack."
Nobody spoke. They all watched in silence. The priest stood near them and began to pray for the king. All the nobles stood before the king, except those leading the foot soldiers. More men on horses arrived at the camp. They joined the others and learned what had happened. The group became quiet as the king spoke.
Liam, the king said softly, I have been sick, haven't I?
Liam did not answer. His face showed many feelings. He did not love his cousin much, but Roderick was still the king.
Roderick tried to smile, but only one side of his face moved. He slowly reached out his right hand. Liam took it.
I do not know what I have been thinking, the king said. Everything feels like a dark dream, full of fear. I was caught inside that dream, but now I am free.
Sweat appeared on his face. He looked very pale.
A demon has been pushed out of me, Liam, he went on. I see now that many things I did were wrong, even wicked.
Liam knelt before him. No, my king, he said quietly, not wicked.
The king started to cough hard. He struggled to breathe, then slowly recovered.
Liam, I do not have much time, he whispered. Then his voice became a little stronger. Bruchel, you must watch and remember.
The old duke looked calm and serious. He walked closer to the king and said, I am here, your majesty. The king held Liam's hand and tried to sit up. He spoke loudly.
I, Roderick, fourth of that name, ruler of the kingdom of the Isles, proclaim that Liam Conduing, my blood cousin, is of royal blood. He is the oldest Conduing man and shall be heir to the throne.
Liam looked at Bruchel with surprise. The duke gave him a quick, firm shake of his head, telling him to stay silent. Liam bowed deeply, his heart full of sadness. He held the king's hand tightly.
So do I, Bruchel, Duke of Yarbonne, bear witness, said the duke. Roderick's voice grew weak. Liam, I ask one thing, he said. Your cousin Guy did what I told him to do. I am sorry for the wrong I did when I sent Erland to the dungeon. I knew that meant his death, and I did not stop it. Please be kind to Guy. He wants power, but he is not an evil man.
The king then spoke about his plans for the kingdom. He asked that they be carried out, but with more care for the people. He spoke quietly about many things. He talked about his childhood and how sad he felt because he had never married. After some time, his voice became unclear and his head dropped onto his chest. Bruchel told the guards to help the king. They lifted him gently and carried him inside. Bruchel and Liam went into the tent. The other nobles stayed outside. Many new soldiers arrived and heard the news. Almost 1/3 of the armies of the kingdom now stood near the command tent. All looked toward the pavilion in silence. They waited through the long watch for the king's death. Bruchel closed the tent flap and blocked the red light of the setting sun. The priest of Dala checked the king and then looked at the two dukes.
He will not wake again, my lords, he said softly. It is only a matter of time.
Bruchel led Liam to one side and spoke very quietly. You must stay silent when I call you heir, Liam.
Liam pulled his arm away and looked straight at the older man. You were there, Bruchel, he whispered. You heard my father say that Martin is my brother. He made him a true son. Martin is the oldest man in our family. Roderick's order about who rules is wrong. He thought I was the oldest.
Bruchel spoke in a low, firm voice. You must finish this war first, Liam. After that, you must take your father and Roderick back to Rillenan. You must bury them in the tomb of your family. When Roderick is buried, there will be 12 days of mourning. On the 13th day at noon, everyone who wants the crown will come before the priests of Ishap and the Lord's Congress. You will have time before then to decide what to do. But now, you must become the heir. There is no other choice.
He looked at Liam seriously.
Have you forgotten Bastira? He said. If you wait too long, he will reach Rillenan with his army before you. Then we will face a terrible civil war.
He paused for a moment.
When you agree to keep quiet, I will send my loyal soldiers to Kronda under the royal seal. They will arrest Lord Guy. They will put Bastia in prison before his men can stop them. There are enough loyal people in Kronda to make sure of that. He will stay there until you come to Kronda. Then you can take him to Rillanen for the coronation, yours or Martin's. You must act, Liam. If you do nothing, Guy's men will start a civil war within a day.
Liam nodded quietly. He let out a long breath and said, "But will Guy's men allow him to be taken?"
Even his own captain will obey a royal order, the other man said. No one will stand against a royal warrant, especially one signed by the Lord's Congress. I will make sure the warrant has all the needed signatures. He squeezed his gloved hand in front of his face.
Liam waited for a while, then said, "You are right. I do not want the kingdom to fall into trouble. I will do what you ask." They both walked back to the king's side and stood waiting. Almost 2 hours passed. Then the priest listened to the king's chest. He looked up and said, "The king is dead." Brukel and Liam bowed their heads and prayed silently for Roderick. After that, the Duke of Yarbon took a ring from Roderick's hand and turned to Liam. "Come, it is time," he said.
He moved the tent flap aside. Liam looked out. The sun was gone, and many stars shone in the dark sky. Fires burned and torches shone, making the crowd look like a sea of light. Almost everyone still waited there, tired and hungry but unwilling to leave after the victory. Brukel and Liam stood before the tent. The old duke said, "The king is dead." His face was hard, but his eyes were red. Liam looked pale, yet he stood tall with his head high. Brukel lifted something over his head. It caught the torchlight and shone with red fire. The nobles nearby nodded because they knew it was the royal ring, passed down from the first kings since DeLong the Great had come from Rillanen and started the Kingdom of the Isles on the mainland. Brukel took Liam's hand and put the ring on his finger.
Liam looked at the old ring. The red stone was still bright even after many years. Then he raised his eyes and saw the crowd. One noble stepped forward and knelt. It was the Duke of Rodez. "Your Highness," he said. One by one, the other nobles knelt too. Soon all the people before the tent bowed down. Only Liam still stood. He looked at them, full of emotion. He could not speak. He put his hand on Brukel's shoulder and made a sign for everyone to stand. The people rose to their feet. Then they shouted together, "Hail, Liam! Long live the heir!" The soldiers cheered loudly. Many of them were happy, because only hours before they had feared a civil war. Men from both east and west hugged each other and celebrated. A dark future had been stopped. Liam lifted his hands, and the noise slowly ended. When everyone was quiet, his voice was clear and strong. "Do not rejoice tonight," he said. "Let the drums sound softly and the trumpets play low. Tonight we grieve for a king."
Later that night, Brukel pointed at a map. "The place is surrounded," he said. "They tried to break out, but every time we pushed them back. About 4,000 of their soldiers are trapped there."
Roderick had been buried with the honor possible in the camp. There was no grand funeral, but it had been done quickly because of the war. He was embalmed and buried in his armor beside Boric, on a hill looking down toward the camp. After the war, both would be taken back to Rillanen and placed in their family tombs. The young heir looked at the map closely. He studied the latest report from the front. The Tsarani still held the North Pass at the valley's entrance. The infantry had dug in before them, blocking the Tsarani in the valley and cutting off their troops along the Kraidi River and those trapped in the center. "We have stopped their attack," Liam said. "But the situation is dangerous. We cannot fight on two sides. We must also be ready if the Tsarani come from the south. Even with our progress, I do not see the end of this war soon." Brukel said, "Those soldiers in the front will give up soon.
They have no food or water, and they cannot get more supplies. In a few days they will be starving."
Pug said, "Sorry, Lord Brukel, but they will not surrender."
Brukel asked, "Why would they keep fighting? They have no hope."
Pug answered, "Because they keep your army busy. Those soldiers would attack the camp if they were free. Soon, the magicians in Surinawani will come back from the assembly. Then they can send food and water without trouble. Each day they fight helps the Tsurani grow stronger, because more of their soldiers come from Kelawan. They are Tsurani and will die before becoming prisoners.
Liam asked, do they really want to die for honor?
Yes, Pug said. In Kelawan, people think prisoners become slaves. They do not know about exchanging prisoners.
Brukul said, then we must attack them with all our strength. We must stop them and let our soldiers fight other enemies.
Liam said, it will be very hard. They are ready now and have strong defenses. We could lose 2 men for each of theirs.
Culgan sat with Laurie and Meacham and said quietly, it is very sad. The fighting has grown worse, just after the Emperor tried to make peace.
Perhaps it is not too late, Pug said.
Liam looked at him. What do you mean? Kasumi must have already told them that we refused peace.
Yes, said Pug. But maybe there is still time to send new news. There will soon be a new king, and he wants peace.
Who will take the message? Culgan asked. You might lose your life if you go back to the Empire.
We can fix 2 problems at the same time, Pug said. Your Highness, may I promise the Tsurani soldiers safe passage if they go back to their people?
Liam thought for a moment. I agree, if they promise not to come back for 1 year, he said.
Then I will go to them, Pug said. Maybe we can still stop this war, even after all the trouble we have had.
The Tsurani guards were nervous and watching closely. They heard a rider coming.
They are coming, shouted one man.
The soldiers grabbed their weapons and ran to the barricades. The southern wall was still strong, but on the west side the soldiers had built a quick barrier of fallen trees and small trenches. Archers stood ready with arrows, but there was no attack. Only one rider came into view. He lifted his hands high, palms together, showing the sign of peace. He was wearing a black robe. He rode up to the barrier and spoke in perfect Tsurani.
Who is the commander here? He asked.
An officer looked surprised. Commander Watan, he said.
You forget your manners, strike leader, said the rider sharply. He looked at the marks and colors on the man's armor and helmet. Are the soldiers of Chilapaningo so rude? He asked.
The officer stood straight. I am sorry, Great One, he said quickly. We did not expect you. Bring Commander Watan here, said the rider. Yes, Great One, the officer said.
Commander Watan arrived soon. He was short and strong, an older soldier who cared deeply about his men. He looked at the magician with distrust.
I am here, Great One, he said.
I have come to tell you to take your soldiers back to the valley, the magician said.
Commander Watan smiled a little and shook his head.
I am sorry, Great One, he said. I cannot do that. We have heard many stories about you. The assembly now questions your place. You may already be under their law. If you had not come here under peace talk, I would have ordered my soldiers to take you, even if it cost us much.
Pug felt his face grow hot. He knew the assembly might turn against him. Still, hearing it hurt him deeply. He felt sad because his heart still connected to that strange land where he had learned many things. He knew he might never feel free in his own country again. Pug sighed. What will you do now? He asked.
The commander lifted his shoulders. We will stay here, he said. If we must die, we will die.
Pug looked at him. Then I will give you an offer, Commander. You must choose if you think it is true or not. Kasumi of the Shinzawai brought an offer from the light of heaven to the king of Midkemia. It was an offer for peace. The king refused it, but soon there will be a new king. He wants peace. I ask you to send word to the holy city, to the emperor, that Prince Liam will agree to peace. Will you do it?
The commander thought for a moment. If you are telling the truth, he said, then it would be foolish for me to risk my soldiers. What promises can you make?
Pug answered quietly. I give you my word as a Great One, if that still means something. What I say is true. I also promise your soldiers will go safely back to the valley, if they return to the empire after 1 year. And I will ride with you to the valley gate, to your army, as your hostage. Is that enough?
The commander looked at his tired and thirsty soldiers. He stayed quiet for a moment and thought carefully.
I will agree, Great One, he said. If the light of heaven wants this war to end, I will not stop it.
The Oaxatecan people have always been brave, the Great One said. Let everyone know they are also wise and deserve respect.
The commander bowed and turned to his men.
Tell everyone, he said. We march home.
For days later, news came that the emperor wanted peace. Pug had given a message to Watorn to carry through the rift. The message had the black seal of the assembly. No one would try to stop it. It asked Fumita to tell the holy city that the new king of the realm wanted peace. He would not ask for revenge. When Pug read the message to Liam, the king looked very moved. The emperor himself would come through the rift in 1 month. He would sign peace papers with the kingdom. Pug almost cried when he read this news. Everyone in the camp soon knew the war had ended. The soldiers shouted with joy. Pug and Kulgan sat together in Kulgan's tent. It felt like old times between them. Pug was finishing his talk about how the Tsarani taught new students of magic.
Pug, said Kulgan as he smoked his pipe. Now that the war is finished, we can return to our work as magicians. But now you are the master, and I am the student.
There is still much we can learn from each other, Pug said. But old habits are hard to change. I cannot think of you as my student. You can still do many things that I cannot do.
Kulgan looked surprised. Really, he asked. I thought my small magic was not important next to your great skill.
Pug felt shy, like when he had first been Kulgan's student. You still make jokes about me, he said.
Kulgan laughed. Only a little, boy, he said. And you will always be a boy to me, because I am an old man now.
It was not easy for me to watch my calm apprentice become the strongest magician in another world.
Indifferent is the right word, Pug said. At first, I only wanted to be a soldier. I think you knew that. Then, when I finally chose to study magic, the war started.
Pug smiled.
I think you felt sorry for me that day when I stood alone before the Duke's court. I was the only boy not chosen.
That is true in part, Kulgan said. But I was also the first to feel the power inside you. And what I felt was right, even if amazing things had to happen for your power to grow.
Pug sighed. The assembly trains students completely. When they find power in someone, there are only 2 paths, success or death. There is nothing else to think about except magic study. Without that, I think I would never have become much.
Kulgan said, I disagree. Even if the Tsarani had not come, you would still have found your own path to greatness.
They sat and talked quietly. Their words and company gave them comfort. After some time, they made fires because night was coming. Katala came to the tent to ask if her husband would join her and their son at the feast King Liam was giving. She looked inside and saw Pug and Kulgan deep in conversation. She smiled a little, stepped away, and went back to her boy. Chapter 31. Deceptions. Thomas woke suddenly. The sky was still dark before dawn. He felt something strange calling to him. He sat up and tried to understand what had woken him. Aglarana moved beside him. Since his return from the fight with Martin about the Tsarani prisoners, he had not had strange dreams or moments of anger. He was no longer only the boy from Cry-D or only the Dragon Lord. He was now someone new, with parts of both. Aglarana slowly woke and put her hand on his shoulder. His muscles were soft and calm. She could feel that the old dreams were gone. She gave a long breath and said softly, Thomas, what is it?
He put his hand over hers. I am not sure, he said. Something strange happened a moment ago. He listened carefully, turning his head as if trying to hear something far away. There is a change, he said quietly.
Thomas looked toward the east. He felt something strange.
It is like joy mixed with sadness, he said quietly. An age is ending.
He stood up from the bed. Aglarana watched him in the soft light. He walked to the door and looked over the forest of Elvander. Everything outside was peaceful. He could smell the sweet forest air and the bread baking for the morning meal. Birds were singing as the sun started to rise. The cool air touched his skin and made him feel calm. Aglarana came close and put her arms around him. He felt her heartbeat as she held him.
My lord, my love, she said softly. Come back to bed.
He turned and held her gently. There is something more, he said. I can feel hope.
She looked up at him. Hope, she whispered. I wish that is true.
Tomas looked at her face in the dim light. Never lose hope, my queen, he said. Then he kissed her deeply. The feeling that woke him was forgotten.
Liam sat alone in his tent. He was writing a message to Cry D. A guard came in and said that Pug and Culgan had arrived. Liam stood and greeted them. When the guards left, he asked his friends to sit.
I need your help, he said. He pointed to the papers on the table. Arutha must get these messages soon if he is to join us for the peace meeting. But I am not good at writing. It is also hard to speak about what happened last week.
Culgan looked at the letter. May I read it? He asked.
Liam nodded.
Culgan picked up the parchment and read aloud.
To my dear brother and sister, I am very sad to tell you that our father has died. He was hurt badly during the Great Surani attack. He fought bravely to save soldiers who were trapped, many of them Hadati Hill men. They now sing songs about him because he was so brave. He died thinking of his children, and his love for us never faded. Our king has also died, and now I must lead our armies. Arutha, I want you here soon. The emperor wishes to make peace. We shall meet in the north valley of the Great Towers in 29 days at noon. Carline, please go by ship to Cronder with Anita. There is much work to do there, and Princess Alicia will need her daughter. I will join you and Arutha after peace is made. With love and sharing in your sorrow. Your loving brother, Liam.
Culgan finished reading. He was silent for a moment. Liam looked at him.
I hoped you might make it sound better, he said.
Culgan smiled softly. You told them about your father with care and kindness, he said. It is a good message.
Liam moved uneasily in his chair. There is still more to write, he said. I said nothing about Martin.
Culgan took a quill. I will copy the letter again, he said. Your handwriting is a bit tight, Liam. He smiled warmly. You always liked the sword more than the pen. I will add a few lines, asking Martin to go to Cronder with your sister. Gardan and Fanon should go too, with a company from the castle. It will show that you wish to honor those who served faithfully in Cryde. Then you will have time to decide how to speak to Martin about what you must tell him.
Pug sat quietly. He looked down and shook his head sadly.
I only wish you could add Roland's name to that list. Since he had come to the camp, he had heard that the squire of Tulan was dead. Culgan had told him what he knew about Cryde and other places, and what had happened to their old friends in the last few years.
Liam said, curse me for a fool. Carline does not know you are back, Pug. You must write that, Culgan.
I hope it will not surprise her too much, Pug said.
Culgan laughed softly. Not as much as learning that you have a wife and child.
Pug thought about his childhood and how difficult his friendship with the princess had been. He said, I also hope she has changed some of her ideas from 9 years ago. Liam laughed for the first time since his father's death. He really enjoyed seeing Pug a little nervous.
Do not worry, Pug. I have spoken often with my brother and sister over the years. Carline has changed very much. She is not the same girl you knew. She was only 15 the last time you saw her. Think how much you have changed in 9 years.
Pug nodded. Culgan finished his writing and gave the paper to Liam. Liam read it and said, Thank you, Culgan. You wrote it with just the right gentle tone.
The tent flap opened and Brukel came in. His old face looked full of excitement. Bastira has run away.
How? Asked Liam. Our soldiers are still a week from Cronder, maybe more.
The old duke sat down heavily on a chair. We found a secret cage for messenger birds. It belonged to the late Richard of Salada. One of his men sent a message to Guy that Richard is dead, and that you are now the heir. We questioned the man, a valet of Richard's. He told us he was one of Bastira's spies in Richard's court. Guy has left the city because he knows that when you become king, you will have him hanged. I think he is going to Rillanen.
I thought that would be the last place he would want to go, said Culkin.
Black Guy is a clever man, Brukel said. He will hide, but you will see his tricks again before this ends. Until the crown is on Liam's head, Guy still has power in the kingdom.
Liam looked worried when he heard that. He remembered his father's last words. Since Brukel had warned everyone to stay silent about Martin, people spoke only of Liam's coronation, not about Martin's right to the crown. Liam pushed those troubling thoughts away while Brukel went on speaking. Still, with Bastia hiding, most of our problems are finished. When the war is over, we can start to rebuild the kingdom. I am glad about that. I am too old for more fighting and politics. I only wish I had a son, so I could let him take my place and rest.
Liam looked at Brukel with fond disbelief. You will never rest quietly, old soldier. You will fight to the end, and that day is still far away.
Who said anything about dying? Brukel asked.
Brukel laughed.
I want to hunt my dogs and fly my birds, he said. I also want to do some fishing. Maybe I will meet a strong country girl, about 17 or 18 years old. Perhaps I will marry again and have a son. If that young man Vandross finally thinks clearly and marries my Felina, you will see how fast he becomes Duke of Yarbon when I stop working. No one knows why she still waits for him.
He pushed himself up from his chair.
I want a hot bath and some sleep before supper. May I go?
Liam gave him permission to leave. When Brukel was gone, Liam said, I will never get used to people needing my permission to come and go.
Pug and Colgan stood up.
Culkin said, you must get used to it, because everyone will ask you from now on. With your permission.
Liam looked annoyed but allowed them to go. The council met as Aglarana sat on her throne. Martin Longbow was there, standing beside Thomas. When everyone was in place, Aglarana said, You called for a council. Tatha, tell us why you came.
Tatha bowed to the queen. We of the council think it is time for understanding, he said.
Understanding of what, Tatha? Asked the elf queen.
Tatha said, We worked for a long time to bring peace to the matter of Thomas. We used our magic to calm the power inside him, to make the strength of the Valheru softer, so he would not lose control in time.
He stopped speaking for a moment. Martin leaned close to Thomas.
Something is wrong, he whispered.
Tomas gave him a small smile and a wink.
Martin felt better, for the cheerful boy he had known in Cry-D was still inside this man with Dragon Lord power.
Do not worry, Tomas whispered. Everything will be fine.
Tatha said again, We have decided that this matter is finished. Thomas is no longer dangerous like the old ones.
Aglarana said, That is very good news. But why do we need a council for that?
Tatha answered, No, my lady. There is another matter. We are no longer afraid of Thomas, but we will not put ourselves under his rule.
Aglarana stood up, her face full of anger. Who dares to say this? Has anyone said that Thomas wants to rule over us?
Tatha stayed calm before his queen's anger. My lady, you see with the eyes of love, he said. Before she could answer, he lifted his hand. Please do not speak angry words to me, daughter of my oldest friend. I do not accuse you of anything. That he lies beside you is your own matter. We do not judge you. But he now has the power to make a claim, and we must settle this now.
Aglarana became pale.
Thomas stepped forward.
What do you mean? He asked in a strong voice.
Tatha looked a little surprised. She will have your child, he said. Did you not know?
Tomas could not speak. Many thoughts filled his mind. A child. But no one had told him. He looked at Tadhar. How do you know? He asked.
Tatha smiled kindly. I am old, Thomas, he said. I can see the signs.
Tomas turned to Aglarana. Is it true? He asked.
She nodded. I did not want to tell you before, she said softly. I waited until I could not hide it anymore.
Tomas felt unsure. Why? He asked.
Because I did not want you to worry, she said. Until the war is over, I want you to think only about that. I did not want to give you another burden.
Tomas stood in silence for a moment. Then he lifted his head and laughed with joy. A child, he said. Thank the gods!
Tatha looked at him with care. Do you claim the throne? He asked.
Yes, I do, Tadhar, Tomas said with a smile.
Colleen spoke for the first time. It is my right, Thomas, he said. You will have to fight me for it.
Tomas looked at him kindly. I will not fight you, son of the woman I love, he said.
If you want to be king, you must fight, Colleen answered.
Tomas walked to Colleen. They had never been close, because Colleen had always feared Tomas's strength. Now Colleen stood ready to defend his people. Tomas put his hand on Colleen's shoulder and looked into his eyes.
You are heir. I do not speak of being your king. He stepped back and looked at the council.
I am what you see now. I have two bloodlines. I have the power of the Valharu, but I was not born with it. My mind remembers very old times. But I can also remember the thoughts of a boy. I can still feel happiness and laughter and love.
He looked at the elf queen.
I only ask to sit beside my queen, with your blessing, as her husband. I will accept only the rule that she and you allow me. If you allow none, I will still stay with her.
Then he said firmly,
But I will not change this. Our child must have a clean and noble birth.
People began to speak softly with approval. Thomas turned to Aglarana. He spoke in the old elven language.
Will you take me as your husband?
Aglarana's eyes shone. She looked at Tatha. I will. Does anyone here deny my right?
Tatha looked around the council. No one spoke against her. It is permitted, my lady, he said.
Suddenly the elves cheered loudly. Others heard the noise and came to see what was happening. They soon joined the celebration. Everyone knew the queen loved the warrior in white and gold. They all thought he was a good choice for her husband.
Colleen said, You understand our ways well, Thomas. If you had done something different, there would have been trouble or doubt. Thank you for being wise.
Tomas shook his hand. It is only fair, Colleen. Your right is clear. When the queen and I go to the Blessed Isles, our child will be your faithful subject.
Aglarana came to stand beside Thomas. Martin joined them and said, Joy in all things. Thomas hugged his friend, and the queen did the same.
Colleen called for silence. When everyone was quiet, he said, It is time to speak clearly. Let all know what has been true for many years. Thomas is the war leader of Elvander and the queen's prince consort. All must obey his words, except the queen. I, Colleen, say this is true.
And I agree, said Tatha.
Then the council bowed before the queen and her husband-to-be. Martin said, It is good that I leave Elvander when happiness has come again. Aglarana asked, You are leaving?
I must, Martin said. There is still a war, and I am the huntmaster of Cryde. Also, he added with a smile, young Garrett is becoming too lazy here. I must take him back to the wild before he grows fat.
You will stay for the wedding? Asked Tomas.
Martin started to refuse, but Aglarana said, The wedding can be tomorrow.
Martin smiled. One more day? I will be happy to stay.
The crowd shouted again. Thomas saw Dolgan coming through the people. When the dwarf leader reached them, he said,
We were not called to the council, but we heard the shouting and came.
Behind him, other dwarfs followed.
Tomas put his hand on Dolgan's shoulder. My old friend, you are very welcome. You have come to a celebration. There will be a wedding.
Dolgan looked at them and smiled.
Aye, it is about time, he said.
The rider pushed his horse forward past the lines of Tirani soldiers. He still felt uneasy seeing so many of them moving east. The soldiers watched him ride by with careful eyes as he went toward Elvander. Laurie stopped his horse near a large rock. A Tirani officer in black and orange armor stood there, watching his soldiers. From his plume and marks, Laurie knew he was a force leader. He had several other officers near him.
Laurie asked, "Where is the nearest place to cross the river?"
The other men looked at him with suspicion, but the force leader showed no surprise that Laurie spoke their language well. He nodded toward the direction his soldiers had come from.
"It is not far," he said. "Less than 1 hour for those walking. It will be faster for you on your animal. There are 2 big trees beside a clearing above a small waterfall. That is the place."
Laurie saw the colors on the man's armor and knew his house. It was one of the 5 great families.
"Thank you, force leader," he said. "Honor to your house, son of Minwanabi."
The force leader stood tall. He did not know who Laurie was, but he answered politely.
"Honor to your house, stranger," he said.
Laurie rode on past the tired Sorani soldiers walking slowly near the river. He reached the clearing above the falls and guided his horse into the water. The river moved fast, but they crossed safely. Cool drops from the falls blew toward him, and it felt good after a long hot ride. He had been riding since before sunrise. He would still be on the road after dark. By then, he would be close enough for elf guards to find him. They would be watching the Sorani soldiers leaving the valley and could take him to their queen. Laurie had offered to carry the message himself. People thought a messenger who spoke Sorani would be safer. He had been stopped 3 times on his way. Each time, he spoke to the soldiers and convinced them to let him pass. There was peace now, but no strong trust yet. When he finally left the river, Laurie got down from his horse. The animal was tired. Laurie walked him to help him cool down. He took off the saddle and used a brush from his bag to clean the horse's back. Suddenly, a man came out from the trees. Laurie stepped back in surprise. The man was not an elf. He had dark hair with a little gray and wore a brown robe. He carried a wooden staff. He walked toward Laurie slowly and calmly. He stopped a few steps away and leaned on his staff.
"Hello, Laurie of Tyrsok," he said.
The man spoke in a strange way. Laurie was sure he had never met him before.
"Do I know you?" Laurie asked. "No," the man said. "But I know who you are. You are a troubadour."
Laurie moved a little closer to his saddle, where his sword was. The man smiled and lifted his hand. Suddenly, Laurie felt calm. He no longer wanted to reach for his sword. He thought that the man looked harmless.
"What brings you to the elven forest, Laurie?" the man asked.
Laurie answered without thinking.
"I am bringing messages to the elf queen," he said. "What messages?" the man asked. "Prince Liam is now the heir, and peace has returned," Laurie said. "He asks the elves and the dwarfs to come to the valley in 3 weeks. There they will agree to peace together." The man nodded slowly. "I understand," he said. "I am on my way to see the elf queen myself. I can take your message. You do not need to go all the way to Olvander."
Laurie started to argue, but then he stopped. The man was right. If he was going there anyway, Laurie did not need to make the long trip. It would be a waste of time. Laurie nodded.
The man laughed softly. "Why not rest here tonight?" he said. "You can hear the water nearby, and it is a peaceful sound. It will not rain. In the morning, you can go back to the prince. Tell him you gave your message in Elvander. Say that the queen and Thomas agreed to his plans. Say also that the dwarfs from Stone Mountain will hear about it. Then tell Liam that the elves and dwarfs will come. He can feel sure of that."
Laurie nodded again. Everything the man said seemed very true and simple. The stranger turned to leave. Then he looked back and said,
"By the way, it is better if you do not tell anyone that we met."
Laurie said nothing. He accepted the stranger's words without question. When the man left, Laurie felt calm again. He was happy his message had reached Ilvander. The ceremony happened in a quiet green place. Aglarana and Thomas stood before Tatha and spoke their vows. No one else was with them. That was the elven way. They promised to love each other. Tatha asked the gods to bless them. He told them how to care for one another.
"Go back to Elvander. Now it is time for food and celebration. You have made your people happy, my queen and my prince."
Aglarana and Thomas stood up and held each other. Thomas smiled and said, "I want to remember this day, my love." He turned and called out loudly. In the old elven language, he shouted, "Belagrok! Belagrok! Come to us!" Soon they heard fast hoofbeats. A group of white horses ran into the glade. They stopped near the Queen and Thomas and lifted their front legs high to greet them. Thomas jumped onto one horse's back. The horse stayed still and calm.
"Now it is clear you are one of us."
Aglarana and Tatha climbed onto their horses. Together they rode toward Ilvander. When the city of trees appeared, every elf shouted with joy. They saw the queen and her prince on the elf steeds. It showed that Thomas belonged with them. The feast started and lasted for many hours. Thomas felt great happiness. Everyone around him shared that feeling. Aglarana sat beside him. A second throne stood next to hers for Thomas, marking his rank. All elves who were free came to speak with them. They promised loyalty and gave blessings for the marriage. The dwarfs came too. They laughed, sang loudly, and joined the celebration with joy. Their songs filled the glades of Ilvander. The night grew long, but the happiness continued. Then Thomas suddenly became tense. He felt a cold wind go through him. Aglarana quickly held his arm. She felt something was wrong.
"Husband, what is it?" she asked softly.
"Something strange," he said quietly. "It feels like before, hopeful, but also sad."
From the edge of the clearing below Ilvander, a shout rose through the night air. It cut through the noise of the celebration, but no one could understand the words. Thomas stood up with Aglarana beside him and walked to the edge of the large wooden platform. He looked down and saw an elven scout below, breathing hard.
"What is happening?" Tomas shouted.
"My lord," the scout called back, "the Outworlders are leaving."
Thomas did not move. Those simple words shocked him. He could not believe that the Tsarani were leaving after so many years of war. Then he spoke again.
"Why are they leaving? Are they making ready for battle?"
The scout shook his head. "No, my lord. They are not preparing to fight. They are walking slowly and calmly. Their soldiers look tired and sad. They are taking down their camps all along the Krydi road and going east."
The guard looked up, his face showing surprise and joy. He turned to the people near him and smiled.
"They are leaving," he said.
A great cry of happiness filled the place. Many people began to cry from joy. Everyone felt that the war had truly ended. Thomas turned and saw tears on his wife's face. She took him in her arms, and they stood together quietly for a while. After some time, Thomas, now the new prince consort of Ilvander, spoke to Colleen, who stood close by.
"Send scouts to follow them," he said. "This could be a trick."
Aglarana looked at him. "Do you really think that, Thomas?" she asked softly.
He shook his head. "No," he said. "I only want to be sure. But something inside me says this is truly the end. It feels like peace mixed with the sadness of losing so much."
She touched his face gently. He said, "I will also send runners to the kingdom camp to ask Lord Boric what is happening." She nodded. "If it is peace, he will send news."
Tomas looked at her. "Yes," he said. "We will wait, then." He looked at her face, old as the ages yet still full of beauty. "This day will be remembered for two reasons," he said. "It is a day for celebration."
Neither Thomas nor Aglarana felt surprise when Macros came to Ilvander. They had long ago stopped being amazed by the sorcerer after his first visit. Without any greeting, he stepped out from the trees at the edge of the clearing and walked toward the tree city. The full elven court was there, and Longbow also stood among them, when Macros came to stand before the queen and Thomas. He bowed and said, "Greetings, lady, and to your husband."
"Welcome, Macros the Black," said the queen. "Have you come to explain why the Outworlders have gone away?"
Macros leaned on his staff and nodded. "I bring news," he said quietly. He waited a moment before speaking again. "You should know that both the king and the lord of Krydi are dead. Liam is now the heir."
Thomas looked at Martin. The huntmaster's face was pale. He tried to look calm, but Thomas could see that Martin was shocked by the news. Thomas turned to Macros.
"I did not know the king," he said. "But the duke was a good man." I am sorry for such news.
Macrose walked over to Martin.
Martin watched the sorcerer carefully. He had never met him before, but he had heard many stories about him from Arutha and Thomas.
You, Martin Longbow, must go to Crydee at once, said Macrose. There you will sail with Princesses Carline and Anita to Cronder.
Martin started to speak, but Macrose raised his hand. The whole court went still.
In a quiet voice Macrose said, at the end, your father spoke your name with love.
Then he lowered his hand, and everyone moved again as before. Martin did not feel fear. He felt comfort from the sorcerer's words. He also knew no one else had heard them.
Macrose said, now listen to better news. The war is over. Liam and Achinder will meet in 20 days to sign a peace treaty.
A cheer rose in the court. People above shouted the news to those below. Soon all the elven forest was full of happy voices. Dolgan came into the council again, wiping his eyes.
What is this? He asked. Another celebration while I sleep? You make me think we are not welcome anymore.
Tomas laughed. No, Dolgan, he said. Call your people and tell them to join us. The war is over.
Dolgan took out his pipe and knocked out the ashes. He pushed the burned tobacco over the edge of the platform. At last, he said as he opened his pouch. He turned away to fill his pipe.
Thomas pretended not to see the tears on the dwarf's face. Arutha sat upon his father's throne, alone in the great hall. He held a letter from his brother. He had read it many times, trying to believe that their father was really gone. He felt very sad and heavy inside. Carline had accepted the news more calmly. She had gone to the quiet garden near the castle to think alone. Arutha's mind was full of memories. He remembered when his father took him hunting. He also remembered when his father praised the big deer he had hunted with Martin Longbow. Then he thought of his mother's death, but that memory was far away and not sharp anymore. He saw in his mind his father angry in the king's palace. Arutha breathed out slowly.
At least many things you wanted have happened, father, he said quietly to himself. Roderick is gone, and Guy has lost his honor.
Arutha, a voice said from across the hall. Arutha looked up. Anita was coming out of the doorway shadows. Her soft shoes made no sound on the stone floor. He had been so deep in thought that he did not see her come in. She carried a small lamp because the evening made the hall very dark.
The pages did not want to disturb you, but I could not leave you alone in the dark, she said.
Arutha felt happy to see her and thankful that she came. Anita was kind and thoughtful. She was the first person who understood his true feelings under his quiet and serious face. She always knew how to make him feel better.
Before he spoke, she said softly, I heard the news, Arutha. I am sorry.
Arutha gave her a small smile. You are still sad about your own father's death, and you still care about mine. You are kind.
Her father, Erland, had died a week ago after a ship came from Cronder. Anita moved her head, and her soft red hair fell gently around her face.
Father was sick for many years, she said. He told us long ago that he might die. I knew it could happen when he was put in the dungeon. I knew that when we left Cronder.
You are strong, Arutha said. I hope I can be like you. There is still much work to do.
She spoke quietly. I think you will be a good ruler, Liam in Rillanan and you in Cronder.
I? In Cronder? I have not wanted to think about that.
She sat beside him on the throne that Carline used when she was next to her father in court. She put her hand on Arutha's hand, which rested on the arm of the throne.
You must think about it. After Liam, you are next in line for the crown. The Prince of Cronder is part of that duty. There is no one else who can rule there but you.
Arutha looked uneasy.
Anita, I always thought I would one day become Earl of some small place, or maybe work as an officer for one of the border barons. But I never thought about ruling a city. I do not really want to be Duke of Crydee, and even less the Prince of Cronder. Liam will marry soon, I am sure. Women always liked him, and when he becomes king, He can choose anyone he wants. When he has a son, that boy can be Prince of Kronda.
Anita shook her head firmly.
No, Arutha. There is too much work to do now. The Western realm needs a strong leader, and that must be you. Another viceroy will not be trusted. Every lord would suspect anyone else who was chosen. It has to be you.
Arutha looked at her carefully. In the 5 months she had been in Cry-D, he had come to care for her deeply. He could not find the right words to say how he felt when they were together. Every day she looked more like a woman and less like a young girl. She was still very young, and that made him feel unsure. During the war, he tried not to think about what their fathers had planned, a possible marriage that he learned about that night on the ship Sea Swift. Now that peace had come, he could not avoid the question.
Anita, maybe you are right, but you also have a claim to the throne. Didn't you say your father wanted us to marry to support your claim to Kronda?
She looked at him with wide green eyes.
That plan was only made to stop Guy's ambitions. It was meant to help your father or brother's claim if Roderick died without a child. Now you do not need to feel tied to those plans.
If I take Kronda, what will you do?
Mother and I have other lands. We can live well from them, I am sure.
Arutha spoke slowly.
I have not had time to think about this, he said. When I was last in Kronda, I saw how little I know about cities. And I know even less about ruling one. You were trained for things like this. I was only a second son. I did not learn what a ruler should learn.
There are good men here and in Kronda who can help you, she said. You think clearly, Arutha. You see what needs to be done, and you are brave enough to act. You will do well as Prince of Kronda.
She stood and kissed his cheek.
There is time for you to decide how to help your brother. Do not let this new duty make you too troubled.
I will try, he said. But I would feel better if you and your mother were near.
She smiled warmly.
We will be close, Arutha. We plan to stay on our land in the hills near Kronda, only a few hours from the palace. Kronda has always been my home, and my mother has lived there since she was young. If you want to see us, just ask. We will gladly come to the court. And if you want rest from your work, you will always be welcome at our house.
Arutha smiled at her.
I think I will visit often, he said. I hope you do not grow tired of seeing me.
Never, Arutha.
Thomas stood alone on the high platform. He looked at the stars through the trees above him. He felt someone behind him and turned. He saw the sorcerer Macros. Thomas gave a small nod in greeting.
I am only 25 years old, Macros, he said, but I carry memories from a very long time. All my life, I have been fighting wars. It feels like a dream.
Let us make sure this dream does not become a nightmare, Macros said.
Tomas looked at him closely. What do you mean? He asked.
Macros stayed quiet for a while. Thomas waited. At last, Macros spoke.
There is something that must be done, Tomas. It is up to you to end this war.
I do not like how that sounds, Tomas said. I thought you said the war was already over.
On the day King Liam meets the Emperor, you must lead the elves and dwarves to the west side of the field, Macros said. When the two leaders meet in the center, there will be betrayal.
What kind of betrayal? Tomas asked angrily.
I cannot tell you more, said Macros. But when Ichinder and Liam sit down together, you must attack the Tsurani army with all your strength. Only that will save Midkemia from complete destruction.
Tomas looked at him with doubt. You asked much from me but say very little, he said.
Macros lifted his staff like a ruler holding his scepter. His dark eyes narrowed, and his brows came together above his nose. His voice was quiet, but his words burned like fire. Even Thomas felt a kind of fear as he stood before him.
More. Macros said sharply. I gave you everything, Balharu. You live because of what I have done over many years. You will never know how much of my life I spent preparing for you. If I had not fought and then befriended Ruak, you would have died in the mines of Mac Mordain Cadle. I made the armor and sword of ashen sugar and left them with the hammer of Dolin and the gift I gave the dragon, so that, long after, you would find them. It was I who set your path, Tomas. If I had not helped you years ago, Elvender would be ashes now. Do you think the elves alone worked for you? Without my help during these 9 years, the dragon's power would have destroyed you. No human could survive such old and strong magic without me. When you were lost in dreams of the past, I guided you back. I brought you back to your own mind.
The sorcerer's voice grew louder.
It was I who gave you the power to influence ashen sugar. You were my tool.
Tomas stepped back when he heard the strong, angry words of the sorcerer.
No, Tomas, I have not given you much. I have given you everything.
For the first time since he put on the armor in Mac Mordain Cadal, Thomas felt afraid. Deep inside, he suddenly understood how powerful the sorcerer was. He knew that if Macros wished, he could destroy him easily.
Who are you? He asked softly, trying to hide his fear.
Macros's anger faded. He leaned on his staff again, and Thomas's fear left him. It was as if he could not even remember being afraid.
Macros gave a short laugh. I sometimes forget myself, he said. I am sorry. Then his face became serious again. I do not ask for thanks, he said. What I have done is finished, and you owe me nothing. But remember this. The being called Ashen Sugar and the man called Tomas both loved this world deeply, each in his own way. You have both kinds of love. You have the power of Ashen Sugar to protect and lead. And you have the heart of Tomas who wants to care for the land. But if you fail in what I ask you to do, if you do not stay strong when the time comes, then this world will be lost forever. I swear this is true.
Then I will do what you ask, Tomas said.
Macros smiled. Go to your wife now, Prince Consort of Elvender. But when the time comes, gather your army. I will go to Stone Mountain. Harthorn and his men will join you. We will need every sword and every hammer.
Will they know you? Tomas asked.
Macros looked at him. They will know me, Tomas of Elvender. Do not doubt that.
I will gather all the power of Elvender, Tomas said. His voice became hard. And together we will end this war forever.
Macros raised his staff and disappeared. Thomas stood alone for some time. He felt a new fear in his heart, the fear that this war might never truly end. 32 Betrayal. The armies faced each other. Old soldiers looked across the wide valley floor, watching men they had fought for many years. They did not yet feel comfortable near their former enemies. Each side had special honor troops. The kingdom's nobles and the empire's clans were both there. Each group had more than 1,000 men. The last soldiers of the Tsarani invasion army were now going through the rift, returning to Kaluan. Only the emperor's honor group stayed behind. The kingdom's army waited at the 2 passes that opened into the valley. They would not leave until the peace treaty was complete. The trust between them was still careful and uncertain. On the kingdom's side of the valley, Liam sat on a white warhorse, waiting for the emperor to arrive. Near him sat the nobles of the kingdom. Their armor was clean and shining in the light. They waited quietly for what would come next. With them were the leaders of the Free City soldiers and a group of Natalie's rangers. Trumpets sounded from the other side of the field. The emperor's group came out from the rift. Imperial flags moved gently in the wind as the long line walked to the front of the Tsarani soldiers. A Tsarani messenger started to walk across the wide space between the 2 rulers. While he waited, Prince Liam looked at the people on horses near him. Pug, Culgan, Meacham, and Laurie were there in a place of honor for their service to the kingdom. Earl Vandross and other brave officers stood close too. Next to Liam was Arutha, sitting on a brown warhorse that moved excitedly. Pug looked around with a strange happy feeling. He saw all the signs of 2 great nations that were so important in his life. Across the field he saw the banners of powerful Tsarani families he knew well, the Kida, the Oksatukan, the Minwanabi, and others. Behind him, the flags of the kingdom waved in the wind, from Krai-D in the west to Ran in the east. Culgan saw that Pug was lost in thought. He touched Pug's shoulder with his long staff.
Are you all right? He asked.
Pug turned to him. I'm fine, he said. I just felt a little strange for a moment. This day feels unusual to me. The war made the two sides enemies, but I have friends in both lands. I still do not understand all my feelings.
Culgan smiled. There will be time to think later, he said. Maybe Tully and I can help you.
The old cleric Tully had come with Arutha on his long, hard ride. He did not want to miss the peace meeting, but 14 days on horseback made him sick. He was now resting in Liam's tent. Liam had to give an order to make him stay there because he wanted to come with the royal group. The Tsurani messenger stopped before Liam and bowed low. He said something in the Tsurani language. Pug rode forward to speak for him.
He says, Pug translated, that His Imperial Majesty Achinder, Light of Heaven and ruler of all Suranuani, sends greetings to His Royal Highness Prince Liam, ruler of the kingdom. He asks if the prince will meet him in the middle of the valley.
Liam said, Tell him I thank him for his greeting. Tell him I will be glad to meet him in the place he chooses.
Pug spoke the words in the Tsurani way. The messenger bowed again and walked back to his people. They saw the emperor's litter being carried forward. Liam gave a signal to his guards to come with him. They rode to meet the emperor in the middle of the valley. Pug, Culgan, and Laurie went with the honor escort. Meacham stayed with the soldiers. The horsemen from the kingdom arrived first at the meeting place. They waited while the emperor's group came closer. 20 slaves carried the litter. They were all about the same height and looked strong. Their muscles moved under the weight of the heavy litter covered with gold. Thin white curtains hung from wooden poles decorated with gold and gems. The sunlight touched the metal and the stones, and everything shone brightly. Behind the litter walked 5 important men from the strongest families of the empire. Each man was a clan leader. Each family could choose a new warlord. The slaves lowered the litter. Ichinder, the emperor of Tsuranyuani, came out. He wore golden armor worth more than anyone could count. On his head was a crest helmet made from the same gold. He walked toward Liam. Liam got down from his horse to meet him. Pug, who would help with the translation, also got off his horse and stood nearby. The emperor gave Pug a short nod. Liam and Ichinder looked at each other. Both were surprised because they were so young. Ichinder was only a few years older than Liam. Liam greeted the emperor kindly. He spoke about friendship and peace. Ichinder answered with the same kindness. Then the Light of Heaven stepped forward and held out his right hand.
I understand this is your custom? He asked.
Liam took the hand of the emperor of Tsuranyuani. The air suddenly felt lighter. People on both sides of the valley started to cheer. The 2 young rulers smiled, and their handshake was strong and friendly. Liam said, May this be the start of a long peace between our 2 countries.
Ichinder said, Peace is something new for Tsuranyuani, but I believe we will learn fast. My High Council is not united about what I have done. I hope trade and the good life we gain from learning from each other will bring us together.
That is my hope too, said Liam. To show our truce, I have prepared a gift for you. He made a sign, and a soldier came quickly from the kingdom's side. The man led a beautiful black war horse. It had a black saddle decorated with gold. A sword with jewels on the handle hung from the saddle.
Ichinder looked at the horse with some doubt, but he admired the fine work on the sword. He lifted the large blade and said, You honor me, Prince Liam.
Ichinder turned to one of his guards. The man gave an order, and 2 slaves brought a chest and placed it before the emperor. It was made from dark wood and shone beautifully. Carvings of Tsurani animals and plants covered it. The carvings were made with light and dark colors and looked almost real. The chest itself was already a fine gift. But when the lid was opened, many large and shining stones caught the sunlight.
The emperor said, It is hard for me to ask my High Council to pay for the damage of war, and they do not agree with me now. But they cannot find fault in a gift like this. I hope it helps repair the harm my nation has done.
Liam bowed a little. You are very kind, and I thank you. Will you join me for some refreshments? The emperor nodded. Liam gave an order to build a large tent. A group of soldiers rode forward and got off their horses. Some carried wooden poles and cloth. Soon a big open tent stood ready. Under it, they placed chairs and a table. Other soldiers brought food and wine and placed them on the table. Pug pulled out a soft chair for the emperor. Arutha did the same for his brother. The two rulers sat down.
Ichinder smiled and said, "This seat is much more comfortable than my throne. I should have a soft cushion made."
The wine was poured. Liam and the emperor raised their cups to each other. Then they made a toast to peace. Everyone in the tent drank. Ichinder looked at Pug.
"Great One, this meeting feels better for everyone than our last one," he said.
Pug bowed. "I hope so, Your Imperial Majesty," he said. "I also hope you forgive me for what happened at the Imperial Games."
The emperor frowned. "Forgive you? You almost destroyed the games, not just disturbed them."
Pug translated his words for the others. Ichinder gave a small smile that showed he understood.
"This Great One has done many new things in my empire," he said. "We may still see the results of his work long after his name is gone. But that is the past. Now let us speak of the future."
The guests from both sides stood quietly inside the tent. The two rulers began to speak about how they could form friendship between their two worlds. Thomas watched from outside the tent. Galen and Dolgan waited beside him. Behind them stood more than 2,000 elves and dwarfs, ready for any danger. They had come through the North Pass, passing by the kingdom's soldiers in the valley. They had then moved to the woods on the west side. From there they could clearly see the meeting place.
Tomas looked at his friends. "I do not see any signs of a trap," he said.
A dwarf named Harthorn from Stone Mountain walked up to them. "Elf friend," he said. "Everything looks peaceful, even after the wizard's warning."
Suddenly the air above the field seemed to wave and shine as if from heat. Their eyes flickered. Then Thomas and the others saw Tsarani soldiers pulling out their weapons.
Tomas turned back to his men. "Get ready," he shouted.
A kingdom soldier rode quickly toward the tent. The Tsarani lords looked at him with worry, because until now only servants had gone near the tent.
"Your Highness," the soldier cried.
"Something strange is happening."
"What is it?"
He looked worried because the man seemed excited. "From here we can see people moving in the forest to the west."
Liam stood up and looked toward the trees. He saw figures near the forest edge.
While Pug translated the words for the emperor, Liam said, "That could be the dwarves and the elves."
He turned to Ichinder. "I sent messages about peace to the elf queen and the dwarf leaders. They must be coming now."
The emperor walked next to Liam and looked toward the woods. Why do they stay under the trees? Why do they hide?
Liam looked at the horseman. "Ride and tell those in the forest to come to us."
The guard obeyed. When he was halfway to the woods, loud shouts came from the trees. Elves in green clothes and dwarfs in strong armor ran forward. They shouted battle songs and cries. Ichinder looked at them with confusion. Some of his men drew their weapons. A soldier ran from the Tsarani lines to the emperor's tent and shouted, "Majesty, we are betrayed. It is a trap." Every Tsarani soldier stepped back with swords ready.
"Is this your way of making peace? You speak fine words, but you bring lies."
Liam did not understand the words, but he knew the meaning from Ichinder's angry voice. He held Pug's arm. "Tell him I know nothing about this."
Pug tried to shout above the noise in the tent.
But the Tsarani nobles moved away and closed around the emperor. Soldiers ran forward from the Tsarani lines to protect him.
"Back. Go back to our own soldiers."
The Midkemians quickly climbed onto their horses.
"Liam, you show your true face. Cernueti will never speak of peace with people without honor. We will destroy your kingdom."
Fighting began. The elves and dwarfs fought the Tsarani soldiers. Liam and his people rode back to their own lines. Their soldiers were waiting, ready for battle. When Liam stopped his horse, Lord Brukel asked, "Do we attack now, Highness?"
"No. I will take no part in lies."
He looked at the fight. The elves and dwarfs pushed the Tsarani soldiers toward the rift machine. The emperor and his guards circled away from the battle. They kept 1,000 honor soldiers between themselves and the attackers. Runners ran into the open rift. Soon, many Tsarani soldiers came out from it. They rushed forward and began fighting the attackers. The Tsarani line started to collapse, then it held together again. Slowly, it began to push the elves and dwarfs back. Arutha moved his horse close to Liam's.
Liam, we must attack, he said. If we wait, the elves and dwarfs will lose. There are 10,000 more Tsarani soldiers on the other side of that rift. They are only one step away. If you wish to end this terrible war, we must take that machine and keep it safe.
Pug rode to the other side of Liam's horse. Liam, he shouted. You must do what Arutha says. Liam still looked unsure. Pug's voice grew louder. Listen carefully. For 9 years you have fought only a small part of the Empire's army. Those were only the clans that wanted war. You also had some secret friends who stopped the Empire from sending more soldiers. Now someone has betrayed those friends. The most powerful man in the Empire, Ichinder, is angry. He can command every clan to fight for him. Until now you have seen only 30,000 Tsarani warriors on all fronts. By tomorrow, those same soldiers can return to this valley. In 1 week, there can be twice that number. Liam, you do not understand how great his power is. In 1 year he can send 1,000,000 soldiers and 1,000 magicians against us. You must act now.
Liam sat very straight on his horse. His face showed how bitter he felt.
Can you help us? He asked.
I can try, said Pug. If you can open a way for me to reach the machine, I will try to close the rift. But I do not know if I can. I have other powers, but even if I could fight the Empire and destroy every man here, it would mean little. More soldiers would still come through the rift and stand ready to fight.
Liam nodded sharply. He turned to Arutha.
Send riders to the north and south passes, he said. Call every army of the kingdom to prepare for battle.
Arutha turned quickly and gave an order. Riders galloped away toward both mountain passes. Liam looked at Pug.
If you can help, do it, he said. But wait until the way is safe. You are the only one who can use magic here. He pointed to Lori, Meacham, and Colgan. Keep them away from the fight, he said. They are not soldiers. Stay back. If we fail, use your magic to go to Kronder. Carline and Anita must go east to their granduncle Caldric. The west will belong to the Tsurani. Liam drew his sword and gave the order to move forward. 1,000 horsemen began to advance. Their armor shone as they moved like a heavy wall of steel. Officers shouted to keep the line straight. Then Liam raised his hand and gave the signal to charge. The lines broke and the horsemen rushed toward the Tsurani.
The Tsurani heard the sound of the horses. Many stopped fighting with the elves and dwarfs and formed a wall of shields. Pug, Lori, Meacham, and Colgan watched as the horses hit the shield wall. Men and horses cried out. Long spears bent and broke. Many soldiers fell, but others quickly stepped forward. The kingdom men were pushed back. Liam formed his troops again. He shouted another charge. This time, the shields broke. Pug could see the right side of the Tsurani line falling back. But in the center, the emperor called his soldiers together and held strong. Pug saw Tsurani nobles asking their emperor to escape. The emperor stood with his sword ready, shouting orders. He would not leave the battlefield. He formed his men in a circle around the strange rift machine. He wanted more warriors from Kaluan to come through it. He saw new soldiers running from the rift. Soon they would be strong enough to defeat the king's army. The ground began to shake softly. One lord pointed behind the emperor. Ichinder turned and saw horsemen riding from the forest in the north. They were the northern cavalry, answering Liam's call. The emperor sent new soldiers to stop them. Then a shout came from the left. A tall man wearing gold and white armor fought his way through the guards. He moved toward the machine called the Light of Heaven. Tsurani lords ran to stop him.
A forest leader came to the emperor. Your Majesty, you must go, he cried. We can fight only a short time. If you die, the empire loses its heart. The gods will turn away.
The emperor tried to push past him. The golden and white warrior cut down another Tsarani lord. The officer whispered, "May heaven forgive me," and hit Ichinder on the back of the head with the flat of his sword. The emperor fell to the ground. The force leader shouted, "The emperor has fallen. Take him through the rift." Soldiers lifted the emperor and carried him to the machine. A strike leader ran to the force leader. "Sir, all our lords are dead," he shouted. The force leader saw the tall warrior now being pushed back by many soldiers. But before that, the warrior had killed every chief near the emperor. The force leader looked and saw the emperor's body disappear beyond the rift. More soldiers were coming out from the rift. He knew there was no time to lose.
"I am now force commander," he said. "You are sub-commander. Send more men north."
The man ran to lead more soldiers as the northern cavalry thundered forward. They crashed into the Tsarani line. The shield shook but stayed in place. The force commander looked around and hoped they could hold until more soldiers came. Pug and his friends watched the northern army attack the wall. Spears broke and horses fell. Men cried as they were trampled. The wall did not break. The horsemen turned back to prepare another attack. Lion's men were pushed back. He ordered them to fall back and join with the northern riders for a new plan. To the west, Thomas led the elves and dwarfs against the Tsarani. They fought bravely but were also being pushed away. When the horsemen pulled back, the Tsarani turned to fight the elves and dwarfs. Soldiers from the north and south left their posts to help on the west side.
Meacham watched and said, "If the elves don't pull back, the Tsarani will defeat them."
As if someone had heard him, the four watchers saw the fight in the west stop. The elves and dwarfs moved back while elven archers covered them. Kulgan looked at Pug.
"This short rest helps the Tsarani," he said.
They saw many Tsarani soldiers coming through the rift.
"If Liam does not reach the machine soon, the Tsarani will grow stronger, and we will grow weaker," he said.
Pug answered, "He can stop them only if he can place archers at the rift's entrance. If they shoot arrows all the time, it will keep the enemy back for a while. Then we can build a barrier and make the machine stop working."
Lori said, "Can't we just destroy it? The other plan sounds very dangerous."
Pug sat still for a moment.
"I don't know if my magic is strong enough to destroy the rift," he said. "But I think I must try."
He started to move his horse forward, but a voice called out behind him.
"No."
They all turned. A man in brown clothes was standing there, holding a staff. No one had seen him appear.
"Even your power is not enough for this, Great One," the man said.
"Macros," Kulgan said in surprise.
Macros gave a sad smile. "As I said before, I am here when the need is greatest and the time is most serious."
Pug asked, "What should we do?"
"I will close the rift," Macros said. "But I need your help."
He looked at Kulgan.
"I see you still have the staff I gave you. Good. Get off your horse."
Pug and Kulgan climbed down. Pug now remembered that the staff Kulgan always carried was the one that had come from Macros. Macros went to stand in front of Kulgan.
"Push the end of your staff deep into the ground," he said. Then he turned and gave his own staff to Pug. "This staff is the same as that one. Hold it very tightly, and never let it go, not even for a moment. If you drop it, you will not live through what we must do."
He looked toward the fight not far away.
"It is almost the right time, but not yet. Listen well, because we do not have much time."
He looked at Pug, then at Kulgan.
"When everything is finished, if the rift is destroyed, go back to my island. There you will find answers about all that has happened. They may not make you completely happy, but you will understand more."
He gave a sad smile.
"Kulgan, if you wish to see your old student again, hold that staff as hard as you can. Think about Pug. Do not let the staff lose touch with Midkemian ground. Do you understand?"
"But what about you?"
"My safety is my own problem. Do not worry about me. My part in this story is decided already, just like yours. Now watch."
They turned back to the fight. The northern troops of the kingdom army charged. Liam and Thomas told their soldiers to attack too. The horsemen hit the enemy's shields again, and the Tsarani line broke. For a short time, the kingdom fighters controlled the field, and the Tsarani fell back. But soon, the foot soldiers pulled down riders and cut the horses loose, and the fight became even again. Men fought all around the rift machine. There was no order, and no plan. They fought only to stay alive. The clashing of metal and hardwood filled the valley. Everyone saw blood and heard terrible cries.
Now it is time. Come with me.
Pug followed the man in the brown robe. He held the staff tightly, because he believed Macrose's warning. He was sure it was the only thing that could keep him alive. They walked through the middle of the battle as if something unseen was keeping them safe. A soldier lifted his sword to strike, but another soldier stopped him. A horse almost ran over them but turned aside at the last moment. It felt like a hidden road opened in front of them and closed again behind. They moved toward the broken Tsarani line. A man with a shield fell when a horseman's lance struck him. They stepped over the body and entered the small quiet space around the rift. Soldiers were still coming out of the rift, and the circle was growing larger. Macrose and Pug climbed onto a platform on the far side of the rift. More soldiers rushed out on the near side. None of the soldiers seemed to notice the two magicians. Macrose walked into the empty space of the rift. Pug followed him. They did not come out in Kaluan as they expected. They hung in a place without color or direction. It was not dark, but only many shades of grey. Pug was alone. He could only hear his own heart beating. It helped him know he was still alive.
He said softly, Macrose?
Macrose's voice answered, I am here, Pug. I cannot see you. Macrose gave a small laugh. No, you cannot. There is no light here. What you see is only a small trick I made so you do not lose your way. Without it, even your strong powers could not keep your mind safe. Men are not made to understand this place.
What is this place? Pug asked.
This is the place between worlds, Macrose said. The gods once fought here in the Chaos Wars. Now we will do our work here.
Men are dying, Macrose, Pug said. We must hurry.
There is no time here, Pug, Macrose answered. For the men who fight, we are stopped in one short moment. We could grow old and die, and not even 1 second would pass on the battlefield. But we still must not wait long. Even I must use some power to keep us alive, and we need that power to finish our work. I have waited a long time for you to keep your promise. I could not close the rift alone.
Pug spoke again. The grey world around him made his senses weak. He could only hear Macrose's voice near him, without seeing him. It was you who turned the rift aside, he said. It happened when the stranger came and the enemy tried to take the Tsarani lands. That must have taken great power. He heard the sorcerer laugh softly.
You remember that? The sorcerer said. I was younger then.
Macrose spoke again as if he knew his answer was not enough.
At that time, the rift was wild. It was made by the people who stood on the towers of the assembly. I turned it in another direction so the enemy's plan would fail. I did that with great danger to myself. Now the rift is controlled. It is fixed in Kelawan and guided by a machine. Many strong spells keep it steady with Midkemia, and they stop me from changing it. I can only close it, and for that I need help.
He continued, before we end this story, I want to tell you something.
You will understand everything when you reach my island. But remember one special thing when you hear my message. I did what I had to do because it was my fate. Please think kindly of me.
Pug could not see the sorcerer, but he felt him close. He tried to speak, but Macrose spoke first.
When I finish, use all the power you still have to go to Kulgan. The staff will help you, but you must give all your strength to it. If you fail, you will die.
This was Macrose's second warning. Pug felt fear for the first time in many years.
What about you? He asked.
Take care of yourself, Pug, Macrose said. I have other matters.
Then Pug felt something around him begin to change. The empty space seemed to move and shift.
Macrose said, when I give the word, release all your power. What you did at the Imperial Games was small. Now you must do much more.
You know about that? Pug asked.
Macros laughed again. I was there, though my place was far from yours. It was impressive. Even I could not make such a show. Now, there is no more time. Wait for my word, then send your power to me.
Pug stayed silent. He felt the sorcerer's presence in front of him becoming clear. Then the space around him started to twist again. A bright light filled everything. Then came darkness. In the next moment, wild energy burst everywhere. Colors exploded all around him, stronger than anything he had ever seen.
Now, Pug! Macros shouted.
Pug used all his will and sent his power to the task. He reached deep inside himself. He called all the magic he had learned from 2 worlds. It was a very strong power. It could break mountains, change rivers, and destroy cities. He gathered it all together. Then he sent the power toward the place where he felt the sorcerer was. There was a huge flash of energy. The world seemed to scream and shake. Time and space felt heavy and strange around him. It was as if the universe wanted to throw them away. Suddenly, everything stopped. He was pushed out.
Pug was floating in complete darkness. He felt numb and could not think clearly. His mind could not understand what had happened. He felt very weak. His fingers opened slowly, and his staff started to fall. He held it again, only because his body moved by itself. Then he felt a soft pull. The darkness around him was cold. He felt his chest burn because he could not breathe. He tried to remember something, but nothing came. Again, he felt the gentle pull. He heard a quiet voice near him, a voice he knew.
Kulgan, he said softly.
Then he closed his eyes as the darkness took him.
The Tsarani force commander was still alive. He was amazed because it seemed impossible. Many people near the rift machine were lying dead. The explosion had happened 1 minute before. It had killed many people. Others were lying on the ground, confused and hurt. He stood up and looked around. Everything was broken and terrible. The rift had not helped the kingdom army. Riders were trying to calm their horses, but many animals were scared. Some horses ran away with no riders. All around, there was noise and panic. The soldiers farther from the center were less shocked. The fight started again. There was little hope now. Kaluan was closed to them, so no help could come. It also meant they could not go back safely. Still, their army was almost as large as the enemy's. Maybe they could win the battle. He thought they could worry about the rift later. Suddenly, the fighting stopped. The kingdom soldiers moved away. The force commander looked around. He saw no officer above him. He began to shout new orders. He told his men to get ready to form the shield wall for another attack. The kingdom army started to organize again. They did not attack yet. They stood across from the Tsarani soldiers. The force commander waited while his soldiers made ready. Horses waited on all sides, but no one moved forward. The air felt tense and heavy. The commander gave an order for a platform to be built. Tsarani took a shield. He stood on it, and they lifted him up. His eyes opened wide.
They have more soldiers, he said.
Far to the south, he saw more troops coming. It was the South Pass army of the kingdom. They had moved far away from the meeting place and had just reached the battlefield. A loud sound came from the north, and he looked in that direction. Lines of kingdom soldiers were coming out from the trees. He turned again and looked to the south. In the far mist, he saw many foot soldiers marching behind the horsemen.
The officer gave an order to lower the shield.
The sub-commander asked, "What do you see?"
Their whole army is here, the officer said. He looked worried. Mother of gods, he said. There must be 30,000 of them.
Then we will fight well before we die, said the sub-commander.
The force commander looked around. All around him were soldiers who were hurt or tired. Only a third of the kingdom's men had fought so far. About 20,000 fresh soldiers were coming toward 4,000 Tsarani, and many of those could not fight well. The commander shook his head. There will be no more fighting, he said quietly. We are far from home. We may never return. It is useless.
He walked past his shocked subcommander and went beyond the shield wall. He lifted his hands to show peace and walked toward Prince Liam. He walked slowly, afraid to be the first Sorani officer in history to give up his army. Soon he reached the prince. He took off his helmet and knelt. He looked up at the tall prince with golden hair and said, "Lord Liam, I give my men into your care. Will you take our surrender?"
Liam nodded. "Yes, Kasumi," he said. "I accept your surrender."
Darkness came. Then there was a soft grey light. Pug opened his heavy eyes. Above him, Pug saw a face he knew well. It was Kulgan, his old teacher. Kulgan smiled widely.
"It is good to see you awake," he said. "We did not know if you were still alive. Your body was so cold. Can you sit up?"
Pug took his hand. He saw Meacham next to him, helping him sit up. The cold slowly left his body as the sunlight warmed him. He sat quietly for a short time.
Then he said, "I think I will live."
He could feel his strength returning. After a moment, he stood up. All around him were the armies of the kingdom.
"What has happened?" he asked.
Lori answered, "The rift is gone. The Tsurani left here have given up. The war is over."
Pug felt too weak to show any feeling. He looked at the people near him. Their faces showed great relief. Then Kulgan suddenly hugged him.
"You risked your life to stop this war," he said. "You helped bring peace."
Pug stood still for a moment. Then he stepped back.
"It was Macros who ended the war," he said. "Did he come back?"
"No," said Kulgan. "Only you returned. When you came, both staffs disappeared. There is no sign of Macros."
Pug shook his head and tried to think clearly again.
"What happens now?" he asked.
Meacham looked behind him.
"You should go to Liam," he said. "Something is happening over there."
Lori and Kulgan helped Pug walk, because he was still weak after what had happened in the rift. They went to where Liam, Arutha, Kasumi, and the nobles of the kingdom were waiting. Across the field, they saw the elves and dwarfs coming, with the northern kingdom soldiers behind them. Pug was surprised to see the older son of the Shinzawai there. He had thought the man was back on Kailuan. He looked sad and tired, standing with no weapon or helmet and his head low. He did not see Pug and the others arrive. Pug looked away from him and turned to watch the elves and dwarfs. For figures were walking in front of them. Two of the men were known to him, Dolgan and Colleen. Another dwarf was with them, but the magician did not know him. When the four stopped in front of the prince, Pug saw the tall warrior dressed in white and gold. He suddenly knew this man was his old friend from childhood. Pug stood still, surprised by the change in Thomas. Thomas now looked stronger and taller, almost like an elf rather than a man. Liam was very tired and could not be angry.
He looked at the elf war leader and asked quietly, "Why did you attack, Thomas?"
The prince consort of the elves said that Sorani pulled their weapons, Liam. They were ready to fight near the meeting tent. Did you not see that?
Even though he was weak, Liam's voice became louder.
"I saw only your people attack a peace meeting," he said. "I saw nothing wrong in the Tsurani camp."
Kasumi raised his head. "Your Highness, I promise we only drew weapons after they attacked us," he said, pointing at Tomas's soldiers.
Liam looked back at Thomas. "Did I not send word for a truce and peace?" he asked.
"Yes," said Dolgan. "I was there when the sorcerer brought that message."
"Sorcerer," said Liam. He turned and shouted, "Lori, I need to speak with you."
Lori came forward. "Your Highness," he said. "Did you take my message to the Elf Queen as I told you?" "Yes, I did," said Lori. "I spoke with the Elf Queen myself."
Thomas lifted his head and looked at Liam. His face showed anger. "I swear I have never seen that man before," he said. "Macros told us that Tsurani would betray us."
Kulgan and Pug stepped forward.
"Your Highness," said Kulgan, "if Macros was part of this, and he often is, it may be better to wait and learn the truth later."
Liam was still angry, but Arutha said, "Leave it for now."
"We can understand this later at the camp."
Liam nodded shortly. We go back to camp, he said. He looked at Lord Bruckle. Bring guards for the prisoners and take them along. Then he looked at Thomas. You must come to my tent when we return. We have many things to talk about.
Thomas agreed, though he did not look pleased.
Liam shouted, we return to camp now. Give the order.
The kingdom officers rode to their troops and passed the command. Thomas turned away and saw a man standing beside him. The man was smiling, but Thomas did not know him at first.
Dalgan laughed and said, Are you blind, boy? Don't you know your old friend?
Thomas looked at Pug as the tired magician came closer. Pug, he said softly. Then he reached out and hugged his lost foster brother.
Pug. They stood together quietly while the armies moved all around them. Both had tears on their faces. Culgan put his hands on their shoulders.
Come, we must go back, he said. There is much to talk about, and thank the gods, we have enough time now.
The camp was full of joy. After more than 9 years, the soldiers knew they did not have to fight or die tomorrow. Songs came from the campfires, and laughter filled the air. Most men did not think about those who were hurt and lay in tents with the priests. Some would never see the first day of peace or the reward of victory. But the people celebrating only cared that they were alive. They were happy for that. Later they would mourn their lost friends. Now they wanted to enjoy life. Inside Liam's tent, the mood was quiet. Culgan had thought deeply about what had happened during the day as they rode back. By the time they got to the tent, the magician from Cry-D had formed an idea of what took place. He shared his thoughts with the others and now was finishing.
It seems, Culgan said, that Macros wanted the rift to close. Everything shows that his strange plan was made to do just that.
Liam sat with Arutha and Tully beside him.
I still don't understand why he took such serious steps, he said. Today's fight cost more than 2,000 lives.
Pug spoke next. I think we will find the answers to this and other questions when we reach his island, he said. Until then, we can only guess.
Liam sighed. He turned to Thomas.
At least I know now that you acted with goodwill, he said. I am glad. It would have been hard to believe that you caused all the bloodshed today.
Tomas held a cup of wine and took a small drink. I am also glad we have no reason to fight, he said. But I still feel I was treated unfairly.
We all were, said Hearthorn and Dolgan together.
Colleen spoke next. Maybe we all took part in some plan of the Black One, he said. Perhaps Pug is right, and we will learn the truth at Sorcerer's Isle. But I feel angry about this terrible matter.
Liam looked at Kasumi, who sat stiffly, staring straight ahead. Kasumi seemed not to hear what anyone said.
Kasumi, Liam said, what should I do with you and your men?
Kasumi's eyes turned toward him when he heard his name.
Your Highness, I know a little about your ways, he said.
Lori has taught me much. But I am still Tsurani. In my land, the officers would die, and the soldiers would become slaves. I cannot tell you what to do. I do not know how you treat war prisoners in your world.
His voice sounded calm and without feeling. Liam wanted to speak, but Pug gave him a sign to wait. Pug had something to say. Kasumi, he asked.
Yes, Great One. Kasumi answered.
Thomas looked surprised when Kasumi used that respectful title, but he said nothing. The two old friends had talked only a little on their way back to the camp. Pug said, what would you have done if you had not given up to the prince?
We would have fought until death, Great One, Kasumi said.
Pug nodded. I see. So you have saved the lives of almost 4,000 of your men, and many of the kingdom soldiers too.
Kasumi's face changed, showing his shame. I have lived among your people, Great One. Maybe I have forgotten my Tsurani ways. I have brought shame to my family. When the prince deals with my men, I will ask to end my own life, but maybe he will not allow it.
The people around looked shocked. Liam showed no emotion.
You have not brought shame, Liam said. Dying will help no one. There is no cause left since the rift is gone.
Kasumi said softly, it is still our way.
Not anymore, Liam said. This is your home now. You cannot return to Tsurinuani. Colgan and Pug explained that the rifts are gone. You will stay here, and I want that to be good for all of us.
A small light of hope came to Kasumi's eyes. Liam looked at Lord Bruchel. My Lord Duke of Yarbon, what do you think of the Tsurani soldiers?
The old Duke smiled. They are some of the best soldiers I have ever seen, he said.
Kasumi felt a little proud.
They fight as hard as the Dark Brotherhood, but they are better men. They are as disciplined as Keshin soldiers and as strong as Natalie's rangers. They are truly fine fighters.
Liam asked, would soldiers like this help protect our northern borders?
Bruchel smiled. The Lamutian garrison suffered much in the war. These men would be of great help there. The Earl of Lamut agreed.
Liam turned to Kasumi. Would you still wish to die if your men could live free and continue as soldiers?
Kasumi asked, how could that happen, Your Highness?
If you and your men swear loyalty to the crown, I will place you under the Earl of Lamut, Liam said. You will be free and become citizens. Your duty will be to guard the northern border against our enemies.
Kasumi sat quietly, not knowing what to say. Lori came to him.
There is no shame, Lori said softly.
Kasumi's face changed to clear relief. I accept, he said. My men will too. We came as guards for the Emperor. I have heard that we were used by the sorcerer like others were. I do not want more blood to fall because of him. Thank you, Your Highness.
Lord Vandrow said, a knight captain title would be right for a man who led 4,000 soldiers. Do you agree, my Lord Duke? Bruchel nodded. Vandrow said, come, Captain. We should speak to your new command. Kasumi stood, bowed to Liam, and left with the Earl of Lamut.
Arutha touched his brother's shoulder. Liam looked at him. We have finished with state matters, Arutha said. It is time to celebrate the end of the war.
Liam smiled. Yes, that is true. He turned toward Pug.
Magician, go and bring your wife and son. I want to feel the warmth of a family around me.
Wife? Son? What do you mean?
There is much to tell. We can talk after I bring my family.
Thomas looked at Pug. Pug laughed. He went to his tent. Inside, Catala was telling William a story. They both stood up quickly when they saw him. They had missed him since he came back. He had already sent a soldier to say he was safe but busy with the prince.
Catala, Liam wants you to come to dinner.
I want to come too, Papa.
You too, William.
Pug smiled and lifted his son. The celebration in the tent was calmer than the one outside. Still, everyone was happy. They had listened to Lori's songs and felt joy because the war was finally over. The food was the same as before, but it tasted better tonight. There was also plenty of wine, which made everyone feel cheerful. Liam sat with a cup of wine in his hand. Around him, people talked quietly. He looked a little drunk, but no one minded. He had been through much pain in the last month. Culgan, Tully, and Arutha, his close friends, knew what he was thinking. He was remembering his father, who would have been with them if a Tsurani arrow had not killed him. During the war and then his duty as heir, Liam had no time to grieve. Now, at last, he was feeling the loss deeply.
I am tired, Your Highness. May I go now?
Of course. Good night, Tully.
Tully stood up. Liam smiled at his old teacher. The others in the tent soon did the same. They said good night to the heir and left one by one. Outside the pavilion the guests said good night to each other. Lori, Culgan, Meacham, and the dwarfs left. Pug and his family stayed with Colleen and Thomas. The old friends talked about what had happened during the last 9 years. Each one was surprised by the other's story. Pug wanted to learn more about the Dragon Lord's magic, and Culgan felt the same. They both said they would like to visit the Dragon's Hall one day. Dolgan said he could guide them if they decided to go. Pug and Thomas felt their friendship was alive again, but they knew it was different now. Many things had changed for both of them. Thomas's dragon armor and Pug's black robe showed how much they had changed. Pug's wife and son also showed that he was no longer the boy Thomas had known. Catala thought the dwarfs and elves were very interesting. William thought everything was wonderful. He liked the dwarfs most of all. Now he was asleep in his mother's arms. Catala did not know what to think of Thomas. He looked like Colleen in some ways, but also like the other men in the camp.
He looks like his mother, he said. But he has enough mischief in him to make me think of another boy I once knew.
I hope his life will be much quieter, he said.
Arutha came out of his brother's tent and joined them. He stood near the two men who had ridden with him long ago to the mines of Mac Mordain Gadal.
I should not say this, he said, but many years ago when you first came to visit my father, Colleen, two boys were heard talking while they played in a hay wagon.
Thomas and Pug looked at him, not understanding.
You don't remember, do you? Arutha asked. A thin blonde boy was sitting on top of a shorter one, saying he would one day be a great warrior and be welcome in Elvender.
Pug and Thomas both laughed.
I remember, Pug said.
And the other said he wanted to be the greatest magician in the kingdom, Catala said.
Maybe William will also grow up and follow his dream.
Arutha smiled with a little mischief in his eyes.
Then watch him well. We talked before he went to sleep. He told me he wants to grow up to be a dwarf.
Everyone laughed. Catala looked at her son for a short moment with worry on her face. Then she smiled and started to laugh too. Arutha and Colleen said good night to the others.
Tomas said, I will go to bed too.
Pug asked, will you come with us to Rillanon?
Tomas answered, no, I must stay with my lady. But when the baby is born, you must visit us. We will have a great celebration.
Pug and the others promised they would come.
Tomas said, we will go home in the morning. The dwarves will go back to their villages. They have a lot of work, and they miss their families. Now that Tholin's hammer is found again, some talk about a meeting to name Dalgan king in the west. He lowered his voice. My old friend will probably hit the first dwarf who says that in front of him. He put his hand on Pug's shoulder. It is good that we are both safe. Even when I was lost in my strange dreams, I still remembered you, he said.
Pug said, I did not forget you either, Tomas.
When you find out what is on Sorcerer's Isle, will you send news?
Pug said yes. They hugged and said goodbye. Thomas walked away, then stopped and looked back with a young sparkle in his eyes.
I would like to see your face when you meet Caroline again, with a wife and son beside you.
Pug's face became red. He was not sure how he felt about seeing Caroline again. He waved to Thomas as he went out of sight. When he turned, Catala was watching him with a strong look.
She asked calmly, who is Caroline?
Liam looked up as Arutha came into the command tent.
Liam said, I thought you would be asleep by now. You are very tired. I wanted some time to think, Liam said. I have had little time alone, and I need to make sense of things. His voice sounded weak and worried.
Arutha sat next to him. What things? He asked.
This war, father, you, Liam paused, thinking of Martin, and other things. Arutha, I am not sure I can be king.
Arutha lifted his eyebrows. You have no choice, Liam. You will be king. Try to do your best.
I could give the crown to my brother, Liam said slowly. Erland did that once when he gave it to Roderick.
Arutha shook his head. And that ended badly. If you do that, there may be another war. The kingdom is not ready for more fighting. People in the east and west are still hurt. And Duke Bastira is still free.
Liam sighed. You would be a better king than me.
Arutha laughed. Me? I do not think so. I am not pleased about becoming Prince of Kronda. When we were boys, I saw how people liked you. At first I felt jealous. Later I understood why. You make people feel trust and love. That is a good thing for a king. I never wanted to take father's place as duke, and I do not want your crown now. I once dreamed of traveling after the war, but now I must rule Kronda. So please do not wish to give me the whole kingdom. I will not take it.
Still, you would be a better king, Liam said quietly.
Arutha looked at him for a moment. Maybe, he said, but you will be king, Liam, and I hope for a long time. He rose and stretched. I will go to bed now. It was a hard day. At the door he turned. Do not worry too much, Liam. You will be a good ruler. Caldric will help you, and Culgan, Tully, and Puck too. You will guide us through the time of rebuilding.
Liam said softly, Arutha, before you go. Arutha waited as Liam thought. I want you to go with Culgan and Pug to Sorcerer's Isle. You have been there before, and I want your opinion about what you find.
Arutha looked unhappy and started to argue.
Liam stopped him. I know you want to go to Krondor, but this will take only a few days. There are 12 days before the coronation after we reach Rillanon. That gives you enough time to join us. Arutha started to protest again, then smiled a little and agreed.
Trust in yourself, Liam.
If I do not take the crown, you will have it, he said. As he left the tent, he laughed and added, You have no other brother to take it.
Liam sat alone. He slowly drank his wine. He gave a long sigh and whispered, There is one other, Arutha. May the gods help me do what is right.
33 Legacy. The ship dropped its anchor. The crew tied the sails high above, and the landing team got ready. Meacham watched while they made the longboat ready. The magicians wanted to reach Macrose's castle quickly. They had more questions than anyone else. Arutha was also curious, though he had accepted the long trip. He did not want to join the big funeral march that had started from Elith when they sailed. He kept his sadness for his father deep inside. He would face it when he was ready. Laurie stayed with Kasumi. He wanted to help the Tsarani soldiers join the garrison in Lamut. He planned to meet the others later in Rillanon. Liam and his nobles sailed for Kronda. They took with them the bodies of Boric and Roderick. Anita and Carline would meet them there. Then together they would carry the dead to Rillanon with great honor. The family would be buried in the tomb of their ancestors. After 12 days of mourning, Liam would become king. By that time, everyone who must attend the crowning would be in Rillanon. Pug and Culgan hoped their work would finish soon so they could also reach the capital. The boat was ready at last. Arutha, Pug, and Culgan joined Meacham. The longboat was lowered into the water. 6 guards began to row hard. The sailors were happy they could stay on the ship. Even if the magician said it was safe, they did not want to walk on Sorcerer's Isle. The boat touched the sand, and the men stepped out. Arutha looked around.
It looks the same as before, he said.
Culgan stretched. Life on the ship had been tight and uncomfortable. He was glad to feel solid ground under his feet again.
I would not expect it to be different.
Macrose always kept things in order,
Arutha said. He turned to the men and said, You 6 stay here. If you hear us call, come quickly.
Then the prince started to walk up the hill. The others followed him quietly. When they reached the place where the path divided, Arutha said, We come as guests. It is better if we do not look like enemies.
Culgan did not answer. He was busy looking at the castle ahead of them. The strange blue light they had seen before was gone from the tall tower. The castle now looked empty and silent. The drawbridge was down, and the gate was open.
Meacham said, At least we will not have to fight our way inside. They stopped at the edge of the bridge. The dark walls and tall towers rose high above them. The castle looked strong and cold. The stone was dark and strange to them.
Over the bridge arch, strange carvings of animals watched them. Some had horns and wings. They looked alive, though they were only stone. They walked across the bridge over the deep gap that cut the island. Meacham looked down and saw the rocks far below. The sea crashed through a narrow space between the cliffs.
This is a better guard than any moat, he said. You would not want to cross this if someone was shooting from the walls.
They entered the castle yard and looked around. It was quiet, too quiet. No one was there, but the grounds were clean and cared for.
Pug said, I think we will find what we are looking for inside the main hall.
They followed him up the wide stairs to the big wooden doors. As they climbed, the doors began to open by themselves. A loud sound came when they hit the walls. A figure stood inside, waiting. Meacham quickly took his sword in hand. The creature looked a little like a goblin. He looked at it closely, then lowered his weapon. The creature did not move to attack. It only stood still, watching them from the top of the steps. It was taller than most goblins, almost as tall as Meacham. Thick lines stood out on its forehead. It had a big nose in the middle of its face. It looked strange but also somehow noble, not ugly like a goblin. 2 small black eyes shone as they climbed toward it. When they came closer, the creature smiled widely and showed its teeth. Its head was covered with thick black hair. Its skin had a light green color like a goblin's, but it stood straight, like a man. It wore bright green clothes, a fine tunic and trousers. Its shiny black boots reached almost to its knees.
"Welcome, masters, welcome," said the creature with a grin. "I am Gathus. I am your host until my master comes back."
Its voice had a soft hiss.
Kulgan asked, "Your master is Macros the Black?"
"Of course," said Gathus. "It has always been so. Please come in."
The 4 men followed Gathis into a large hall. They stopped and looked around. The hall looked very much like Crydes Castle Hall, only empty and without flags.
"My master left clear orders for your visit," said Gathus. "I tried to prepare everything he asked. Would you like food or wine?"
Kulgan shook his head. He did not know what kind of creature Gathis was, and he did not feel comfortable. It reminded him of servants of the Dark Brotherhood.
Macros said there would be a message, he said. "I want to see it now."
Gathus bowed. "As you wish. Please follow me," he said.
He led them through several corridors to a spiral staircase. They climbed up inside the high tower until they reached a closed door.
"My master said you could open this door," Gathus told them. "If you cannot, then you are not who you say you are, and I must treat you badly."
Meacham held his sword when he heard that. Pug touched his arm quietly.
"Don't worry," he said. "The rift is closed now, so I lost half my power, the part from Kelawan. But this door is not a problem."
Pug looked at the door and focused. The door did not simply open. Instead, it began to change. The wood moved like water, flowing and shifting its shape. After a few moments, a face appeared on the door. The face looked like a sculpture, and it had a small likeness to Macros. It looked very real and seemed to be sleeping. Then its eyes opened. They saw that the eyes were alive, with black centers on white. Its mouth moved, and a deep voice spoke clear Tsarani.
"What is the first duty?" it asked.
Without thinking, Pug said, "To serve the Empire."
The face sank back into the door and disappeared. Then the door opened. They went inside and found the study of Macros the Black. It was a large room that filled the top of the tower.
Gathis said, "I believe I am hosting Masters Kulgan, Pug, and Meacham." He looked at the 4th man. "And you must be Prince Arutha." When they nodded, Gathis said, "My master was not sure if your highness would come, but he thought you might. He was sure the others would be here." He waved his hand around the room. "Everything here is yours to use. Please excuse me. I will return with your message and some food and drink." Gathis left the room.
The 4 men looked around. One wall was bare, and it seemed a bookcase or cupboard had been taken away. All the other walls were covered with tall shelves full of books and scrolls. Pug and Kulgan did not know where to start looking. Arutha decided for them. He walked to a shelf with a large piece of parchment tied with a red ribbon. He took it down and put it on the round table in the middle of the room. Sunlight from the big window shone across it as he opened it. Kulgan came closer to look.
"It is a map of Midkemia," he said.
Pug and Meacham came to stand beside him and Arutha.
"What a map," said Prince Arutha. "I have never seen one like this." He pointed to a place on a large land area in the center. "Look. Here is the kingdom."
On one part of the map were the words Kingdom of the Isles. Below that, they could see the big lands marked Empire of Great Kesh. To the south of the empire, the Keshian Confederacy states were shown clearly. To the best of my knowledge, said Kulgan, very few people from the kingdom have gone into the Confederacy. We only know about them from the empire and from a few brave sea captains who visited their ports. We hardly know the names of their nations, and we know nothing more.
Pug said, "We are learning many things about our world very quickly. Look at how small the kingdom is compared to this whole continent."
He pointed to the great lands of the Northlands above the kingdom and the large stretch of land below the Confederacy. On the map, the whole continent was marked with the word Iriaja. Kulgan said, "It seems our world of Midkemia is much larger than we ever thought." He pointed across the sea to more land areas. They were called Wyfiat and Navindus. Each had many cities and regions on them. There were also 2 large island chains, some with cities shown. Kulgan shook his head. There are stories about traders from faraway places who visit the ports of the Keshian Confederacy or trade with the pirates of the Sunset Islands, but they are only stories, he said. It is not strange that we have never heard of these places. A captain would need great courage to sail so far. They stopped their study when they heard someone entering. Gathis came into the room carrying a tray with a decanter and 4 wine cups.
My master asked me to say you are welcome to stay here as long as you wish, he said. He put the tray on the table and poured wine into the cups. Then he took out a scroll from inside his tunic and gave it to Kulgan. He asked me to give you this. I will leave you to read his message. If you need me, just speak my name and I will come quickly. He gave a short bow and left the room.
Kulgan looked at the scroll. It was sealed with black wax marked with the letter M. He broke the seal and opened it. He began to read quietly, then said, "Let us sit."
Pug rolled up the large map and put it away. He returned to the table where the others were sitting. He pulled out a chair and sat down with Meacham and Arutha while Kulgan read.
Kulgan shook his head slowly. "Listen," he said, and read aloud.
To the magicians Kulgan and Pug, greetings. I have guessed some of your questions and tried to answer them. Other questions will remain unanswered, because many things about me must stay secret. I am not what the Tsurani call a great one, though I have visited their world many times, as Pug knows. My magic is my own kind. It cannot be explained by your ideas of greater or lesser paths. You may say I follow many paths. I think of myself as a servant of the gods, though maybe that is only my pride. Whatever the truth is, I have traveled to many places and worked for many reasons. I will say little about my early life. I was not born in this world. I came from a land far away in both space and time. It is similar to this world, but strange to your way of thinking. I am older than I wish to remember, older even than the elves. For reasons I do not understand, I have lived for ages, though my people die as yours do. Maybe when I began to study magic, I gave myself long life without knowing it. Or maybe it is a gift, or curse, from the gods. Since I became a sorcerer, I have known what will happen in my future, just as others know their past. I have never turned away from what I knew was coming, though many times I wanted to.
I have served both great kings and simple peasants. I have lived in big cities and in small poor houses. Sometimes I understood why I did what I did. Sometimes I did not. But I always followed the path that was chosen for me. Kulgan stopped reading for a moment.
This shows why he knew so much, he said.
Then he started reading again.
Of all my work, my part in the Rift War was the hardest. Never before did I so much want to stop what I had to do. Never before was I the reason for so many deaths. I am very sad for them. Please, when you think I acted wrongly, try to understand my place. I could not close the rift without Pug's help. It was meant that the war would last while he learned magic on Kelawan. The cost was great, but look at what was gained. Now there is one on Midkemia who works with the greater art, which was lost long ago when man came after the Chaos Wars. Only time will show if this was good, but I believe it is. When peace came, I had to close the rift. It was very important. The Tsurani Great Ones had forgotten that rifts can be seen by the enemy.
Kulgan looked up, surprised.
Enemy? You should explain this.
Pug quickly told them what he knew about the old story of the enemy.
Arutha asked, "Can such a horrible being really exist?" He looked as if he did not believe it.
Pug said, "It lived once, we are sure of that. Maybe it still lives. It is powerful, so it is not impossible. But of all the reasons Macros could have for his actions, this one is the last I ever thought of." No one in the assembly believed it. It is unbelievable.
Kulgan read again. It was like a light calling that terrible being across space and time. Maybe it would have come many years later, but once it arrived, all the powers of your world might not have been strong enough to make it leave Midkemia. The rift had to be closed. The reason I made sure it closed, even though many died, should be clear to you.
Pug said, "What does he mean, should be clear?"
Kulgan said, "Macro seems to understand people very well. Do you think he could have made the king and the emperor close the rift, when they wanted to keep it open? Maybe, maybe not. But people might have been tempted to keep it open a little longer to gain more. He knew that. He made sure they had no choice." Kulgan went on reading the scroll. "As for what will happen now, I do not know. I cannot see beyond the moment when the rift exploded. Maybe it is my time to die, or maybe it is only the start of another part of my life. If you have seen my death, then do what I ask. All my work is here in this room. It must be used to teach the greater and lesser arts. Please take these books and scrolls and use them for that. A new age of magic is starting in the kingdom. I hope others can learn from my work. I leave this new age in your care." "It is signed, Macros," said Kulgan. He put the scroll on the table.
Pug said, "He told me once that he wished people would remember him kindly."
No one spoke for a while. Then Kulgan called, "Gathis!" In a few seconds, the creature came to the doorway.
"Yes, Master Kulgan."
"Do you know what is written in this scroll?"
"Yes, Master Kulgan. My master told us clearly what he wanted. He made sure we all understood."
"We?" asked Arutha.
Gathis smiled, showing his sharp teeth. "I am only one of my master's servants. The others keep out of sight. He thought you might not feel comfortable seeing them. My master had no fear of strange beings. He judged each creature by its own nature."
"What are you?" asked Pug.
"I am of a race that is like goblins, as the elves are like the Dark Brotherhood. We were an old people who died out long before humans came to the Bitter Sea. Macros brought the few who were left here. Now I am the last."
Kulgan looked at the creature. Even with his strange face, there was something pleasant about him.
"What will you do now?"
"I will stay here and wait for my master to return. I will care for his home."
"You think he will come back?" asked Pug.
Most likely, in a day, or a year, or even 100 years. It does not matter. Everything will be ready for him when he comes back.
What if he has died?
If that happens, I will grow old and die while waiting. But I do not think he is dead. I have served the Black One for a very long time. We have a special understanding. If he were truly dead, I would feel it. He is only gone for a time. Even if he has died, he may still return. Time does not mean the same thing to my master as it does to other men. I can wait."
Pug thought for a moment. "He must have been the greatest magician of all," he said.
Gathis smiled. He would laugh to hear that, master. He always complained that there was too much to learn and not enough time to learn it. That was strange, because he had already lived for many, many years.
Kulgan stood up from his chair. "We will need men to carry all these things to the ship," he said.
"Do not worry, master," Gathis said. "Go back to your ship whenever you are ready. Leave 2 boats on the beach. At sunrise tomorrow, you will find everything already packed and placed on board."
Kulgan nodded. "Very well. Then we should start listing these books before we move them."
Gathis walked to a shelf and came back with a rolled piece of parchment. I have already made a list of every work here, Master, he said. Culgan opened the parchment and began to read. His eyes grew wide.
Listen, he said, full of excitement. There is a copy of Vitalus's Expectations of Matter Transformation here, and Spandrick's Temporal Research. That book was believed lost 100 years ago, and there are hundreds of books written by Macros himself. This place holds a treasure like no other.
I am glad you think so, Master, Gathis said softly.
Culgan was about to ask for the books to be brought to him, but Arutha stopped him.
Wait, Culgan, Arutha said. If you start now, we will never get you out of here. Let us go back to the ship and wait for everything to be brought. We must leave soon.
Culgan looked sad, like a child who had lost his sweets. Arutha, Pug, and Meacham smiled at the round magician.
There is no reason to stay longer, Pug said. We will have many years to study these books after the coronation.
Look around, Culgan.
Do you plan to take everything at once?
Culgan looked tired.
All right, he said.
Pug looked around the room.
Think about it, he said. An academy where people can study magic. Macros's library will be in the center.
Culgan's eyes shone with excitement.
I almost forgot the Duke's gift, he said. A real school for learning. Apprentices will not need one master anymore. They can learn from many. With this gift and your help, Pug, we have a wonderful beginning.
Let's go now if we want to begin anything. We must crown the new king. If you stay here too long, you may never leave.
Culgan looked hurt.
Then I will take a few books with me to study on the ship, if you don't mind.
Take what you want, he said with a small smile. But please, not more than we can carry to the boat.
Culgan smiled, feeling happier.
Agreed, he said. Please bring the 2 books I talked about.
Gathis handed him 2 old, well-used books. Culgan looked surprised.
I thought you would want them, so I took them down while you talked.
Culgan walked to the door, slowly shaking his head as he held the books. The others followed him. Gathis closed the door behind them. The small, strange creature led them to the courtyard. He wished them a safe journey at the keep's door. When the big doors closed behind them, Meacham said that Macros made 5 new questions for every answer he gave.
You are right, my friend, Culgan said. Maybe we will learn more from his notes and other books. Maybe not. Maybe that is how it should be.
Rillanan was full of joy. Banners moved in the wind everywhere. Summer flowers replaced the black cloth that had shown mourning for the late king and his cousin Boric. Now they were going to crown a new king, and the people were very happy. The people of Rillanan did not know Liam well, but he looked handsome and smiled kindly. To everyone, it felt like the sun was shining again after the dark days of Roderick's rule. Few people knew that many royal guards walked through the city, always watching for enemies from Gaidu Bastira or for anyone who might try to harm the new king. Even fewer noticed the simple men standing nearby when crowds gathered, listening carefully to what people said about their new ruler. Arutha rode his horse toward the palace. He left Pug, Meacham, and Culgan behind. He was angry about their delay of almost a week. The ship had stopped moving for days near Cronda, and after that their travel to Salada was very slow. It was mid-morning now. The priests of Ishap were walking through the streets carrying the king's new crown. In less than 3 hours they would go before the throne, and Liam would wear the crown. Arutha came to the palace.
He heard the guards shout across the large courtyard, Prince Arutha arrives.
He gave his horse to a page and ran up the palace steps. As he reached the door, Anita came toward him with a bright smile.
Oh, it is so good to see you, she said.
He smiled back. It is good to see you too, he said. I must get ready for the ceremony. Where is Liam?
He is in the royal tomb, Anita said quietly. He told me you must go there to see him first. Her voice sounded worried. There is something strange happening, but no one knows what it is. Only Martin Longbow saw Liam after supper last night, and Martin looked very strange when I met him.
Arutha laughed. Martin often looks strange, he said. Come, let us go to Liam.
Anita shook her head. No, you must go alone. That is Liam's order, she said. I have to dress for the ceremony. But, Arutha, something feels very strange today.
Arutha became thoughtful. Anita was usually right about such things.
Very well, he said. I must wait until my clothes come from the ship anyway. I will go to see Liam, and then, when this mystery is solved, I will join you for the ceremony.
Good, she said. Where is Carline? He asked. She is busy with many small things, Anita said. I will tell her you are here. She kissed his cheek and hurried away.
Arutha had not been inside the family tomb since he was a child. That was when he first came to Rillanan for Roderick's coronation. He asked a page to lead him there. The boy guided him through many long halls and corridors. The palace had changed many times through the years. New parts had been added, and old parts were rebuilt after fire, earthquakes, or wars. But in the middle of the huge building, the oldest keep still stood. The only sign that they were entering the old halls was the dark stone walls that suddenly appeared around them. The walls were smooth from many years. 2 guards stood at a door. Above it was a carving of the Conduin king's mark, a crowned lion holding a sword.
The page said, Prince Arutha, and the guards opened the door.
Arutha went into a small room with a long stairway going down. He walked down the steps past many bright torches. Smoke from the torches made black marks on the walls. At the end of the stairs, he saw a large doorway with a high arch. On each side stood big statues of old Conduin kings. To the right was a statue of Danis, the first Conduin king of Rillanan, made 750 years before. To the left was Delong, called the Great, the king who took Rillanan's flag to the mainland when he conquered Bastira, 250 years after Danis. Arutha walked between the statues of his ancestors and entered the burial room. He walked past tombs in the walls and on great stone stands. There were kings, queens, princes, princesses, and others from his family, good and bad, wise and foolish, all lying there. At the far end of the big room, Arutha saw Liam sitting beside the coffin of their father. The stone coffin had a carving of Boric on it. It looked as if the Duke of Cryde were quietly sleeping. Arutha walked slowly toward his brother. Liam was deep in thought.
Then Liam looked up and said, I was afraid you might come late.
So was I, Arutha said. We had bad weather and came slowly, but we are here now. Tell me, what is this strange matter? Anita said you were here all night and that something unusual is happening. What is it?
I have thought much about this, Liam said. Everyone in the kingdom will know soon, but I wanted you to hear it first and see what I have done.
Anita said Martin was here with you this morning, Arutha said. What is this, Liam?
Liam moved away from the coffin and pointed. On the stone near it were the words, Here lies Boric, 3rd Duke of Cryde, husband of Catherine, father of Martin, Lyam, Arutha, and Carline. Arutha's lips moved, but he said nothing. He shook his head and then said, What kind of madness is this?
Liam stood between him and their father's image. This is not madness, Arutha, he said. Father told me on his deathbed. Martin is our brother. He is the oldest.
Arutha's face grew hard with anger. Why did you not tell me? He cried. His voice was full of pain.
What right did you have to hide this from me? Liam spoke loudly.
Everyone who knew had to keep it secret, Arutha said. I could not risk anyone finding out before peace was made. There was too much to lose.
Arutha pushed past his brother. He looked at the writing with shock.
Now it all fits, he said. Martin was not allowed in the choosing. Father always watched him. He could travel as he wanted. It all makes a dark kind of sense.
His voice sounded bitter.
But why now? Why did Father speak of Martin after so many years of silence?
Liam tried to comfort him.
I learned a little from Colgan and Tully. No one else knew, not even Fanon. When grandfather died, Father was staying with Brukel. He met a young serving girl, and Martin was born. Father did not know about the child for 5 years. By then, he had come to court, met mother, and married her. When he found out about Martin, the boy's mother had already left him with the monks at Sylvan's Abbey. Father decided the boy should stay there. When I was born, father began to feel sorry. When I was 6, Martin was old enough for the choosing. Father brought him to Cride but did not speak of him as his son. He did not want to hurt mother.
Then why now? Arutha asked.
Liam looked at their father's image. Who can know what a man thinks before he dies? Maybe guilt, or a need to do what is right. Whatever the reason, he accepted Martin, and Brukel saw it happen.
Arutha's anger had not gone.
Now we must face this problem, whatever father's reason was, he said. He looked hard at Liam. What did father say when you brought him here?
Liam turned his eyes away. He said nothing at first. Then he cried. After some time he said, I am glad he told you. Arutha, he knew. All those years father thought Martin did not know the truth, but he did. And he never tried to use it for himself.
Arutha's anger slowly faded.
Did he say anything else?
Only, thank you, Liam, then he went away.
Arutha walked a few steps, then turned.
Martin is a good man, he said. As good a man as I have ever known. I'll be the first to say this. But this news. My gods, do you know what you've done?
I know what I have done.
You put everything we built in 9 years at risk, Liam. Do you want to fight proud lords from the east if they rise for Martin? Are we ending one war just to start another?
There will be no fight.
Arutha stopped walking. He looked at Liam with narrow eyes.
What do you mean? Did Martin promise not to ask for the crown?
No, I have decided not to stop him if he wants to take it.
Arutha was silent for a moment. He was shocked. He finally understood how much his brother worried about being king.
You don't want to be king, he said.
Liam gave a sad laugh. No wise man would want that. You said it yourself, brother. I don't know if I am strong enough for such a heavy duty. But now it's not my choice. If Martin says he is the king, I will accept him.
Accept him? The royal ring was given to you in front of most lords. Your case is not like Sic Erland giving the crown to his nephew when no one knew who should rule. You are the named heir.
Liam looked down.
The choice was wrong, Arutha. Roderick called me heir because I was the oldest Conduin man. But I am not. Martin is.
Arutha stepped close to his brother.
That may sound like a small matter, Liam, but it could destroy the kingdom. If Martin asks for the throne when the lords meet, the priests will refuse to give the crown, and then the Congress of Lords must decide. The dukes, earls, and barons will fight over votes. They will trade lands and power. It will be madness. If you take the crown, Bastira cannot move against us. But if you support Martin, many will refuse to follow. A split meeting is what Guy wants. I am sure he is somewhere in the city now, waiting and planning for it. If the Eastern Lords leave, Guy will come back, and many will join him.
Liam looked troubled. I don't know what will happen, Arutha. But I could not do anything else.
Arutha's face grew dark with anger. You may have father's sense of honor, but the rest of us will face the killing. Liam, do you know what will happen if a man no one knows, just a hunter, sits on the Conduin throne because our father loved a maid long ago? We will have war in our own land.
Liam did not move. He stood firm. Should our positions have been reversed, would you have taken Martin's right to the throne?
Arutha's anger disappeared. He looked at his brother with surprise. Gods! You feel guilty because father never accepted Martin, don't you? He stepped back from Liam, trying to see him more clearly. If things were different, I would not give Martin his birthright. After 37 years, waiting a few more days would make no difference. When I became king and the throne was safe, then I would make him a duke. I would give him soldiers to command and make him my advisor. I would do these things to ease my heart, but only after the kingdom was secure. I would not let Martin start another rebellion like Guy did, and I would do everything to stop that.
Liam sighed with sadness. Then you and I are not the same, Arutha. I told you at camp that I thought you would be a better king than me. Maybe you are right, but what is done cannot be changed.
Does Brukel know about this? Arutha asked.
Only we three, Liam said. Only our father's sons.
Arutha's face grew red with anger. Do not think wrongly of me, Liam. I care very much for Martin, but this is bigger than our feelings. He was quiet for a moment. Then it depends on Martin now. If you must do this, you were right not to make it public. People will be shocked when Martin appears at the coronation. But if we know before, we can get ready. Arutha walked toward the stairs, but then turned back to Liam. What you said works both ways, Liam. Maybe because you cannot turn away from Martin, you will be a better king than I. But I love you, and I will not let the kingdom fall because of this problem.
Liam did not answer. He was too tired and too sad. His voice sounded heavy. What will you do?
I will do what must be done, Arutha said. I will make sure our friends are told. If we must fight, we will be ready first. He stopped for a moment. I care deeply for Martin, Liam. You know that. He helped me escape from Guy's guards when I took Anita away. I can never repay him for that. If life were different, I would gladly call him my brother. But if fighting begins, Liam, I will fight him. Arutha left the family vault.
Liam stayed alone. The cold air felt heavy around him.
Pug looked out the window, thinking about the past. Katala came beside him, and he turned to her. You look beautiful, he said. She wore a red dress with gold trim on the sleeves and front. No duchess in the court is as lovely as you.
She smiled at his kind words. Thank you, my husband, she said. She turned to show her gown. I think your Duke Caldric is a true magician.
How his helpers could find everything and have it ready in only 2 hours seemed like real magic. She touched her wide skirt.
These heavy dresses are hard to walk in, she said. I think I liked the short robes from home better. But this cloth feels nice. And in your cold country, I understand why you need it.
The days were getting cooler as summer ended. In less than 2 months, snow would start to fall.
Wait until winter, Katala, he said. If you think it is cold now, just wait.
William ran into the room from the bedroom next door.
Mama, Papa, he shouted happily. He wore a fine tunic and trousers, clothing made for a little noble boy. He jumped into his father's arms. Where are you going? He asked with big eyes.
Pug said, We are going to see Liam become king, William. While we are away, you must listen to the nurse and do not bother Fantas.
William said he would listen and would not bother the creature. But his cheeky smile made it hard to believe him. The maid who would watch William came in and took the boy by the hand. She led him back into his room. Pug and Katala left the rooms the Duke had given them and walked toward the throne room. As they turned a corner, they saw Laurie coming out of his room. Kasumi stood nearby, looking a little nervous.
Laurie smiled when he saw them. Ah, there you are. I hope to see you both before the ceremonies begin, he said.
Kasumi bowed to Pug.
Pug no longer wore his black magician's robe but a fine russet tunic and trousers.
Great one, Kasumi said.
That name is not used here, Kasumi, Pug said kindly. Please call me Pug.
Katala smiled. You both look very handsome in your new clothes and uniform, she said.
Laurie wore bright, modern clothes, a yellow tunic, a green sleeveless jacket, and tight black trousers tucked into tall boots. Kasumi wore the dark green tunic and trousers of a knight captain of Lamut, with a grey cloth showing the head of a wolf. The minstrel grinned at her.
In all the busy times we have had, I forgot that I still had some valuable gems with me, Laurie said. I cannot send them back to the Lord of the Shinzawai, and his son refuses to take them. So I guess they belong to me now. At least I do not need to look for a rich widow with an inn anymore.
Pug asked, Kasumi, how are your men doing?
Quite well, Kasumi answered. There is still a little tension between my men and the Lamutian soldiers, but it will pass. We met the Brotherhood a week after we left. They can fight well, but we defeated them. After that, the men in both garrisons, Tsurani and Lamutian, celebrated together. It was a good start.
It had been more than a small fight. News had already reached Rillanan about the battle. The Dark Brothers and their goblin friends had attacked Yarbon, taking one of the border forts. The fort had been left weak after the war. The Tsurani soldiers turned from their march south and hurried north to help. They fought bravely to save their old enemies from the goblins and pushed the attackers back into the northern mountains. Laurie looked at Pug and smiled.
After that, the Tsurani became heroes, he said. When they arrived here in Rillanan, the people welcomed them warmly. This city was far from the war, so the people did not fear or hate the Tsurani like in other places. They gave them a welcome that would never happen in the free cities, in Yarbon, or along the far coast.
I think Kasumi's men were a little surprised by everything.
They were, Kasumi said. At home, people would not welcome us like this, but here it was different.
Laurie said, still, they accepted it well. They quickly learned to enjoy the wines and ales of the kingdom, and they are no longer afraid of tall women.
Kasumi looked away and smiled shyly.
Laurie said, our brave knight captain was given a quest by one of the rich merchants. The family wants to trade more with the West. He has been seen with the merchant's daughter since then.
Katala laughed, and Pug smiled at Kasumi's red face.
Pug said, he always learned fast.
Kasumi lowered his head, his cheeks red but his smile wide.
It is not easy to see how free your women are here, he said. Now I understand why you both were so strong. Your mothers must be the same.
Laurie suddenly looked toward someone coming closer. Pug saw the look of respect on Laurie's face. He turned and saw a beautiful young woman walking toward them with a guard. Pug's eyes opened wide when he saw her. It was Carline. She was as beautiful as she had been when she was young. She came to them and waved her hand. The guard left. She looked like a princess in her fine green dress and her pearl crown.
Master Magician, she said, have you no greeting for an old friend?
Pug bowed to the princess. Kasumi and Laurie bowed too. Katala made a small curtsy as one of the maids had taught her.
Princess, Pug said, you are too kind to remember a boy who worked in a keep.
Carline smiled, and her blue eyes shone.
Oh, Pug, she said softly, you were never a simple boy. She looked at Katala. Is this your wife?
Pug nodded and introduced them. The princess kissed Katala on the cheek.
My dear, I heard you were beautiful, she said, but my brother's stories did not show how lovely you truly are.
Your Highness is very kind, Katala said. Kasumi looked nervous again. Laurie could not stop looking at the princess. Katala took his arm and held it tightly to make him focus. Laurie, will you show Kasumi and me around the palace before the ceremony begins? She asked.
Laurie smiled and bowed to the princess. He walked away with Katala and Kasumi down the hall.
Pug and Carline watched them leave.
Your wife understands people very well, Carline said.
Pug smiled.
Carline looked happy to see him. Carline looked a little jealous. She stopped for a moment. She took his arm and they began to walk slowly. He saw her smile and smiled back. He smiled again. She made a small sad face. They both laughed. Then Pug spoke softly. Her face became serious. Pug felt strong emotion. She smiled brighter. They kept walking as she spoke quietly. Pug stopped and kissed her gently on the cheek. She blushed a little and led him to a small garden on a terrace. They walked into the sunlight and sat on a stone bench. Carline sighed deeply. She shook her head. Pug looked at her face and saw her eyes full of memory. They kept walking as she spoke quietly.
She is really a wonderful person. I heard you have a son too. I would like to meet him someday. You have had good luck in life. So polite, Pug. Should I call you Milamber? I heard that was your name before. You seem to know many things about me. You were always my favorite magician. Liam told me you were with my father near the end. I am glad father saw you come home safely before he died. Did you know how much he cared for you? Yes, Liam told me. We are cousins, in a way, she said with a small laugh. You were my first love, Pug. But more than that, you were my friend. I am happy to see my friend home again. I wish Father and Roland could be here. That jester lived more in a few years than most people live in their whole lives. He looked foolish sometimes, but he was a wise man. He enjoyed every moment he had. If he had lived, I would have married him, she said softly. We would have argued every day, Pug. He could make me so angry. But he also made me laugh. He taught me how to live. I will always remember him. I don't think you have changed very much, Pug. You still have some of that boy I once knew, the one who didn't understand why I liked him.
Yes, William. He is very naughty, but also very sweet. Yes, Your Highness, very good luck. I am not sure sometimes, he said. Here, Pug sounds better. I am very sorry about your father, Carline. He gave me a family name. That was the greatest gift he could give me. Did you know that? And your friend is very happy to be home. I was sad when I heard Roland had died. I am glad you have found peace, Carline, Pug said. I was a slave for many years, then a magician far away. It changed me. I think you have changed too. Pug laughed.
I think you are right, she said.
And in some ways you are still the same. You still know how to surprise men, if we look at friend Laurie's reaction.
She smiled at him. Her face looked full of light. Pug felt a small pull in his heart, like what he had felt when he was a boy. But now he did not feel shy or uneasy. He knew he would always love Carline, but not like before. Now it was a quiet love, like friendship. He felt no burning desire like he once imagined. He only felt care and respect for her. Carline spoke again.
That handsome blonde man, who was with you earlier, who is he?
Pug smiled. He is your most loyal subject, from what I can see. His name is Laurie. He is a singer from Tyrsog. He is very clever and funny. He has a kind heart and a brave soul. He is my true friend. One day I will tell you how he saved my life when he was in great danger.
Carline tilted her head a little. He sounds like a very interesting man.
Pug looked at her and saw that although she was older and more serious now, she was still very much the same. Once, as a joke, I told Laurie I would introduce him to you. I think he would be very happy to meet Her Highness.
Then we must make that happen, she said. She stood up. I must go now to get ready for the coronation. The bells will ring soon, and the priests will come. We will talk again, Pug.
Pug also stood up. I will be glad to, Carline. He offered her his arm. A voice came from behind them.
Squire Pug, may I speak with you?
They turned and saw Martin Longbow standing a little way back in the garden. He bowed to the princess.
Carline said, Master Longbow. There you are. I have not seen you since yesterday.
Martin gave a small smile. I needed to be alone. In Crydee, when I feel like this, I go into the forest. Here, he said, pointing to the big garden, this is the best place I can find.
She looked at him with a curious face, but did not ask more.
Well, I hope you will still come to the coronation. Now I must go. She said goodbye kindly and left.
Martin looked at Pug. It is good to see you again, Pug.
And you, Martin, said Pug. Of all my old friends, you are the last to greet me. Now my homecoming feels complete. Pug could see that Martin seemed worried. Is something wrong? He asked.
Martin looked out at the garden and then toward the city and the sea. Liam told me, Pug. He told me you know too. My father, he said sadly. I waited many years for him to say, Martin, I am your father. I never wanted his money or his lands. I was happy to be the huntmaster of Crydee. I only wished he had told me himself.
Pug thought before he spoke. Martin, many men do things they regret later. Only a few get a chance to make them right. If he had died quickly from a Tsurani arrow, or if other things had happened, he might never have had the chance to do even the little he did.
I know, said Martin, but that gives me little comfort.
Did Liam tell you his last words? Pug asked. He said, Martin is your brother. I have wronged him, Liam. He is a good man, and I love him well.
Martin gripped the stone wall, his knuckles white. Quietly he said, No, Liam did not tell me that.
Lord Boric was not a simple man, Martin, Pug said. I was just a boy when I knew him. But whatever people say about him, he was never cruel. I do not understand all his choices, but I am sure he loved you.
It was all foolish, Martin said. I knew he was my father, but he did not know that I knew. Mother told me long ago. What would have changed if I had gone to him and said who I was?
Only the gods can tell, Pug said softly. He touched Martin's arm. What matters now is what you will do. Liam told you, and that means he will make your birthright public. If others already know, the court will be full of talk and anger. You are the oldest, and you have the first right to claim the throne. Do you know what you will do?
Martin looked closely at him. You speak calmly about this. Does my claim to the throne not trouble you?
Pug shook his head. You cannot know this, but I was once one of the most powerful men in Surinuani. My word sometimes had more strength than a king's. I understand what power does and what kind of people desire it. I do not think you want power for yourself, not unless you have changed greatly since I lived in Cryde. If you take the crown, it will be because you think it is right. It may be the only way to stop a civil war. If you choose to be king, Liam will be the first to serve you. Whatever happens, I believe you will try to act wisely. And if you wear the crown, you will try to be a good ruler.
Martin looked surprised. You have changed much, Squire Pug, more than I expected. Thank you for your kind words, but I think no one else in the kingdom would believe them.
Pug said, Whatever others think, you are your father's son. You will not bring dishonor to his house.
Martin spoke again with some bitterness. Some will say my birth itself is dishonor. He looked down at the city below, then turned back to Pug. If only the choice were simple. Liam has made sure it is not. If I take the crown, many will refuse to follow me. If I step aside for Liam, others may use me as a reason not to serve him. By the gods, Pug, if the choice were only between Arutha and me, I would step aside at once.
But Liam, I have not seen him for 7 years. Those years have changed him. Now he looks like a man full of doubt. He is a good commander in war, yes, but can he be a king? I am afraid I might be a better king than he is.
As I said, if you take the throne, you will do it for reasons you believe are right and for your duty.
Martin closed his hand into a fist and looked at it.
Where does duty stop and ambition start? Where does justice end and revenge begin? There is anger inside me that says, take everything you can now, Martin. Why not King Martin? Maybe father wanted this for me because he knew one day I would have to be king. Oh, Pug, what is my duty?
Each person must find his own answer. I cannot tell you what to do.
I think I want to be alone for a while, if you do not mind.
Pug walked away. He knew Martin needed time to think about his future, and about the future of the kingdom. Pug found Katala with Laurie and Kasumi. They were talking to Duke Brukel and Earl Vandross. As Pug came closer, he heard the Duke talking.
So we will finally have a wedding, the Duke said. This young man here, he pointed at Vandross, has asked for my daughter's hand. Maybe I will have grandchildren before I die. It took so many years to reach this moment. If you wait too long to marry, you grow old before your children do. Ah, magician, there you are.
Did you and the princess have a nice meeting?
Very nice.
Prodding him in the chest with her finger, she said, and when we are alone, you will say every word again. The others laughed at Pug. He felt embarrassed, but he knew she was only joking. Brukel smiled.
Ah, magician, your wife is beautiful, he said. I wish I was 60 again. He winked at Pug. Then I would try to steal her from you, and let people talk if they want to. He took Pug by the arm. Excuse me, lady, he said to Katala. I must speak with your husband for a moment. He led Pug away from the group. When they were far enough that no one could hear, he said quietly, I have bad news.
I know, Pug said.
Liam is foolish, Brukel said sadly. But he is also an honest man. He is like his father and his grandfather. He cares about honor. I only wish he understood duty more clearly. He spoke even softer. Keep your wife near you. The guards in the hall wear purple. They will die for the king, whoever he is. But things may become difficult. Some Eastern lords act too quickly. They always want things done their way. A few may start a fight before they think. My men and Vandrosa's men are around the palace. Kasumi's Tsurani soldiers are outside, because Liam asked for them. The Eastern lords do not like that. But Liam is the heir, and they cannot refuse him. With those who stand with us, we can take and hold the palace. Du Bastira is hiding, and Richard of Salada is dead. The Eastern lords have lost their leaders. But many are still on the island. They have soldiers near the city. If they run away before the king is chosen, the island could become a battlefield. We must hold the palace. No Eastern lord must escape and plan trouble with Black Guy. Each one must kneel before whichever brother becomes king.
Pug looked surprised. You will support Martin, then, he asked.
Brukel's voice became firm. No one will start a civil war in my kingdom, he said. Not while I am alive. Arutha and I have talked. We do not like the choices, but we know what we must do. If Martin becomes king, everyone will obey him. If Liam takes the crown, Martin must swear loyalty or he will not leave the palace alive. If the crown is lost, we will keep everyone here. No lord will leave until we choose one brother as king, even if it takes a year. We have already caught some of Guy's men in the city. Guy is here in Rillanen, without doubt. If even a few nobles escape before we choose the king, there will be civil war. Brukel hit his open hand with his fist. These old traditions cause trouble, he said. The priests are walking toward the palace now. Every step brings them closer to the moment of choice. I wish Liam had acted sooner, or waited longer, or not acted at all. If only we could have trapped Guy. If only we could have spoken with Martin, but he is gone.
I have spoken with Martin, Pug said.
Brukel's eyes narrowed. What does he think? What will he do? He asked.
He feels troubled, Pug answered. He did not have time to prepare for all this. He always knew who his father was, but he thought he would keep that secret until he died. Now he must face the truth and make a choice. I do not know what he will do. I think he will not know himself until the priests place the crown in front of him. Brukel touched his chin and thought silently.
That he knew and tried not to use that knowledge for himself shows he is a good man. But we have no time. He pointed toward the group near the main door of the hall. You should go back to your wife. Stay careful, magician. We may need your magic before this day ends. They went back to the others. Brukel led Vandros and Kasumi inside and spoke quietly with them. Before Katala could say anything, Lori asked, "What is happening?" When I took Katala and Kasumi outside to look over the courtyard, I saw Kasumi's men everywhere. For a moment I thought the Empire had won the war. I could not get him to tell me anything.
Pug said, Brukel knows they will follow Kasumi's orders without question.
Katala asked softly, "What is it, husband? Is there trouble?"
There is not much time to explain, said Pug. There may be more than one person who wants the crown. Stay close to Kasumi, Lori, and keep your sword ready. If something happens, follow Orutha's lead.
Lori nodded and looked very serious. He went into the hall.
Katala asked, "William?"
He is safe, said Pug. If there is trouble, it will happen in the Great Hall, not in the guest rooms. Afterward will come the real sadness.
Katala did not fully understand, but she quietly accepted his words. Come, we must take our places inside, Pug said.
They hurried into the great hall and stood in a place of honor near the front. As they passed the large crowd waiting to see the king crowned, they heard the murmur of voices as rumors spread. They reached Kulgan, and the stout magician gave a small nod in greeting. Meacham stood a few steps behind, his back against the wall. His eyes watched the room and noted everyone close enough to touch Kulgan with a sword. Pug saw that the old hunter's knife was loose in its scabbard. Meacham might not know what was wrong, but he was ready to protect his friend at once.
Kulgan whispered, "What is happening? Everything was quiet a few minutes ago, and now the room is full of talk."
Pug bent closer and said, "Martin may ask for the crown."
Kulgan's eyes opened wide. "Gods and fishes, that will shock the court," he said. He looked around and saw most of the nobles already seated. With a sigh he added, "It is too late to do anything now. We can only wait."
Amos crashed through the garden, cursing loudly.
"Why does anyone want all these flowers here anyway?" he said.
Martin looked up and quickly caught the crystal cup that Amos pushed toward him. "What?" he began, but Amos was already pouring wine into it from a crystal bottle.
"I thought you might need a drink, and a friend to share it with," Amos said.
Martin's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?"
Amos poured his own wine and took a deep drink. "It is all over the palace now, my friend. Liam is a good man, but he is a fool if he thinks he can have workers carve your name on your father's tomb and then order them to keep quiet. Every servant in the palace knew you were the new heir within an hour after the job was done. The news is everywhere, believe me."
Martin drank the wine and said, "Thank you, Amos." He looked at the dark red wine in his glass. "Do you think I will be king?"
Amos laughed loudly and kindly.
"I have two thoughts about that, Martin. First, it is always better to be captain than deckhand. That is why I am a captain and not a deckhand. Second, a ship is not the same as a kingdom."
Martin laughed. "Pirate, you are no help."
Amos looked hurt. But I made you laugh, didn't I?" He leaned on the garden wall and poured more wine into his cup. "Listen, there is a nice little three-masted ship in the royal harbor. I have not had much time lately, but now that the king gave his pardon, there are many good men ready to sail again. Why don't we leave this place and go sailing?"
Martin shook his head. "That sounds nice. But I have been on a ship 3 times in my life, and each time with you I almost died."
Amos looked unhappy. "The first 2 times were Arutha's fault. The 3rd time was not my fault. I did not send those Ceresian pirates to chase us from Salador to Rillanon. Besides, if you join my crew, we will be the ones doing the chasing. The kingdom's sea is new water for Captain Trenchard. What do you say?"
Martin's voice became serious. "No, Amos. I would almost rather sail with you than go back to the forest. But I cannot run from what I must do. Good or bad, I am the eldest son. I am the first who has the right to the crown." Martin looked at Amos. "Do you think Liam can be king?"
Amos shook his head slowly. "Of course. But that is not really what you are asking, is it? You want to know if he can be a good king. I do not know, Martin. But I will tell you one thing. I have seen many sailors turn pale with fear in battle but still fight bravely. You cannot always know what a man can do until the moment comes." Amos waited a moment, thinking. Liam is a good man, like I said. He is very afraid of being king, and I understand that. But when he sits on the throne, I think he might be a good king.
"I wish I could be sure that you are right," Martin said.
A small bell rang, then large bells began to sound.
"Well," said Amos, "you do not have much time left to choose. The priests of Iship are at the gates now. When they reach the throne room, you cannot run away. Your path will be set."
Martin turned from the wall. "Thank you for the wine and your company, Amos. Shall we go change the fate of the kingdom?"
Amos drank the last of the wine from the crystal bottle. He threw it aside, and it broke on the stones. "You go and decide the fate of the kingdom, Martin. I will come later, maybe, if I do not find that little ship I told you about. Maybe we will sail together again. If you change your mind about being king, or if you need a quick way to leave Rillanon, come to the docks before sundown. I will be there somewhere, and you will always be welcome on my ship."
Martin took his hand and held it tight. "Good luck, pirate." Amos left, and Martin stood alone. He tried to think clearly. Then, when he made his choice, he started walking to the throne room.
Pug stretched his neck to see who was coming into the great hall. Duke Caldric walked with Princess Alicia, the widow of Erland, down the long aisle to the throne. Anita and Carline followed after them.
Culgan whispered, from their serious faces and pale skin, "I think Arutha has told them what might happen."
Pug saw that Anita held Carline's hand tightly when they reached their places. "What a thing, to find out you have an older brother in a time like this," he said.
Culgan whispered, "They all seem calm enough."
Gongs sounded, telling everyone that the priests of Ishap had come into the room. Then Arutha and Liam entered. They both wore the red cloaks of the princes of the realm and walked quickly to the front of the hall. Arutha looked around the room quickly. He seemed to want to understand what everyone felt. Liam looked calm, like he was ready to accept whatever would happen. Pug saw Arutha whisper something to Fanon. The old swordmaster then spoke quietly to Sergeant Cardan. Both men looked tense, their hands near their swords. They watched everyone in the room carefully. Pug could not see Martin anywhere.
"Maybe Martin does not want to be part of this."
"No, there he is," he said.
Pug followed Culgan's eyes and saw Martin near the far wall. A large pillar cast a shadow over him. Martin stood inside the shadow, still and silent. Pug could not see his face clearly, but he knew it was him. Then the sound of bells filled the hall. Pug turned and saw the first Ishapian priests enter. More priests followed, walking slowly and together. From the side doors came the sound of bolts locking into place. The hall was always closed during the ceremony until it was finished. When 16 priests had come in, the great doors were shut. The last priest stood in front of them. He held a heavy wooden staff and a wax seal. He pressed the seal to the doors quickly. Pug saw that it carried the mark of Ishap, a shape with 7 sides. He felt magic inside it. He knew the doors could not be opened except by that priest or another who had great magical skill and was willing to take a risk. The priest with the staff walked between 2 lines of other priests. They whispered prayers as he passed. One priest carried the new crown, placed on a purple cushion. Roderick's old crown had been broken when he died. If it had survived, it would have been buried with him. If no king was crowned today, the new crown would be smashed on the stone floor. No new crown would be made until the lords chose a new king and told the priests. Pug was amazed that such a simple gold circle could mean so much. The priests stopped before the throne. Other priests of lower rank were already waiting there. Liam had been asked if he wanted his family priest to lead the ceremony, and he agreed. Father Tully stood at the front of the group from the Temple of Astalon. Pug knew Father Tully was a good choice. He would take charge calmly, no matter which of Boric's sons became king. The chief Ishapian priest hit his staff on the floor 16 times. Each sound was even and strong. When he stopped, the hall was silent.
"We come to crown the king," said the head priest loudly. "May Ishap bless the king," answered the other priests together. "In the name of Ishap, the one God over all, and in the name of the 4 greater and 12 lesser gods, let anyone who claims the crown come forward."
Pug held his breath. He saw Liam and Arutha step toward the priests. Then Martin came out from the shadow and walked forward. People gasped softly when they saw him. Many had not heard the rumor, or they had not believed it. When all 3 stood before the priest, he struck his staff on the floor again.
"Now is the time, and this is the place," he said. He touched Martin's shoulder with the staff. "By what right do you come before us?" he asked.
"By the right of birth."
Pug could feel the power of magic in the room. The priests were making sure no one could lie. Anyone touched by the staff had to speak truthfully. The priest asked the same question to Liam and Arutha, and they both gave the same answer. Then the priest said, "Say your name and your claim." He touched Martin's shoulder again.
"I am Martin, eldest son of Boric, first of the royal blood."
The people started to whisper, but the priest hit his staff on the floor, and they went quiet. He placed the staff on Liam's shoulder next.
I am Liam, son of Boric, of royal blood.
Some people in the hall softly said, the heir. The priest waited, then asked Arutha the question again.
I am Arutha, son of Boric, of the royal blood.
The priest looked at the three young men. He turned to Liam and asked, Are you the heir?
The right to be king was given to me when no one knew about Martin. It was a mistake, because King Roderick thought I was the oldest son of the Conduin family.
The priest took back the staff and spoke quietly with the other priests. The hall was completely silent while they talked about this unexpected problem. Time passed very slowly. At last, the chief priest turned to face the brothers again. He gave his staff away and took the gold crown of the kingdom in his hands. He said a short prayer. Ishap, help us understand what is right. Give the chosen one wisdom to do good. It is clear that the royal line is broken. He put the crown in front of Martin.
Martin, you are the oldest son of the royal blood. Will you take this duty and be our king?
Martin looked at the crown. The room was very quiet. Everyone watched him and waited. No one spoke or even breathed. Slowly, Martin reached out his hand and took the crown from the cushion. Light from a high window shone on it, and the gold sparkled through the hall.
I, Martin, give up my right to this crown, for now and forever, for myself and for all my children.
Then he moved quickly and placed the crown on Liam's head.
All hail Liam, the true king!
For a moment, everyone was silent.
Hail Liam, the true king.
Liam stood between his two brothers. The people in the hall began to cheer loudly. The chief priest let them cheer for some time. Then he lifted his staff and hit the floor, and the hall became silent again. He looked at Liam and asked, Liam, will you take this duty and be our king?
I will be your king.
Again, the people shouted with joy, and the chief priest did not stop them. Pug looked around and saw many faces full of relief and peace. Caldric, Fanon, Vandross, and Cardan stood ready. The head priest struck his staff on the floor again, and the room became quiet.
Tully of the Order of Astalon, he called.
The old priest stepped forward.
Other priests took away Liam's red mantle and put the purple mantle of kingship on him. Then they moved back, and Tully came near Liam. He looked at Martin and Arutha.
All in the kingdom thank you for your patience and wisdom, he said.
Martin and Arutha walked back to stand beside Anita and Carline. Carline smiled kindly at Martin.
She took his hand and whispered, Thank you, Martin.
Tully faced the people. Now is the time and this is the place, he said. We are here to see the crowning of His Majesty, Liam, first of his name, our true king. Does anyone here challenge his right?
Some eastern lords looked unhappy, but no one spoke. Tully turned again to Liam. Liam went down on his knees before the priest. Tully put his hand on Liam's head.
Now is the time and this is the place, he said. This task is yours, Liam, son of Boric, of the royal Conduin line. Will you take this task and be our king?
I will be your king, Liam answered.
Tully lifted his hand and took Liam's hand. He held the royal signet on Liam's finger. Now is the time and this is the place, he said. Do you, Liam Conduin, son of Boric, of the line of kings, promise to defend and protect the kingdom of the Isles, to serve its people, and to care for their good life and peace?
I, Liam, promise and declare it, Liam said.
Tully began a long prayer. When the prayer was finished, Liam stood up. Tully took off his special hat and gave it to the head priest of Ishap, who passed it down to another priest of Tully's order. Then Tully knelt before Liam and kissed his ring. He stood again and led Liam to the throne.
The priest of Ishap said softly, Ishap bless the king.
Liam sat on the throne. An old sword was brought to him. It had once belonged to Danes, the first Conduin king. The sword was placed across Liam's knees. It showed that he would protect the kingdom with his life. Tully turned and nodded to the chief priest of Ishap. The priest struck the floor with his staff.
Now the choice is made, he said. I proclaim Liam the first our true and rightful king.
The people shouted loudly. The priests of Ishap sang quietly as the chief priest walked toward the door. He hit the wax seal with his staff, and it broke with a sharp sound. Then he struck the door 3 more times. The guards outside opened it. Before leaving the room, he spoke the last words of the coronation.
Let everyone know. Liam is our king.
The news spread quickly through the palace and the city. People in the street celebrated the new king. They did not know how close the kingdom had been to great danger that day. The priests of Ishap left the hall, and everyone looked at the new king. Tully called the royal family forward. Anarutha, Martin, and Carline came to their brother. Liam held out his hand, and Martin knelt and kissed Liam's ring. Arutha did the same, and then Carline. Alicia brought Anita to the throne, the first of many nobles who came next. The long ceremony of showing loyalty to the king began. Lord Caldric knelt before Liam. His hand shook, and there were tears of relief on his face when he stood up again. When Bruchel promised to serve the king, he spoke softly to him, and Liam nodded. Then all the other nobles of the kingdom came one after another. After many hours, the last of the border barons finished and stood with the others in the hall.
We wish to begin a time of celebration, but there are some important matters we must do first. Most are happy, but one is sad.
He looked around the hall.
One person is not here today, he said. He tried to take the throne that we now sit upon. Guy du Bataira planned treason. He also caused murders. No one can deny these things. But our late king asked that mercy be shown. Because it was Roderick's final wish, I will follow it, even if we wish for justice. He spoke louder. Let everyone know that Guy du Bataira is now an outlaw. He must leave our kingdom. His lands and titles are now the king's. His name and coat of arms are removed from the list of lords. No man may give him shelter, warmth, food, or drink.
He looked at the lords.
Some of you were his friends. Tell him our judgment. Tell him to go to Kesh, Queg, or Roldham. If no place accepts him, let him hide in the Northlands. But if he stays inside our borders after 1 week, he will die.
The hall was silent for a moment.
We have had a time of pain and sorrow. Now we begin again. Let us live in peace and happiness.
He called his brothers to stand beside him. When they came close, Arutha looked at Martin and suddenly smiled. Then, in a rare show of feeling, he hugged both Martin and Liam. For a short moment everyone was quiet. Then they all began to cheer again. While the noise continued, Liam spoke quietly to his brothers. At first Martin smiled, but then his face changed. Both Arutha and Liam nodded strongly. Martin became pale. He started to speak, clearly upset, but Liam raised his hand for silence.
There's a new order in the kingdom, Liam said. Let everyone know. From today, our dear brother Arutha is the Prince of Cronder. Until we have a son in our house, he will be next in line for the throne.
Arutha looked surprised and not very happy.
It is also our wish that the Duchy of Crydee, the home of our father, stay in our family. Because of this, I name our brother Martin the Duke of Crydee, with all lands and rights of that title.
The crowd again cheered loudly. Martin and Arutha left Liam's side. The new king said, "Let the Earl of Larmut and Knight Captain Kasumi of Larmut come to the throne."
Kasumi and Vandros were surprised. Kasumi felt nervous all day because Vandros had trusted him with something important. He tried to stay calm and walked beside Vandros to the throne. Both men knelt before King Liam.
Liam said, Lord Bruchel has asked us to share some happy news. His vassal, Earl Vandros, will marry his daughter, Lady Philina.
From the crowd, Bruchel said, "And it is about time."
Some of the older courtiers from Roderick's court looked uneasy, but Liam laughed with the others. "It is also the Duke's wish that he may retire to his estates," Liam said. "He has served our kingdom well for many years. We have agreed. He has no son, so he wants his title to go to someone who can continue to serve the kingdom. This man showed great skill leading the Lamutian soldiers during the last war. For his bravery and loyal service, we approve his marriage and now name Vandros as Duke of Yarbon, with all lands and rights that come with it. Rise, Lord Vandros.
Vandros stood up, still surprised, and went to stand beside his future father-in-law. Brookle smiled and hit him kindly on the back before shaking his hand.
Liam then looked at Kasumi and smiled. There's one here who was once our enemy, he said. He is now our loyal subject. Kasumi of the Shinsawai, for your work to bring peace between two worlds, and for your courage in defending our lands against the Brotherhood of the Dark Path, we give you command of the garrison of Lamat. We also name you Earl of Lamat, with all lands and rights that come with it. Rise, Earl Kasumi.
Kasumi was so surprised that he could not speak. He slowly took the king's hand and kissed the royal ring, as he had seen others do. He said, "My lord king, I give you my life and my honor."
Liam asked, Lord Vandros, do you accept Earl Kasumi as your vassal?
Vandros smiled. Happily, sire.
Kasumi walked back to Vandros, his eyes full of pride. Brookle gave him another friendly slap on the back.
More people were given new titles, because many positions were empty after the troubles under King Roderick and the recent war. When all the main business was done, Liam said, "Let Squire Pug of Cry-D come to the throne."
Pug looked at Catala and Culgan in surprise. What? He asked.
Go and find out, Culgan said and pushed him forward.
Pug came before Liam and bowed.
The king said, what was done before was a private matter between our father and this man. Now we want everyone to know that this man, once called Pug the orphan of Cry-D, has his name written in our family records. Liam held out his hand, and Pug knelt before him. The king gave him his signet to kiss, then took Pug by the shoulders and helped him stand. It was our father's wish, and now it is ours, Liam said. From this day, let everyone know this man is Pug Conduin, a member of the king's family. Many people in the hall were surprised. Then those who knew about Pug's great deeds began to cheer loudly as Liam said, "Behold our cousin, Prince Pug of the realm."
Catala forgot all formal manners and ran to hug her husband. Some of the eastern lords frowned, but Liam only laughed and kissed her kindly on the cheek.
Come, Liam said happily. It is time to celebrate. Let the dancers, musicians, and entertainers come. Bring tables with food and wine. Let there be joy.
The celebrations began and the merriment continued. Celebration had gone on all afternoon. A man stood near the king's table and read messages from people who could not come to the feast. Many nobles sent their words, and also the king of Keg and rulers from small kingdoms on the eastern shores. Important merchants and guild masters from the free cities also sent greetings. There were messages from Aglarana and Thomas, and from the dwarfs of the west at Stone Mountain and the Grey Towers. Old King Halfdan, the dwarf ruler of the east in Dorgin, also sent good wishes. Even Great Kesh had sent a message, asking for friendly talks about the Veil of Dreams. The Empress herself had signed it. When the last message was read, Liam spoke to Arutha.
For Kesh to send us a message so fast, the Empress must have very good spies. He said, you will need to be careful in Krondor.
Arutha sighed. He did not look happy about it.
At the royal table sat Pug, Laurie, Meacham, Cardan, Culgan, Fannin, and Kasumi. Liam had asked them to sit with the royal family. The new Earl of Lamat still looked surprised by his new title, but he was very happy. Outside, his soldiers were singing Turani songs of joy, and the sound came softly through the noise in the hall. Pug thought it must not be easy for the royal workers to hear so much singing. Catala came to sit beside her husband. She said their son was sleeping, and Fantas was also resting after playing.
She said to Culgan, "I hope your pet can handle all this excitement."
Culgan laughed. Fantas likes the attention, he said.
Pug looked at Culgan. With all the gifts Liam has given today, he said, I am surprised your name was not called. You have served the king's family for many years, almost as long as Tully and Fannin.
Culgan made a small laugh. Tully, Fannin, and I met with Liam yesterday before he said Martin was his brother and surprised everyone, he said. He began to talk about giving us offices and rewards, but we all said no. When he tried to argue, I told him I did not care what he gave to Tully or Fannin, but if he called my name in front of everyone, I would turn him into a toad.
Anita heard this and laughed. So it is true, she said.
Pug remembered a talk from years ago in Cronder and laughed too. He thought about all that had happened since he first went to Culgan's small house in the forest. After many dangers and troubles, he was now safe with his family and friends. A great new task, building the academy, was still ahead of him. He wished that others, Hakapipa, Shimoni, Komatsu, Hakanu, Almarella, and Netta, could be there to share his joy. And he wished Ichinder and the lords of the High Council could understand the true reason for what had happened on the Day of Peace.
And most of all, he wished Thomas could be with them.
So quiet, my husband, his wife asked softly.
Pug smiled and looked at her. My love, I was only thinking how lucky I am, he said.
She touched his hand and smiled back at him.
Tully leaned over the table and nodded toward the other end. Laurie sat there, watching Carline with great interest. She was laughing at something funny he had said. It was clear that she liked him very much. She looked completely taken by him.
I know that look on Carline's face, Pug said. I think Laurie may be in for some trouble.
Kasumi smiled. Laurie will not mind that kind of trouble, he said.
Tully looked thoughtful. There is a duchy in Bastia that needs a duke, he said. Laurie seems like a good man for the job.
Culgan laughed loudly. That is enough talk, he said. Can you not stop thinking about titles? Do you want to marry the poor boy to the king's sister already? They just met today.
Tully and Culgan looked ready to start another of their long arguments. Martin stopped them before they could continue.
Let us change the subject, he said. My head is spinning, and I do not want to hear your fighting.
The two men looked at each other in surprise, then both smiled. Together they said, Yes, my lord.
Martin groaned, and everyone nearby laughed. He shook his head. This feels strange, he said. After all the fear and trouble of the last days, it feels like another world. I almost went with Amos. He looked up suddenly. Where is Amos?
When Arutha heard the name, he turned from his talk with Anita. Where is that old sailor? He asked.
Martin said, he spoke about finding a ship. I thought he was joking, but I have not seen him since the coronation.
Arutha said, finding a ship. The gods help us. He stood up. With your majesty's permission, he said.
Liam nodded. Go bring him back, Liam said. From all I have heard, he deserves a reward.
Martin also stood. I will go with you, he said.
Arutha smiled. Good, he said.
The two brothers hurried out of the hall. They ran to the courtyard, where porters and pages waited with horses. They took the first two horses they saw. Two young nobles were left standing with their mouths open, both angry and surprised.
Sorry, my lords, Arutha called as he rode off toward the gate.
They passed through the palace gates and over the bridge above the river Rillanen.
He said he would sail at sundown. Martin shouted.
Then we have little time, Arutha cried.
Down the narrow streets they rode quickly to the harbor. The city was full of people celebrating. Many times they had to slow down so they would not hurt anyone in the crowd. They reached the harbor and stopped their horses. One guard was sitting at the gate to the royal docks. It looked like he was asleep. Arutha jumped off his horse and shook the man. The guard's helmet fell to the ground, and the man fell too. Arutha bent down to check him.
He is alive, he said, but he will have a bad headache tomorrow.
Arutha got back on his horse, and they rode fast along the long dock of Rillanen to the last pier. They heard voices of men on the ropes of a big ship. When they came to the end of the pier, they saw a fine vessel moving slowly away from the dock. On the upper deck stood Amos Trask. He waved his arm high in the air. They could still see his smiling face.
Ha! It looks like everything ends well, he called.
Arutha and Martin got off their horses. The ship moved farther from the pier.
Amos! Arutha shouted.
Amos pointed at a big building nearby. The guards who were on duty are in that warehouse, he said. They have some bruises, but they are alive.
Amos, that is the king's ship, cried Arutha, waving for him to come back.
Amos laughed. I think the name Royal Swallow sounds wonderful, he said. Tell your brother I will bring it back one day.
Martin started to laugh, and soon Arutha laughed too.
You pirate! Arutha shouted. I will ask my brother to give the ship to you.
Amos gave a loud cry and said sadly, Ah, Arutha, you always take the fun away.